organs and the mind. But we have different abilities. They are different. They are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have like a good quality mind, without without any crazy ideas like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this, but if you actually have like a small time for yourself and then some calmness, that's enough. That's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then go for a walk. There's no big deal about that to anyone. No one would question, why are you going for a walk? I'm going for a walk because I feel like I have to have exercise. So no one would question that. And you would, as I said yesterday, you might start feeling also kind of, the feel is not there much with us, but the feel is beneath us. Actually, it is covered with so much thoughts that we are not even bothered about the feel. So these things are all without right view. As I told yesterday, all these factors are without right view. But only one thing that Lord Buddha said was the noble friend. The noble friend who understood Lord Buddha, that's the Lord Buddha at one point. He understood that there is no self by experience. It's an experience. It's not something we only talk about. So it's an experience that there is no self here. There's no, this additional power is actually brought about by misunderstanding the so-called world, so-called dream, so-called stimuli. Basically, so-called our sensory organs. We completely misunderstand them and think there's an owner. I'm entertaining these things. So, but if we keep cutting these things, like even if you talk about your eyes, you're talking my eyes. So where's mine? This is the research. This research goes very deep and interesting, but only few people will find it interesting because it's a kind of a boring thing for some. So there are other factors too, being truthful. Someone like Joel, he had been very truthful about him feeling, thoughts, recurrent thoughts has made him down. So he's so truthful about it. He's not hiding it. He's coming to a forum and saying openly, okay, I'm having these really bad thoughts coming back again and again. What the hell? Can I get rid of this suffering? So he's asking a question. He's being truthful to himself. He's not like, putting it under a carpet and trying to, cover up and keep smiling until the day you die and, you die with suffering. No, he's actually open to it. He's trying to find an answer. Why they are suffering? What's the big deal about this? Why it is not going away? Why can't I stay away from these bad thoughts? Why can't I have only good thoughts? So he keeps researching. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Being truthful to yourself and trying to dig deep into the thinking system and feeling system. Again, the answer is complicated actually. The answer is, he asks how to liberate from mind. Again, I have been telling only the few initial factors here, but how? How is through understanding this truth about this system of feeling alive. How do you feel alive? How do you feel existing? How this consciousness occurs? How this eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, touch, the tongue and the the nose. Touch is a vast area. You feel cold. You feel temperature. You feel the pressure. You feel the depth. You feel the kind of light touch. You feel the deep touch. You feel the the liquidity. There's so many factors in the feel, and also the pain receptors. They make you feel alive. Of course they do. Why? It's so painful. It's so painful. I got a cut and it's so painful. Yeah. So who got the pain? I got the pain. Who else can get the pain? I cut my finger and it's so painful. I'm in pain. So can you understand this? Who got the pain? I got the pain. Who got the pain? Who is I? Then you keep digging into that. Actually, who got the pain? And we keep understanding. There's a belief that there is an I who is feeling the pain, but there is a pain. So that's the body consciousness. That's the point we are telling. So because there is the sensory organs, we feel alive. We keep understanding that. And on top of this thing, this, the bundle of baby, that's a feeling baby. That's a feeling baby. The baby feels everything. Baby feels the light. If you put a torch onto the baby's eyes, he blink like a disaster happened. If you shout, the baby will be like shaken very, quickly because the ear doesn't know what to do. And yeah, there's things that the baby is like a bundle of a feel, but this bundle of fields get together and form another new vibration that is the mind. This mind is a big deal now for us. If you're like 40 years old or 35 years of age, you have a story for about 30, you can't remember about less than 1 year, we will just drop that. Or you may not even remember 2 years, who knows, but whatever, those maybe 34 years then, if you are 35, maybe you might have some idea that world that we keep thinking that this happened to me this age, I sat for exams, I got through, yeah, okay, yeah, I got married also, I have 2 kids now, okay, now I'm on, I work there, yeah, okay, so who is I? You get confused if you actually do this research. You really will get confused. So this I is actually a belief. It's a belief. That's a belief that ruined the whole thing, but it's a belief. But you can't, just because I'm saying this or just because Lord Buddha is telling this, no one will believe that either. Joel can't believe this just because I'm telling this now, today in a forum. Oh, she kept telling that there's no self. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should think about it. Yeah, you can think about it too. Or better than thinking about it, do a research. Touch something and see. Did you touch it? Do this research yourself. Smell something and see. What did the smell do to you? Is there a duality? Yes, there is a duality. How did that duality come? It's actually a thought. But actually there is a kind of a duality. That's why the thought has been arising. So we keep understanding, we keep investigating this, and we understand this thought process is actually a construct where we got trapped. Just because you understand this, you are not going to go resign from your job and tell the kids, you die because I'm not going to feed you anymore. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. You just keep doing what you're doing. It's fine. But in deep down that none of these things are actually true. Why? It's a manifestation. What's the manifestation of your puppy dog? Well, that puppy dog has a different manifestation, but it's the same. The dog can be in your room. So it's the same room, isn't it? So you're sitting on the floor, the dog is sitting on the floor, same place, kind of really near. But do you think the dog's manifestation is similar to your manifestation? No. Oh, just imagine there's a cockroach also. What about the cockroach's manifestation? What is his world? It's the same room though. And there could be a fly also. What's his manifestation? What are his perceptions? But it's the same room. So it's really interesting. Just really interesting. Scientifically, that's why I actually got dragged into R.N. Vance's sermons, because I was kind of researching about what this really means, so that I mean, I don't think everyone would be dragged to this field just because of that. So it's up to everyone to do this research. But when you keep doing the research, one day you might actually feel that in whatever the one single thought, it can be a crow, sound of a crow. And you might directly feel the vibration without actually being in the mind. And you know that it's actually the speed occurrence of the ear faculty that happen. And you might actually encounter or feel the non-vibration, kind of absence of the duality. But the sound is still there. Nothing has happened or anything. But just that you felt this discontinuation of your ever feeling me, then you might understand this. That is the beginning of your path, actually. But this may be too much for Joel. But anyway, answer is complicated. Answer should be told slowly. But if you ask me in one sentence, can you tell me in one sentence? It's all about understanding how this, mirage, or how this illusion, or how this dream is happening. Does this make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Actually, it made sense. Now I can understand that all these thoughts are kind of illusions, and we must not cling on to those things, and we must not get stuck onto those things, but see it from
Actually,
outside of ourselves.
Joel, the you know what you said, we should not cling on to something. Actually speaking, end of the day, if you actually feel this truth, you will understand that what we call we is the mirage, because there was nothing to cling. We thought there is something to cling. That is the issue here, that we feel this, this as existing. So because the world is existing, we feel as existing. But if you don't feel the world as existing, your power here is also going to get zero. But that doesn't mean you are dying. That's the thing. This is so much blissful states. But you will be continuing your work without any burning inside your mind. But as you said, first we feel, when we hear this Dhamma, we feel that, then if we understand that, we will not cling to anything. But what actually happens is we keep understanding that we was a misunderstanding. Whatever we say money for the clinging part, the money is a thought. What is, just imagine the thought. If we take thought, the money, if the money is a mirage, what are you going to cling to? So where are you now? So it's a kind of the two sides of a coin, because if you feel some value to the money, that is you. There's no separate you. So if you feel the cross sound, that is you. There's no separate you feeling the cross sound. That is a misunderstanding. Did you get the point? It's a bit too hard maybe for you, but if you get it just for fraction of a second, you might get it. And it just understand in this, any sensory organ sparking, if that has a value, that is you. There's a spark. Actually, life is spark, 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 spark. That is the life. But where here now we think, I should not like any spark. That is the wrong view, actually. There's no me here to like any spark. Actually, that value of the spark is the me. That's why the spark, we feel alive. We feel like this power to hit someone, power to kill someone, lie, do bad stuff, or do even good stuff. It doesn't mean anything good or bad is also, two ends of your mind. It's just the mind. But if we actually fully understand Dhamma, you understand any of these words we talk, even now, the words I talk, are actually inside this dream. If you feel this, you'll be feeling so light at this moment, Joel, because you understand, oh my, why did I suffer so much? Actually, when I listened to Aran once say very long time ago, like 5 years ago maybe, I randomly came across his, no one told me about that, just randomly came across his sermons because I was researching in the YouTube. So he was telling that you have never touched your anything. Actually, you feel like you're touching something, but actually what you think it is you think it is something, like just imagine you are touching your car. It's a thought that you get that I'm touching the car, but what happens actually, there is a touch sensation. There is a touch sensation, but because also of the speedy occurrence of the touch sensory receptors. That's all that is there. But we feel, I touch my car, I wash my car, it's so beautiful, we have so much big story. That is how it is. Did you get the point that we clinging to something, that story gets dissolved anyway?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. That would be grateful if you can actually get a sense of this. Do you have any more questions, Joy?
I would like others to ask some questions, please. I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah, okay. You would ask later? Yeah, okay. So coming back to Sramika's question, again, she's asking a difficult question too, because now I have to explain her how I feel the car, or how I would feel the taste of sweet or taste of salt. So there is a dilemma here because this liberation from mind is also something that you have to feel. And actually, you feel it, and you feel that, and actually feeling the non-vibration or absence of this vibration. Actually, there's no new vibration called non-vibration. The absence of vibration is also a feel. So, Sarangika, you put me in a very great difficulty in telling these answers. You wanted me to actually give a simile or an example. Well, it's very difficult because the particular moment we say the mind is not there, so it's directly in the field. So the directly in the field, if you have correctly practiced this Dhamma, it will come to you that it is the speedy occurrence of the whatever the sensory organ at that particular moment. And that's where you would actually, the duality might vanish. So, what do you think, Suranka? I don't think I did any good thing to your question, did I?
It's difficult, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I can give only tips. So the tips for you would be actually just feel it. So to feel it, as I told to Joel, you have to fully understand this Dhamma. Yes, I think that part is happening anyway. You have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. And then you should give that system, so-called Surangika. I mean, there is a system, yes, but we call it Surangika. That system a chance. How? As I said, have, restful times to the mind as well as the body. And, have some deep thinking about this Dhamma. But if you have done deep thinking too much, maybe just give a break. Because I know a lot of our Dhamma listeners do a lot of thinking about these factors. Because thinking is not going to give you the liberation from the mind, because thinking is the thinking. Thinking is the mind. Actually, I should mention this. There's no any actual organ called mind, Joel. There's no actual specific place or any. It's not a. It's like we call some drops of water. We call it rain, like that. Rain is like fast occurrence of water in one direction. We call it rain, and water in one direction, fast flowing, we call it river. Likewise, this mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts only. That's why we feel all the time, and everything is inside that. When we are trapped inside the mind, that is where all the time and all these misunderstandings are. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you come back to mind anyway. It's just understanding this is so paramount that to come to this thing. And when you understand this anyway, the power is going to go down dramatically. Power of the thoughts, because you keep understanding there's no me. Then what's the big deal? Then you keep understanding this importance of this stimulus is the only power that we feel. That is why we suffer. because there is some, we feel the any thought, there is so much value we give. How much value we give, we get suffering, that's all. But that doesn't mean, so we have to be careful here, that doesn't mean that we are going to just, forget about everything, because at the end you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there. So if the stimulus was the son, or stimulus was the daughter, you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there, not me. But we felt as there is me because of there was that additional power. Without the additional power, it is so easy to become the person in front of you. You can feel, as an example, if Aranwanse is here, Aranwanse can easily become Joel and feel, the vibration of Joel and try to help Joel to become the non-vibration. That's how it is. That's how it works. Because there is no power at all in here, it is so easy to become the stimulus, or become the thought that you have, or become the main good thing is the word is the stimulus, because otherwise it gives you, because stimulus covers this value of the thought, covers the actual the dream, the perception, and or the perception of the, if you take the example as a chair, the value of the chair, and as well as the perception of the chair, and also the feel that you have the chair is existing. That's actually Aranwanse's most famous example, the chair. Do you feel chair is there? Then you are there. So, Surangika, I know I didn't help you. So, anything I don't know, anything I can help you with, because I can give you anything we can do is to give you so much about this truth and also some clues. So take it easy, because you know the truth now. So you have to take it easy, otherwise your thinking process will get worse. Because if there is a power in the thinking process, it's very difficult to go to the field. So recurrent thoughts, as the Joel first time question was how to prevent recurrent thoughts. We are not even trying to prevent thoughts down here. Actually, we are trying to understand thoughts and actually pierce the thoughts. That's a good word, I would say. Pierce the thought, not physically, but through your wisdom. So when you pierce the thought with its wisdom, you will be directly in the field. Feel is not the magic, but the actually feeling the non-vibration is the importance, or the absence of duality, absence of the vibration. Then you know the difference of the the other question of you. How do you differentiate between the feel and the non-vibration? Or feel and the what your wordings were like, how to understand the these mental formations with the power and without the power, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the basic kind of sense of happiness when you see a friend seems to be, this could be, it feels as if that is easily distinguishable. And, if, for example, if your favorite cat dies, or if you see somebody, something that is a typical sad event, you just feel a little sad, but that kind of thing seems to be easily discernible. But when it comes to, slightly other types of emotions like irritation, and then, things like that.
Irritation is there because of the vibration.
Yeah, so that type of thing, sometimes you feel as if you don't know whether it's like bordering on. I think it's bordering on whether it is just an emotion in terms of dukak nati dukak type of thing. But then one of the things Aryan Maharshi always tells us is that you have to be totally and brutally honest with yourself. And it is that question that needs to be, really cleared. And if one is really clearing that aspect, to be truly honest, then that is where that clearance and that clarification is required, Dr. Kokila. So I also thought, I'm just saying it like I also thought now here, that irritation is, as you said, there is a vibration. However low it is, there is still a self-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Until
So like
being
that,
an
there
arahant,
could be,
there would be a vibration. And slowly the vibration will go down. And there would be a stage where you don't feel the vibration. And there would be a stage where, so I can't even remember now, the Mansi says, you know it better than me because I can't keep track with these words, Pali words, but you know that you initially feel it. That is the vibration. That is the most important part. You have to know the vibration, yes. But then you will feel that the non-vibration, and at the end, actually, you will become the non-vibration so that you don't actually feel it differently. But what I'm trying to say is what the confusion here is, if you don't know the non-vibration, because there is no confusion if you actually has felt the non-vibration and now you feel the vibration, you know that you haven't become you are not an around, that's all. What do you think?
Yes, the what shall I say, the challenge is the distinguishing the mind conscious features of the mind.
Stop the distinguishing. It will happen one day. Because you are trying to do that. Definitely, if you are trying to distinguish something, you have to do it through the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not as if it's it's an overt attempt either, Dr. Kokila, because that
no, there is a subconscious thing though.
Yeah, I think now it has, now that earlier the overt attempt has gone, because you have said it so many times not to do it. And even through the last few weeks, discourses of Aryan Mahansa also, particularly his talks about the perception, the very, very deep analysis of that, all that really helps to clarify deeper in order to, understand just one thing, that there is absolutely nothing, the shunyata, the nothingness that gets exemplified by everything that he says. So now it is as if, as you, I think, quite rightly said, it's like a subconsciously trying to, there's a subconscious awareness kind of thing, isn't it? That is
just let it go.
Where the question arose.
Yeah, let it go. The question, drop the question and keep feeling. What's the big deal about that? If you're feeling something, it is a vibration. And I think that's being honest.
Yeah, that was the part also, that was the thing where the just dropping it was
now
being
I know,
honest.
I know the problem now, but because at the other side, the third thing is understanding that whatever you feel is an outcome of your sensory organ, the speed. That should be there, 100%. 100%. That step, if you actually haven't done that step properly, you haven't felt the non-vibration at least once, then there is a problem anyway. We have a challenge, 100%. We have a challenge. So the challenge is, one thing is not to do anything. It's a challenge because we always want to do something. Let it go. We don't know how to let it go because we want to actually drag on to something. We don't like to let it go because then we don't feel alive. So we are scared that we might not feel alive if we let go. That's the basic thing, that why we are fighting to keep alive. That's because we don't know that it is okay. It is okay to die because it's kind of a feel that you can feel before even dying. I think it will complicate the picture, but
yes, I think it might, perhaps because we have new listeners here.
Yeah, because we are using these metaphors. Actually, they are metaphors because nothing is happening here. We are still alive. We are just doing all the tasks that we are supposed to do. So don't worry. But it's a metaphor that we use, like why, if we are craving for the feel of alive, because we feel that we have to maintain this. So yeah, that's just let feelings occur, but just remember, actually no, I can't say even remember, just know that it is the fast occurrence. It's the speed. The feeling something is the speed. That's all.
Yeah.
That will give you the non-vibration. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, good point, Dr. Kokila. Everything, I mean, obviously, isn't it? After it goes without saying, isn't it? It's so obvious that it's almost like colloquially, you're staring at it, and you don't see it, kind of thing, isn't it? Colloquially speaking, yeah.
If you feel what I felt just now, that's it. Yeah. All good. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala and Sudama, anything to add? I think our time is, we have only 2 minutes more.
Almost 2 minutes, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I was listening to that and it's really nice. And of course, this conversation to distinguish between feel and the mind. It's the biggest question all of us have. And I was also trying to understand it, Dr. Kokila. There's just 1 minute to, I mean, it's the same question that Ms. Durangika asked from you. So yesterday you said when you are in the mind, you don't see the beauty of the present moment. So actually,
that's also a kind of a metaphor. So don't get driven by that, because if there's a person to actually see the beauty, there is a person to see. So don't get carried away by, because he's a newcomer. I can't put kind of all the stuff there. But actually, the metaphor I use for him is true for him.
Okay.
That's not applicable to you, though. You have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Because actually in the field, there is no thought involved.
Dr. Kokila, this field is something more or less similar to the original sensation of the sensory faculty, like radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind experience is that has this
is it something? Yeah.
The problem is understanding that's Surangika's question. How did you understand the feel without the chains? That question is underlying her question.
Yeah. Yes.
Because it is all hidden in that is her question. Because this you feel is not the final complete happiness. Feel also has this, this there is some more to understand. That's why you keep understanding that it's just it's just sensory organs. That's all. Speed of the sensory organs. You feel something. Yes, that's it.
But
Even if you're feeling happy, that is just a mind sensor. That's fine. That's not a big problem. But you just have to have a big understanding about that. That gives you the way to feel the sensory organ without the power. But there is a problem because we can't actually say that, because even the feel can't be explained. How can you explain the non-feel? Isn't it?
Yes, that's where you say let go and don't be scared to let go and take time and patience, all those advices.
No, even those words are wrong. If I say be patient, that is also wrong. There is a person to be patient. Actually, let go has a deep meaning than that. Because in our vocabulary, let go means, oh, I'm angry with that person, I'm letting go that. Let him be. I don't care. But still, you know that, you still have the underlying grudge, but you have let go. That's not that kind of let go. It's in one stimulus that that the complete letting go of the mind means there's no mind there. It's just the...
And that goes to your other point, Dr. Kokila, where you said letting go is not an overt act, Sudharma.
No.
It is like piercing the thought. By piercing the thought, you know that the thought is a dud. There is nothing in it. And when you know that, the thought and the stimulus and the value attached to it, everything collapses. And that is what is meant by let go. So not the conventional way we use the word let go and the meaning attached to that. So it's quite deep.
Because I can easily let go my car, or if someone comes, take it. That's not the let go. But that is a one kind of let go also, because I heard in 7 o'clock one some that mayor, the what is the word, Samanmali? Is it Swarnamali was telling, people has to have some, qualities like that. That is well before understanding this Dhamma. So you should be able to let go. If you want the car, you take it. That's kind of good letting go as well. But that's actually not what we mean in here. The meanings we talk here is quite deep. It's in direct one stimulus we talk about. Because the non-vibration is also felt in one stimulus initially.
Ultimately, what would happen is the power will die down. It will diminish, thought power. When we
definitely. Definitely,
Yeah, that is why ultimately also you come around to the same thing.
When someone is actually awakened from the dream, that's complete kind of a super happiness throughout. Whether you are even in a sad moment, you have the happiness as well as the sadness. That is a beauty. But there is another answer that I can give for Surangika. Because you are sad as well as you are happy. That is That is,
We have taken 5 minutes already, Dr. Kokila. Sorry.
yeah,
From the
okay. Actually, yeah. So thank you so much.
parents.
We'll thank Joel first, and yeah, thank you so much for coming. We are open to, you can question us every day. We can answer you every day. That's fine. We are ready for that. Our friends' questions can wait because they have been here with us for a long time. They are always here in this forum. So you're more than welcome to ask any question. Feel free, and we worship there as every. He reminds us of kind of the path. And thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sannai sir. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 46. This is the same thing that happens in a world that we consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Some time ago, artists drew beautiful murals, paintings on brick walls near schools, and they drew on the walls near public places in towns. You only looked at the beautiful murals, paintings, but not the wall on which it was drawn. You only look at the images on the wall and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey to us. When you look at a picture on the wall, you only look at the coconut trees, the ocean, or any other image on the wall. But you did not notice the brick wall or the background on which it was drawn. The screen at the back can be considered as the pure, untainted mind, or Prabhashvara Sita. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without keles, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental worlds. None of those, even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. This will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. Terasan everybody.
It's time to open your eyes and see the truth beyond the lies. Do you hear the cry of a broken heart and feel the ache that's tearing apart? Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. Buddothpado will show you the way. The truth is calling, it's whispering loud, a path unwinding through the darkest crowd. Seek the light, let go of the fear, and find the peace that wipes away
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death is something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks. They are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering, even after 20, 30 years, thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gautami, they suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gautami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gautami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly. And you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere. You hear him everywhere. You hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments. So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self, but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste, and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true, because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die, and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think, I'm going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakin. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow, and grey, rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans, there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste and feel, Titta Sutta Mutta, combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul. There is no me. But we think there is a soul. So, more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So, to know the Trividya, or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana, and the Ashtaksha Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either. that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majja Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel, or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Mahansa gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement the sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the astraksha jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness. To collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? because we take the world as real and we strive towards goals, work hard to maintain a self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there's actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sensor was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, aramune satya dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sannai sir. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 46. This is the same thing that happens in a world that we consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Some time ago, artists drew beautiful murals, paintings on brick walls near schools, and they drew on the walls near public places in towns. You only look at the beautiful murals, paintings, but not the wall on which it was drawn. You only look at the images on the wall and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey to us. When you look at a picture on the wall, you only look at the coconut trees, the ocean, or any other image on the wall. But you did not notice the brick wall or the background on which it was drawn. The screen at the back can be considered as the pure, untainted mind, or Prabhashvara Sita. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without keles, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental birds. None of those, even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. This will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. Everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani, thank you for reading and starting the session. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet, who is our noble friend, who is guiding us on this path to understand the truth that was disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. We warmly welcome all our participants. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our friends who are helping us with our background activity with the technical side. Therwan Saranai. So it's yet another day that we are starting our English Zoom discussion as usual. 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and we will be discussing for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what Shani read was still, we are trying to explain, we are trying to understand the basic things of this true Buddha teaching. It sort of gave an outline about what happens to the mind. The little baby has the radiant mind, which we can call as unpolluted, and it's at the sensor level where the things are seen, heard, and felt, but nothing more. With time, when the thoughts are formed, that means there is as a part of the natural sequelae, natural happening, these sensor functions will come together to form a different type of a vibration, which we name as thoughts. And there is the beginning of these defilements, or keles in Sinhala. And each of the living being automatically gets a thought bubble of his or her own. And this is where we are confined ourselves, and we take this thought bubble as real. So each of us have our own constructed world in the form of thoughts, which are different from each other. When we realize what is this mechanism, what happens, and how these thoughts are formed, little by little it gets disentangled from what we the confusion that we were in, and we learn, actually we try to understand the real truth and what was taught by Lord Buddha, and what he invented, and what he realized within that is actually some light was shed to a dark world where the living beings were enjoying, thinking that it is a true world. So we can see all our Dhamma friends have joined. Dr. Kokila, thank you. Teruvan Saranai, can you start the discussion? We can see our friend, our new friend Joel also has joined. So maybe he has questions to ask from yesterday's discussion. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai, answer. Yeah, we can discuss anything. In the first bit, I was a bit busy. I couldn't catch it. So the book reading is actually still about the thought, is it?
Yeah, it is about the thought, and then a little bit about the radiant mind, and then
okay. So it's going to the field now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's anything to discuss, I can see Vatsala also has joined. I'm not sure whether she's able to talk. Anyone can join the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansita Namaskar Deva. Actually, this is the first time that I joined this program, and I want to talk something about on behalf of a friend of mine.
Are you? I'm just clarifying. Are you living in UK? You are same.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So this is about a friend of mine who lives in Canada. So she is unable to join this discussion live, but she listened to the YouTube video audios. So is that okay if I talk about her story on behalf of her? This is with all her permission. And,
okay. Yeah.
And also she says that she is not confident enough to open up about her story. So she's in her late 60s and then born as a Christian. But from the very beginning, she wanted to find the truth. So the story is she was the unwanted child in the family. So she was the youngest in the family. By that time, she had a elder brother and sister. So her mother tried to abort her, but it didn't work. So after birth, since her childhood, she had to pay for that. So she was beaten, she was ill-treated, and then whatever the thing she did wasn't right to her mom. So once or twice, her mom has told her that if you don't leave this place, I will kill you. And then she was beaten, and then even if her mom bangs her head on something, she got beaten. So she grew up in that kind of a environment, and then she started holding a lot of anger, especially after she got to know that her mom tried to abort her, and then even now she is holding a huge anger in her. And so after 18, she just ran away from her house, and then she started her own life. So now I encourage her to listen to this Dhamma, and then trying our best to help her. And then so she likes to get some kind of opinion how to get rid of these thoughts. She says that I know this is my thoughts, this is my ego and everything, but she feels that she got stuck in somewhere. And then the other thing is she always have a feeling that she is not doing good enough, because this is the feedback she got from her childhood. So I'm glad that if you can give some kind of opinion.
How about now?
Yeah, there's the thing that I spoke to her 2 days ago, and then she said for some reason I'm just on top of my anger. And then she says,
does she have kids?
No, she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to pass her anger and all the things to her kids.
Is she married?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So when I see her, she's just like the calm sea, but there's a lot underneath. So it's very hard to understand. And then she told me this story after having a long-term friendship. I think I knew her for last 3 or 4 years, but she told me time to time she just opened up a little bit. But 2-3 days ago, she told me this part, and then I said that okay, the best thing that I can do is to talk to the Zoom discussion, and then you can listen what are the opinions that you can get.
Well, Vatsala, there's one thing I should tell.
Yeah.
When I try to communicate, the communication between you and me is different to communication between she and me.
Yeah, definitely.
So, because what I can feel is you. Now, it's very funny to say, but
I know. But I asked her, why don't you?
But I'll come to that. I'm not going to make her disappoint, but I have to tell this because as soon as you open up to say something, I feel you, not her. So there is an issue in there.
Yeah.
So if I say something now to you, I can really make it like crystal clear what I will tell to you. But this is quite different. Yes, but we can talk about it. If the Canada time matches, she doesn't have to. She can join the Sinhala Zoom discussion if she likes.
she doesn't understand because she's a Canadian lady.
She can't understand Sinhala. Okay, yeah, I got you now.
That's the issue. Yes.
Yeah, I got you now. So she needs to. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I get her now because if she's Canadian, then I have to actually get into her thinking pattern and discuss this. Yeah, but I wish she spoke to me.
One day she will come to that place actually because I asked her, why don't you join? Then the problem is this is midnight to her. And the other thing that she says that if I try to talk to somebody about this, I will go for a very quiet period for some time because I think she tries her best to calm her down.
I think it is the trauma. It's just a traumatic event, and I think we spoke about that yesterday as well. I took an example. She can listen to that yesterday one. I did a discussion with Joel. It was first time we met Joel yesterday through the Zoom discussion, and exact question he asked was, how can I avoid a recurrent thought? That was the question, and we discussed it, and she can listen to that particularly yesterday discussion.
Yesterday evening saying that she listened to that as well.
She did. Okay, yeah. So she might get a little bit of it, but the feel actually would be really much better if she can communicate directly with us. Anyway, coming back to that, the main aspects, there are so many aspects in this burning, because she has actually understood the burning, which is amazing, because in a way she knows that there is a burning and she has no kind of an answer to that, so she is seeking answers. So the burning itself, it doesn't matter what is the burning is for. Like it can be anything which happened in the childhood, which happened in the young age, and examples are so many. I mean, this is just one. Examples are so many. I have heard even people, actually getting rid of their kids' lives, and there's no exact reasoning behind that. Even though there is a reason, like kind of reason they give, it's very difficult to actually point out. There are so traumatic backgrounds for everyone where this is stemming from. So she kind of did a very kind of an informed decision not to have kids. But, even that mother, even that father, whoever, the humans, they're all humans. So the humans have so much patterns of thinkings. The thinking pattern is stemming from whatever the experiences we had. So if we go back, we don't know how. So if I take this story to myself, if I'm going to be that child, so if I'm that child, just imagine that I'm that child at the moment. And if it is very difficult for a child to understand mother's perspective and how much trauma mother has gone through. And this, if you really dig into that mother's mother also, we are not quite sure what went on in these situations, there are some relationships that are really torn apart because that mother couldn't understand the pressures of life and how that is transmitted to the others because of the agitation in that mother's place. So actually speaking, the mother, I'm actually speaking that her mother's time means there was no psychological help at that time. I don't know about Canada. Maybe Canada had much more supportive health system 60 years ago. I'm not sure, but I doubt it because there's so much stigma around mental health, so much stigma about getting treatment. So how much is this is stemming from her mental health, her experiences, her trauma is really difficult to understand. We don't know actually, because if there's specifically no one to talk in that mother's childhood, I'm not talking about ladies, this lady, I'm talking about that her mother's childhood. We never know what went through her life. We have understood through humanity, there's always an experience coming back. Experiences are being repeated. Experiences are getting as a habit. So there are so many waves also, and when the wave get affected, I would like to add here some difficult thoughts that the young woman would encounter, even when the partner is not loving. That mental stress is actually flowing to the kids because the mother is not able to navigate through the feelings that she gets. So the understanding of feeling what is happening here is kind of actually mastering that. Some are masters of it. Some can actually identify why am I doing this? What am I doing this? Because I think this whoever your friend, Matsala's friend, is actually very good because she has understood that there is burning inside, and she knows that it is not good for her. She knows that, and she knows that it is not good for others. She knows that it is going to ruin her. So she's seeking help, which is great. But going back to her mother, I don't think she had that idea. There are so many humans out there that they don't have any idea about their humanity or even the way they feel. They don't have an idea. They just get a thought and they act on that, and they get the consequences. They get angry when the things are not going in their own way, and they act on that. Then again they get angry for the outcome that is coming. So if we actually dissect or dissect each and every action, there is always cause for that. There is always actually a background for that. It doesn't come just because she's angry with the small baby. That doesn't work that way. It is not that little baby's problem. That is what I'm trying to say. It is not that little baby's problem. That little baby is being is getting affected due to that mother feeling so helpless. If mother had support, I would say, from mental health perspective, which was rare at that time. I know because a lot of literature we read, we know that it wasn't this evident. Nowadays, even child will know, I face this such and such a situation. I need help. Even children is aware that these are kind of traumatic events and that should be addressed. But olden days, that help wasn't there. So that help didn't, that mother's parents, usually they are busy as well. They are busy as well. They are busy in their own way, so that they don't understand that child's stresses or mental health issues. Because these mental health issues are very prevalent. Stress, some actually even the changes in the brain, some, there are so many issues related to the mental health. But anyway, I think because of the lack of the support, that even postnatal blues, postnatal depression was completely ignored, completely misunderstood, completely not supported at all. And it goes on and on, because when one is having a cycle of low mood, or abnormal mood. There can be abnormal moods too, like paranoia. There's so many other stuff that can happen. So these things is going to be a pattern, and if someone doesn't actually pick it up, that this mother is acting weird, and that weirdness is affecting this little baby, no one is going to intervene, because that mindset was not there. Imagine this happen now. As a doctor, I know, if we even feel slightly that a baby's life is in danger, we act very, very kind of instantly. It would end up baby being taken away from that mother. It doesn't matter, but it just happens because we kind of sense the danger to the baby. But I think 60 years ago, these things were not in place. So the mental health problems in mothers were actually directed or flowed through the kids, and it traumatized the kids. Now we are trying to heal a traumatized kid, but we need to understand that there is always a background. There's always a background. There's nothing without a background. If you're feeling anxious about something, there's always a background. If you're feeling angry about something, there's always a problem. But the problem is, what are you angry about? Are you angry about the uncorrected issues or unresolved issues?
Alertness.
Maybe. But the thing is, it has gone until 18, when she decided to go away from home. And any child, child's life is, we actually talked about this radiant mind. Any child, any baby actually seek touch, seek light, seek the
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same. In the dark of the dreaming night, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. the pierced beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, Buddothpado. Come to see the truth. We will gather together to revel the real world before we come to the age of death. Look around the world, we see wars and violence, but the people of Buddha sees hope. They're not stuck in a loop. They come to the Buddha's word, which is now coming from Buddothpado. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpado. Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath. Wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Ignorance with light, dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion, opening all eyes. Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Truth of life and truth of mind, truth no time can leave behind. Truth of birth and death made clear, the path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
Johnson. May Triple Gem bless you all. We will start the Zoom sermon today. Actually, we we talk every day. I mean, there's 24/7 sermons also now in English medium. Worship Paranwansi for initiating all this to give this beautiful no-self angle to everyone. So we have, I mean, we have touched so many aspects of it, but every day there's different points to say because there's a lot. But at the end, it is the same thing, no self-anger. So if you ask someone what is Buddhism, Buddhism is all about no self-anger. So what is the insight meditation? What's your answer? Insight meditation. What will you say? What's the difference between concentration meditation and insight meditation? I mean, if one only listen to this Dhamma, I think they will be fully aware what is the difference, because piercing one thought actually is not possible if you are floating in a concentration meditative state. So you have to be careful. This can happen, but you have to be careful. You have to be able to distinguish between these things, because awaken to the moment is actually kind of a moment that you fully realize there's never a self. Never a self, but it has to pierce the non-form level as well. Now, actually, Aran Hanse is saying this bit openly. He has done it all the time, but he's sternly saying that because his understanding is very important, the level of the feel. Because if you don't come to the level of the feel, you can float in the form meditative state as well. This is a tricky area where you have to feel it and see, because even the form meditative state is a feel. Right? I haven't much done meditative states. I haven't tried that because our but I can definitely 100% say the difference because of some experiences, rare experiences of concentration meditative states I got while actually listening to Buddothpado Arahanse. And I think I had the rare chance of understanding that they are meditative states, just concentration meditative states, and ignore them. Actually not give any value to that, because if you give value to a concentration meditative state, you might lose the chance of piercing one thought. This piercing one thought is a bit of an art. It needs some skill. It needs some background work. It needs some like background work, I would say. In Sinhala we say paramita, but I don't know a proper word for that. It's like prerequisites. Prerequisites are there, yes, because one has to have very low level of craving and aversion, sloth and stupor, that is the Dinamita. That's the laziness. And so the lazy mind is also not suitable for piercing one thought. Restless mind is not suitable for piercing one thought. and the kukkucha is the worry or the guilt and stuff. They are not suitable for piercing one mind. And also vichikicha is actual doubts about this dhamma, not doubt about someone else, doubt about this dhamma. So the thing is, how can you get rid of doubts about dhamma? This is a very catchy area because you have to actually feel the now self. You have to have the no self experience to actually the doubts to go away fully, because it says buddhi kankati, dhamme kankati, sanghe kankati. There are actually, I can't remember the full list, but there are a list of things that you have the suspicions about, right? So these suspicions are not going to just go away by just by listening. Yes, there is a level. Actually, some others would definitely go to that level. 100%, they might actually fully take it as well, which is so good because, it's such a, they might listen with such a faith that they might feel it just because of that as well, because it's easy to become something or experience something when you're fully into it. So less the suspicions, less the doubts about this Dhamma, it is easy to feel it. And you have to have the good research ability to understand Aranwanse's tips as well, because Aranwanse gives tips in his own way. Like if you say something in a Zoom discussion, I mean, this is for people who actually participate to the Zoom discussions. He might say, you're just thinking. No, this is something you have to feel. And then someone can argue, no, Aranwas, I felt it. I think it is not good enough. I mean, just arguing with Aranwas, no, Aranwas, I felt it. Because Aranwas also has a feeling. So we should just take it as it is and just try to be better, because he's like a father who is trying to guide children. Yeah. It's like a teacher who is trying to guide the classroom children for the leading to the non-vibration. This is not an easy thing, because you can't actually make the horse to drink the water. You can't. I mean, you can push him to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink the water. So even in this Dhamma path, Aranans can push you to the water, but water of Dhamma, but no. He can't actually make you to experience the non-self experience. And this first experience is very valuable. It gives you so much insight. So the importance is when you, not when you actually, if the system experience a moment where stimuli is pierced fully, which we can't predict, which we can't expect, which we can't, which we can try. We can make the causes together so that it will manifest. But you can't really do much about it. Awaken to the moment. If this first experience happens, what happens is there's so much insights into this Dhamma. What are the few insights? I mean, there's a lot. You understand what Margajnana, what Phalajnana is, what you understand what this Dhamma meant, what you understand. Even Pubbē Nivāsanussati Jnana, they are confirmed, kind of confirmed, because you know them by now. Listening to Arananse, the Asakshya Jnana actually begins because the power of you is felt fully in that experience. So your sasa, your systems, that power is felt fully, and then non-self or the non-vibration is felt as well. So you know the gap between that. You can't judge it when you are in the mind power. You can't judge it when you are in the form world. In the sense, if you are trapped in the actual perception, you can't fully get it, even though you know the light. We feel light, but the light perception is different. This is the thing. It's slightly different to the light feel. But they are both same. Sanya Vedana, they are both same kind of the sensation and the perception, they are kind of same. And yesterday, actually, Aranansi was talking in the 5 o'clock one also, how this Bhavasanya works. What is Bhavasanya is actually existence perception. Why do we have an existence perception is due to the ignorance. Why do we have self-perception is also due to the ignorance. So why do we have a existence perception? Is because of the ignorance where we haven't felt anything else. But if we understood that it is nothing to do with the existence perception, it's actually the fast vibration of that or the speed. If you really get it, existence perception is challenge. It's challenge. Then as soon as you fully get it that this is the speed of the sensory function, actually there is an non-existence perception now. No self-perception is there. Because we said now self-perception is hand in hand with the self-perception is hand in hand with this existence perception. Bhavasanya is hand in hand with the Atma Sanya. When there is a perception of existence, self-perception is anyway there, right? Yes. But if you fully realize at one point, in one experience, if you fully realize that it is the speed of the sensory organ, Dhamma has to come there properly, then this existence feel would be actually not there. And the self-perception is also not there then. It's kind of a release from that power. But this understanding, that is why the darshaniya or the truth is the most important aspect to become a stream enterer. You can't enter the stream without knowing any of these things, in the sense without feeling any of this. So what are you feeling? I started the talk as I get deviated, sorry. What I ask you, what are the insights you get from no self experience? So one insight is there is one stimuli at a time, and that stimuli is, if that stimuli is felt as a thing, 100% it is the feel of self is there. But if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, in the sense this goes deep into the field side as well, then alive feel is not there. This is very, very important, because this alive feel is the culprit for the whole self view. So this another insight is actually this relationship between bhavasanya and atmasanya, in the sense perception of existence and self-perception. So what do you think? The another one is actually this being born is actually in one fraction of a second, in the sense one thought, one stimuli, being born. And another insight is, if you are not born in that moment, if you are not born, there is no death. Because some people actually come to the level of sasa also, and then the Dhamma doesn't come properly, gets stuck in that. But most of the time, no one comes to the level of sasa, in the sense, what is sasa? The tense, and get stuck in the form meditative state, or mainly form meditative state, where you will have the perceptions and you are in a meditative state. And non-form meditative states are rare, but it can also happen rarely, where you will go into a non-feel without any insight. Without any insight. So you might start not to feel anything. And that's not the point either. Because you losing your experience is very critical for this Dhamma. Not you losing other sensory aspects. So if someone says, I don't feel anything, I don't answer now, you have to be careful. Because Aranasa can understand. In that moment, he might say, that's so good, because in a way, it's according to the student. If the student is full known for a long time and fully aware about what was happening, then its answer may be different, but you have to be very careful when you come to that level. You're just saying, I don't feel anything, I answer. Because that statement itself is a bit suspicious, isn't it? Yeah. Because it doesn't say that, have you ever felt you losing your experience? It's not explained there. So that's where the importance of discussion is valuable. If you don't, and if Aranhan says not able to participate to the Zoom discussions, you may cry one day. Because you haven't actually discussed about Dhamma with him in an open. I don't think it's very easy. There's so many times he's there. And you don't have to bother him personally as well, because. And another thing that came in our English discussion also, the English word actually came nicely there in the discussion. Personalization. Even this consciousness is personalized. That's the word that came up in that discussion. It's so good that when people discuss this, some kind of matching words come up, because we are actually struggling with English words to say this. Even Sinhala words, there is a problem, because every time we say something, there's a mental picture out of that, and you go into mental picture. If someone says sukha, so you have a mental picture of sukha. You have, if someone says non-vibration, you have a mental picture of non-vibration. If someone says arupa dhyana, you have a non-form meditation state, you have a mental picture. What it is, the difference is actual mental picture is useless, because as it is the same way as someone having a PhD. Again, there's so many mental pictures. So, but it doesn't necessarily matter, but the experience does matter. Experience does matter. So, what we were trying to say. So, this personalization, even the touch sense is personalized. To come to that level, you have to exit the form level to even understand this 10th level. If the perception is there, even if it has a sound, then it's not form level, non-form level. It is the form level. So this cutting through and through a stimulus is not easy as you think. It might not arise as you think. just because you want. This initial understanding about Dhamma will helps to fully get rid of the Sakkaya Ditthi or the wrong view. What is the wrong view? That there is a self. Because you feel otherwise. In the sense you feel something completely different suddenly, then you know, well, it's not true. It's very good if everyone can come to the Zoom sermons, Zoom discussion, Sinhala or English. Sinhala one is fantastic because Arana says there. English one is good if you can actually participate so that our English Zoom discussion will improve. Actually, because we have to deliver this to the whole world, we are not actually trying to do anything there. Our best ability, we are trying to deliver this to the whole world where this would help even in another 2000 years time, another 500 years time, whatever the time, this might help. You know, Buddha Sasana is actually when there is manifestation of non-self, wherever, when, it doesn't matter how. If there's manifestation of no-self, there is Buddha Sasana. So whether it's a village mother, whether it doesn't matter. Just by putting on a robe or just by putting on a opening up a monastery and declaring that you are a monk who is going in this path doesn't necessarily mean that Buddha Sasana is there. What is Buddha Sasana? Buddhist, I don't know what Sasana is actually. Buddhist, Buddhism is not there. Actually, Buddhism is there when there is manifestation of non-vibration. What do you think? Yeah. It is very important to manifest this as much as possible so that it becomes a power actually against vibration. It happened in Lord Buddha's time. He spread it and a lot of people actually became the non-vibration. In the sense, a lot of vibrations became the non-vibration with the help of Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha is the power, the non-vibration power center. And likewise, Aranansi is the power of non-vibration these days. If anyone is trying to achieve the non-vibration, they will end up near Aranansi anyway. Whether it is a Zoom discussion, whether it's a Zoom sermon, whether it is talking to him personally, whether it's over the phone, it doesn't matter. Or from a YouTube channel. If you are going to touch the non-vibration, yes, 100% you will have to cross path with Aranansi. So every one of you who has listened to our advice is very fortunate. But the problem is he can't make you to drink the water. You have to actually feel like drinking the water. This non-vibration experience is rare, but the non-vibration experience should arise on its own. If you experience it multiple times, you fully realize that how this works. What do you think? This actually, what do you feel? Every day I correct that. Because what you think is not that important, but thinking also is important because you have to fully understand what we are saying. So we'll go back to the basics. How is this alive feel is formed? How is this self-perception is formed? How is this self-view is formed? Okay, self-view is there when the chair view is there. Do you get it? Now, we said Bhava Sanya is there, Atma Sanya is there, right? That's the word we used in Sinhala, or the actual, there are Pali words also. That means existence perception is there, self-perception is there, right? You can't escape them. They are kind of acting together. They are not similar, but they are acting together. If this is here, this is here, right? Yes, this is here, this is here. This is not there, this is not there. Sorry if I'm making everything confused. So when the existence perception is not there, the self-perception is not there. How would you not get the how would you not get the existence perception? You have to know the Dhamma. Dhamma should appear correctly if you were to lose this existence perception. It should appear nicely. It should appear in that angle to lose the Bhavasanya or the existence perception. How would you lose it? Only through darshana, only through the truth, only through the this Dhamma understanding this phenomena of speed causing all this problem. Speed is the reason for this consciousness. Speed is the reason you got the perception of existence. Wow. Yeah, it's actually a wow. I mean, we can say wow to a lot of things, you know. You see a cake, you can say wow. If you see, what else can you say wow? Beautiful dress, you can say wow. But this is an unbelievable wow, actually. Seeing your own vibration. Catching your own tense, catching your own vibration. It's a massive thing that you have never done ever before in this whole samsaric thought journey or the stimuli journey. Because what is living? Living is stimuli, 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 stimuli. That is thought in another word. It doesn't necessarily need to be the mental formations. It can be the basic organism level as well. That is what is we call living, isn't it? Yes. Perception becoming a thing is what is living. Consciousness. If a perception comes speedily, it becomes consciousness. If the mental perception comes speedily, it becomes mental consciousness. That's the sixth sensor. If the light, the perception of light comes very speedily, it becomes light consciousness. That's why we get the existence perception. You have to catch this problem. What problem? This power. Then you know what your power is. Then you know what your power is. It's very important to know what your power is, because everyone is bluffing in some way when you say, "Oh, I feel better now." In the perception level, or in the form level, or in the mind side, whatever you say is kind of irrelevant, because it's a bit tricky when you say anything in the mind side. Mind, you can say anything. One time you can say, "I'm very truthful," and one time you can say, "I'm not truthful." The mind changes so dramatically. So mind can say, "I didn't feel shaken at that moment." Or mind can say, "I was shaken a lot at that moment." Which one is right? None of these things are right. Why? You're thinking now. What you're thinking is irrelevant. How much burning you have is the main important thing. Even that is a bit controversial, isn't it? Because what you think burning as in the mind, when you are in the mind, is different to actual feel. You can't really understand about that power without exiting the dream world. So now if you go to whenever someone is giving a call from Buddothpado to the English, so we hear peacock sound. Peacock sometimes cries in a different, like a big different sound. You might have heard that, yeah. Just imagine that sound. Just imagine you were like very calm and quiet. Everything is silent. Suddenly you hear this sound of the peacock. the sound of the peacock will come directly, right? Because you are an adult, if you have heard it before, if you know it is the sound of a peacock, you don't have to say it aloud to understand that it is the sound of a peacock. The perception is coming. But in a moment, you might actually pierce this perception aspect of it and get into the direct sound of it. You may. Then you fully realize how much taints you have because that's felt so strongly. Because you are in the field side. And definitely if Dhamma comes properly, you fully realize what is giving rise to bhavasanya, or the existence perception and the self-perception. Fully realize as is the speed of the sensory organ. And then for a moment you might lose this both actually. That is where the no self-perception arises. That's the beginning of the no self-perception actually. That is the important point Aran is trying to get everyone to feel. Not a meditative state. I mean, it's very easy to get a meditative state. Mm. Life is full of moments, isn't it? Actually, if you go out into the garden, it's becoming very cold in here in Australia. At this moment, sun is rising through the mountain. We live near a mountain. Uh, but we'll take that example. So it's very, very, now, even yesterday, Alan also was saying, he has said this multiple times, there can be two people standing in front of this mountain, right? looking at the mountain. One would be Lord Buddha, one would be just a layperson, or maybe someone who is going in this path also. What's the difference between so empty look without self and look with self? How can you differentiate these two? Both are looking at the same mountain. Look empty of self, look full of self. Both are looking at it, both are commenting about it, both are talking about it, both are saying it's so beautiful. Some parts of it is covered by mist, right? It's so difficult, isn't it? Yeah, it is difficult. Only someone who fully realize Lord Buddha will know that Lord Buddha is looking at it without self. Normal layperson who has met Lord Buddha today will not know anything about that. They will feel they are both looking at the same thing in the same way as a human would be. So is Lord Buddha a human? Actually, Lord Buddha answered that question from someone. Someone asked him, are you a human? He said, no. That must have baffled that the person who asked that question. Nowadays, if you say that, they'll send police also. It will be very tricky, isn't it? Yeah, because people are so scared about the variations and they don't want variations. Yeah, Lord Buddha said, no, I'm not a human. And the other person asked, are you a Brahma? Are you a God? Are you a... he kept on asking whatever the words they had at that time. Are you a Gandhabba? Are you a... I don't know, I can't even remember now the list of things he asked. Lord Buddha said no to everything. And he has to say something. He said, Buddha, because Buddha means no one, actually. There's no self. People are so engrossed in this self-view, no one can even understand this. And even that Upaka didn't understand that bit. He went away. Okay. He said, okay. And he walked away. He didn't fully realize what he said. He came back a long time after that and actually ordained and fully realized that's a different thing. But at that moment, he didn't realize what he heard even. He just took it as a fact, and he didn't challenge that either. He was like, okay. He took it as bluntly like that. He took it as like that. And that, in a way, he was not ready for that discussion anyway. One has to imagine if that was Upatissa Kolita. Upatissa Kolita, they became Lord Buddha's, they were called two hands, like, because they became the main like students kind of thing, main students. But just imagine Upatissa coming there and asking Lord Buddha these questions. He will definitely get it somewhat. Because remember, the Asaji Swamin Hanse, Asaji Venerable, actually told only one sentence. Lord Buddha says, cause and effect Dhamma. That's all he said. He didn't say a lot. He said something along that line, and Upatissa actually fully entered the path. This is the thing. So they must I mean, in that era, everyone must have been thinking, what is this? What is this? What is this? Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? And when Asajitero says something like this, Lord Buddha says cause and effect, Dhamma, definitely he got it. Okay, that means this must be due to causes. There can't be someone here. This must be something due to the causes. That was good enough. Just imagine. Just imagine. Just imagine the Peshakara Dini coming there and suddenly Lord Buddha asking, where are you coming from? I get baffled by this every day. I appreciate Lord Buddha, and the Peshakara Dini is a daughter who does sewing. Actually, not sewing, it's called something else, but it's kind of something to do with making the clothes. And you see, imagine the vibration there, right? Just imagine the vibration there, the matching there. He asked one question, where are you coming from? She said, don't know. Everyone got baffled because even they knew where she's coming from. Like when we say we are coming from New South Wales, something like that. Or Australia. And what actually, where are you going to? And she said, I don't know, something like that. My story may be not fully correct because I can't remember, but just imagine this vibration. Can you feel the difference between the people who talk in a different anger? So that anger, it's all about no self anger, and about this aviññānaka. Saviññānaka is actually pertaining to the self, but aviññānaka it's not taken as self. Beautiful, isn't it? Because all the answers were in that aspect. To match like that, to match like that. Isn't it so beautiful to match the Lord Buddha's question, that deep question? If someone gave a superficial answer, Lord Buddha will know definitely that it didn't click, but it's fine. But still, this clicked, and everyone shouted at her saying, you are just making Lord Buddha tired by saying stuff like this. And Lord Buddha said, no, fully realize that. So their talk is all about non-vibration. Their talk is about vibration and non-vibration, not self. Because self-anger is very primitive. Very primitive. To believe that there is someone here and everything is happening. Science, if you want to really know the science, know the science of no self-anger. There's no one here, but what is there? There is a vibration. There are characteristics of this vibration which are forming this glue-like effect. So we'll talk about the light perception. Is light perception true? But you feel something, isn't it? You know that the light perception is not true, right? Yeah, but you feel something. What do you feel? That's the speed. Speed of the perception. But the problem is people think about this. Thinking about this is useless. It should come when the experience happens of this piercing. So all the conditions should be conducive to that moment. All the prerequisites, all the moments, all the reasons should be conducive for that. You should be in a very awakened moment, not in a dhyana moment, not in a some kind of concentration should be there, but not dragged into a meditative state. There shouldn't be any subconscious aversion or craving in that moment. There shouldn't be any judgment on any worry or any restlessness in that mind. There shouldn't be any sloth or stupor. We talked about it. It should be full in alert level. And you shouldn't be having any doubts about this Dhamma. Even if when Naranansi says, awaken to the moment, if you have any doubts about that, you won't, maybe you won't feel it. To be very careful. Very careful. Let alone people who shout at him about his Dhamma. I mean, he's not taking them anyway personally, so there's nothing personalized in that system. What happens? They go back. They bounce back, right? Yes, they bounce back. So you have to have fully understanding of what Aranansi says, not the physical part of it, nothing like that. It's not anything about that, because Lord Buddha also, if you take it as a person, he's normal human. But what is the powerful bit about non-self Dhamma? So with all these preconditions, prerequisites, and all the conducive mental background, yeah, the moment may arise. But what about Dhamma? What about this truth? If truth doesn't come, the moment is wasted. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing even in meditative states. Just imagine you are in a floating state of meditative state. Nothing will come there. But this Dhamma is in the background. If you are feeling, so it should have a proper awakened mind for that. Not a sleepy mind, not a meditative state mind. So if you are fully into this Dhamma and you haven't understood this non-vibration properly, in the sense you have to find the vibration of you and then become the non-vibration. Non-vibration is none. Like it's not anyone's non-vibration. Vibration is yours. Yes, because one's vibration doesn't match another one. Vibration is yours, kind of. Actually, it's a metaphor I'm using. It's not yours either. Vibration is you. But what I'm trying to say is vibration is different from person to person. But non-vibration, it's not different. It's the same state. Becoming the non-vibration is a different story, because as when you fully realize this Dhamma by experience, then slowly, then what happens is your center decentralized now. The self is shattered in the center. So what happens to this aversion and what happens to this anger, jealousy, conceit, malevolence, guilt? What happens to them? Well, they are helpless now. What do you think? They are helpless now. Why? There's no owner now in heaven. What can they do? They can't do anything. It has to die down slowly. There's no ownership. There's no personalization. So the actual, these phenomena will actually have, when they have no owner, they will slowly lose that power. It takes time though. Just imagine a mother, like I'm a mother too, so I'm relating to that a lot. As a mother, if your children are like in 20s and there's a variation all the time because the children may be in different ages. So imagine there's a small child as well as a 19-year-old or something. Just imagine your life, more than half of, or less than half of your lifetime is spent with the child, right? Yes. And how many times have you been born with that stimuli? That's what it is, yeah? So the perception of son or the daughter is the way that you brought up your own self-perception. How many times you felt you is due to that son or the daughter. So they are very valuable, isn't it? Yes, yes. Right. You had, just imagine you had 100, just a number, 100 perceptions in a day, maybe more than that. But just imagine that you had 100. Just imagine 95 came from that son or this child of yours. Then 95% of the time, 95 times, you felt you because of that child. I mean, that's the basic thing. It is you that you feel all the time. You don't feel anyone else. You have never seen your child. You have never touched your child. You have no experience with the actual outer world at all anyway. At all, okay? Not at all. Because it's a perception world. But there's a feel, right? Yes, what do you feel? You feel the speed of the sensory function. It's very, very beautiful Dhamma if you can fully realize that how the son or the daughter became, how the child became so important in your life. What about the 20 years before? Just imagine you got married at 20 and then, nah, so what about the 20 years before? There are several things, maybe mother, maybe father, maybe brother, sister, maybe school, maybe studies, maybe the job. Something becomes very important at one time, isn't it? Yeah, that's the most time that you felt you. If there is one episode where it will be ingrained in the system, like a traumatic event, just imagine there's a traumatic event that you were harassed or bullied or damaged physically. Just imagine in that way, it becomes the thing that brings you all the time, then it becomes so magnified. That is the you. So child is you. The traumatic event is you. Mother, father, they are you. So that's what I'm saying. This Lord Buddha's Dhamma, what is explained through Aranwanse is so beautiful. Aranwanse is bringing it to the world, but the extent of it is not in the, no one is discussing it properly. I invite all the venerables to drop their curtains, drop their actually barriers and fully realize this. Because if you fully understand that the stimuli in front of you is you, that's it. There has never been a self there. It's just the stimuli which happen. Because there are sensory organs, you feel something that is what is there. That's the speed of the sensory organ only. So if you fully realize that, the self view shattered, suffering has 3 layers in it. Suffering, you can talk about suffering when you lose your friend, you suffer. When you lose your money, you suffer. That's actually a very superficial level of suffering. But there's a deeper aspect to that. When there is craving, when there's ignorance, there's a deeper layer of suffering. The life field itself is suffering when you don't know about it. If you're fully aware about it, there's no suffering at all. When the Dhamma comes properly and there's no you, and then experiences would be there until the system stops working. And we talked about, so the death is a perception, as we told. What happens is this body stops working. But even that, there's so many assumptions about death, which is complicating the picture. So be careful about, I told you, this experience would give you the understanding that the death is actually not a thing. What happens is the arising and the cessation of the stimuli only. So you understanding you is good enough, but you losing you is the best. Because you can understand you. That's not the actual experience. Actual experience is you losing you. That's important. How would you lose you? How would you actually fully realize this Dhamma, and how would you feel that? If it is felt once, it becomes a big thing, right? Yeah, because it's the first time, it becomes a big thing. But then with time, it doesn't become a big thing. Because if it's a big thing again, that you can't become the non-vibration. If any perception is a big thing, you can't become that. You know, you don't really think about brushing your teeth. It just happens when you wake up, right? Yeah, this non-self vibration should be, non-self perception should be as normal as like that. It is the new normal now. What do you think? Again, how do you feel? Yeah, it's this Dhamma about. I keep losing track sometimes. Sorry about that. I would definitely try to, because from time to time I have learned from Arananse that we should talk about this whole phenomena again and again. How to go back to the beginning of our life, to the fetal level, and try and understand, or not the fetal level. Fetal level you can't go through the mind. It should be a feel. But to the kindergarten time, or the baby in the cot level, and try and see what happened there, how this perception started, how this self-perception got magnified. The self-perception is actually there even in a subtle way in the field side as well. That's the thing. This is very, very tricky area where you should do your own research. So we'll talk about it again tomorrow. Thank you, Aran Hansa, for your noble guidance. I actually greatly wish everyone that Triple Gem will bless you and you fully realize this Dhamma, the no self angle, and become the non-vibration. To become the non-vibration, you have to experience it at least momentarily. And that should actually become normalized. That's the thing. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you everyone who is holding these Zoom sermons in the background. They should also time to time come and speak with Arananse, letting down your curtains and actually tell what you feel, how your ego has come down. Because it's a tricky, this Dhamma is very tricky area. When we can't discuss over these some sermons, you will feel sad otherwise. So It's for everyone. But whenever you have a chance, share your vibration with non-vibration and see what the gap is. Definitely, if there is a gap, there is a gap. You can't prevent it. You can't do much about it by force, isn't it? You can't. It's okay. So, may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nirvana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats and sermons fast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. And first of all, let's all worship at the feet of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our spiritual teacher, for sharing this beautiful truth of life, or the ultimate truth of nothingness with the entire mankind. So this 24-hour English Zoom is the newest venture introduced by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse with the intention of passing this message of nothingness in the sense absence of the self in this body and the mind. That because if fortunately someone realizes this, the absence of the self, that is the end of all suffering. So this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddhajanan Mahanse disclosed this never heard before Dhamma, and it is the Dhamma of dependent origination. Things happen due to certain conditions and causes. This is cause and effect Dhamma. So before this cause and effect Dhamma was disclosed to the world, there were a lot of practices, lot of religions. So basically, the action and effect Dhamma, which originates from Hinduism, the action and effect Dhamma. If you perform good actions or good karmas, you will have positive results, and if you perform bad karmas or bad actions, the results will be really bad. So repercussions would be so adverse. So that is the practice that they had before the before Lord Buddha disclosed this cause and effect Dhamma. So this Dhamma talks about impermanence of phenomena. Impermanence, that is not to say there aren't things or there are things. That is to say, if the when there are certain conditions and causes, there will be certain effect. So, from a practical perspective, let's try to understand what this concept is. So, here seated in a garden, I perceive
different types of flowers. So in front of me there are small plants of periwinkle. In Sri Lanka, in Sinhalese, we used to call them minimal, periwinkle, white and purple flowers. So they are blooming because it's early morning here. They are in full bloom actually. So the moment the eye perceived this bunch of colors, how did this periwinkle or minimal came to me? That is this Dhamma all about. That is what this Dhamma is all about. And on the other side, there are actually two bushes which are in full bloom. They are Ashoka in Sinhala or Ixora in more understandable term for you that in English, Ixor. So how the moment the eye captured the bunch of colors, how did it become Ashoka or Ixora? And there is a beautiful palm tree on this side. It's just a bunch of colors for the eye, but how does this Ixora, the palm tree, it's not a coconut tree, that I don't know the exact name. So the uh, label like a coconut tree then got entangled with this. That I don't know the exact name of the plant, this palm tree. So at once a tree like a coconut tree just came, and all entities, I mean, all visual formations comes with a name, some form of name arise. Then there is another plant, it's we call it Coca-Cola. So in Sinhala. So actually I don't know the English word for that. So that the moment the visual formation arises, that Coca-Cola tree gets attached or entangled with that visual formation. So how does this happen? That is what Lord Buddha explained as the thought formation. He beautifully explained this in this cause and effect Dhamma. How when certain uh, causes and conditions arise, there will be certain effect. And there are some more plants of different colors. The moment I captures these shapes, the kolias, the label arises. Then the next plant, marigold, or in Sinhala call it daspetia. And there is a beautiful bird. So the colors are different. I have never seen it before, but it looks like a pigeon. Definitely has the shape of a pigeon, but not that grey color. It is black and white, and actually the coloring is almost like the that of a magpie, the polkinja, but the shape is pigeon. So how does all this come? It's actually if you need to find them, if you are inquisitive, you have to listen to these sermons. You have to read the Buddhist philosophy. You have to listen to the Buddhist philosophy. Actually, before listening to these sermons or discovering the truth, proper truth, we never bothered to find about them. We never knew that these things matter. How did this name and form get entangled? How do all the associated details arise now? I told you about the periwinkle plant which is in full bloom. So the moment that I captures this and it becomes periwinkle, all the associated data. Honestly, when we were very small, this periwinkle plant was grown only in graveyards. Actually, they were not uh, grown in home gardens. So now see all these associated data like the periwinkle. I remember there was a graveyard in my hometown. Um, I mean, in a small village actually of Matara, Sri Lanka. So there was a small graveyard where they bury the dead bodies, and there were a lot of periwinkle plants. And we used to, if we happened to go to, there was actually tea estate beyond that, so we used to visit that place passing this graveyard. So as a kid I used to run fast passing that graveyard, and this periwinkle flower brought that memory, bringing in the sense not just somebody is doing this, so I am recalling that past memory. It automatically synchronized all the associated data, and actually the story. Now, those days, this plant was grown around graveyards, but now it has become a plant in each and every home garden, because in Sri Lanka also now the periwinkle plant is in demand. It's because of the diversity of colors and the blooming nature. So, how does all these data, and there is again a plant, Ixora plant. My mother was so fond of these plants, and my mother had this Ixora of all colors in her garden at that time. So with that, the memory of the mother and the fact that mother is no longer there, so some sad feeling. It also results in some. So how do all these bundles and bundles of data arise? Are they stored somewhere, or are they just arising as a natural phenomenon? So this is what we have to understand. This is how we should understand Dhamma through a practical lens, practical perspective. So let's try to uh, untangle them one by one. So this periwinkle, it's just bunch of colors for the eye. This bunch of colors again, they are also labels. Bunch, a child in the court may not know what a bunch is. Even the colors, child in the court with the radiant mind may not know what the colors are. This bunch of colors is also something that we learned at the preschool level. Teacher introduced the colors: red, blue, green, white, gray, black, made us repeat these words, and then showed us the color flashcards and get us to repeat. So that way, certain color was entangled with a certain label as red, blue, white, yellow. After that, the colors became a part of our life. After that, whenever I perceived certain color, uh, without any difficulty, we used to identify it as red. We used to identify it as black. and green, yellow, red. So that happened like that. Now going back to the periwinkle plant, the I perceived a bunch of colors, and at once, in no time gap, there was no time gap. At once it became periwinkle. How did it happen? Because it's a natural phenomenon. It was not done by me. It was not done by anyone else. Dahidang attakatam bimban nahidang parakatang agam. That's the Buddha's word. It's not done by you, nor by someone else. It's the nature. It's the nature. Now, if you plant a seed, it would grow. You may put manure and water. That's a different matter. But still, the growth is done by. I don't know. It happens. It's due when the causes are present, when there's water, when there's soil, when there's a seed, when there's required land, plant will grow. The growth is not done by anyone. And now we know the world, this planet uh, revolves and it rotates. Both happen. But is it done by someone? Now we know about the gravity power of the world. Now if you jump up, you will fall down. How come that? When certain causes and conditions are there, things happen. That's nature. That's actually nature. So similarly, the bunch of colors becoming periwinkle plant, or the bunch of colors becoming ixora, or the bunch of colors becoming the tree like coconut tree, the bird like the pigeon, and the marigold, foliage, and a figure. Now a figure appeared. At once an Australian, not the Sri Lankan. So where does it come from? So when I go to the street, yeah, it's an Indian. He's a Sri Lankan. So how does this identification, this labeling happen? It's the name form entanglement, the sensory experiences comes with the label. But for that to happen, that perception should be stabilized at some point in the past. So after that, it doesn't get stored in the mind and we don't retrieve it. Everything happens instantaneously. That is the truth. Everything happens instantaneously. This periwinkle, the label, got attached. I told you a memory. I related the memory. When I was very small, there was a graveyard in my hometown. So when we walked past that place, somebody said it's called minimal. Minimal. It's minimal. So to hear the word minimal gave us a shock at that time. We used to run because we actually, if you go deeper, this minimal reminds us of the ghosts also. Those because ghosts are always, we used to believe there are ghosts in the graveyard. So such a bad memory, but now actually it's grown in our gardens because of its lovely colors and the blooming nature. So that's not the point, but how did this minimal periwinkle thing I learned later at school when we were drawing flowers on a page and labeling them. At that point. So I remember now the English teacher of my grade, maybe 7 or 8 at that time, the class also popped up. So how does this happen? That is what this Dhamma all about. Don't you like to explore this? Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it worth trying to understand? So if you really understand this mind creation, you find answers for a lot of your doubts actually. You can account for a lot of things that happen that we thought that we are doing. So you will gradually realize it's not done by us. So ignorantly, I might have thought, the name periwinkle, I just remembered. I remembered how um, I was running uh, by the graveyard as a child, and I remembered, I recollected those reminiscences, that beautiful past, the cherished memories of the past, how my mother had a lovely garden with all these ixora flowers and orchids. So all the I would have enjoyed, I mean, ignorantly think as they were existed, really existed things. So such a we so that does the ignorance. Then but now because of Dhamma, now this is the best example to show the self angle and the non-self angle. So self angle, my mother used to have a beautiful garden full of ixora plants. She used to prune them, she used to manure them, she used to look after them, so nurture the plants. She had a lot of orchids wherever she goes. She actually there's a it is a main aspect in her agenda to stop at plant nursery and buy some plants. She doesn't mind. She was so much into gardening. So I could have gone to town with this story, and mother who is no longer there become so real, and those memories. I think we had a lovely garden, and then so on and so forth. So that is the self angle. If the world around me, I mean, we can, but ultimately they are just mere strings of thoughts. But the strong self perception who had the mother with the beautiful garden, and that is the knot that we have to untangle through this Dhamma. And coming back to the periwinkle or minimal, so this bunch of colors, I told the bunch of colors itself is a label that you got at the preschool. Then I perceived some shapes. Actually, it's light. We see the now. I see the purple flowers, then the white flowers, then the green leaves, and then the stem. Stem is slightly brown towards brown. So all these variations. Then the background I see, there's a like gravel path. So in the background, it's like the background I see the gravel soft light brown. So these variations are the actually existing colors? No, they are again the variations of color. Sorry, light variations of light. Because I perceives light, so these leaves, purple flowers, then the buds, then the white flowers, then the background. So we can separate them. Separately, we can see the leaves separate, like as if they are just now, like if you draw this in a paper, So you would show the outline of flowers, leaves, the stem, the background. So they are also the variations of light only. Because I perceives light, shapes of light. We call that in Sinhala as Aloka Satahan, Varna Satahan. So this, the moment we open our mouth with the word, it becomes a label given to something at some point. So this, the consciousness, this is the consciousness. Now, the things, these animate entities like systems have a consciousness, it separates, it can separately identify these flower, leaves, that is done actually by the consciousness. So the the now we see this plant, the different flowers, stem, buds, the background separately because of this consciousness, and actually it's the variations of light only. We label the light as variations of light as colors, and then these small parts. Now at once I see the, now I'm getting a closer look at it while talking. So it is the stem, it is the leaf, it is the white flower, it is the purple flower, it is the gravel path that is the bed. So all these, without any effort, I see white flowers, purple periwinkle flowers, the gravel path, the stem, and the buds. How do all these data pop up at once? That is the Buddha's word. That is the Lord Buddha's word. Monks, once you make ghee or butter out of milk, you cannot convert it into milk again. So in yesterday's Dhamma discussion was also this was pointed out. And the milk, you make milk, you make ghee or butter out of milk, but there's no way that you can make milk from butter. So this is the metaphor given by Lord Buddha to explain this complex natural phenomenon. So once somebody comes to know that it is the periwinkle or minimal, always it would be periwinkle or minimal. Once somebody comes to know that it is a leaf, always the moment the eye captures the shape, it becomes the leaf. The more the introduction of the stem, the gravel path, everything, once done, it's forever done. So remember this metaphor. So Lord Buddha himself uses a lot of metaphors because he knew that it is so challenging for a human mind to capture this. Because it's ironic, we are using the mind to master the mind. Master the mind in the sense, but understand the mind, realize, rather understanding, realizing the mind, the function. So it's what happens is once this concept, this theme and form gets entangled, it's forever. It becomes a periwinkle. Actually, this periwinkle the moment this flower becomes true, yeah, that identification, periwinkle is there, but still in that stimulus, the softness of the petals, the smell, actually it doesn't have a specific smell, but still that smell, that texture of the petals, then if as a child I have lived it, that taste, everything is there in that periwinkle. Otherwise, it's just an image like a photo. Image in a photo, what I captures is like just a reflection that there are reflections that falls in the mirrors in the camera lens, but it doesn't come as three-dimensional thing. This three-dimensional nature is again a fake thought only. I cannot capture the three-dimensional nature. But since we have touched it, we have smelled it, we have felt that the round nature of the stem, the nature of the leaf, the moment periwinkle arises, it naturally comes as a three-dimensional existing entity. It is due to the uh, previous perceptions, perasanya, previous perceptions, previous experiences, becoming current experiences in no time. So actually now the plants in a distance are just like, just like photos. Now if you look at the garden, the eye doesn't know now the cottage is little further from this palm tree. And then the lawn starts here from the foreground and it runs towards um, the veranda of the cottage. It is up to that point, that distance. And then the ixora bush is in front of the palm tree. And there is a garden bench on the left. No, all these are again the things that arise due to the previous perceptions. So just imagine if we have never touched a chair or never moved a chair, never touched a tree, never touched a like an ixora bush or never gone into a cottage. It would remain if we do not have any understanding of near and far concept, the distance. They are also concepts. It would only be a photo. So I perceives only the bunch of colors. So consciousness separates them as the different, that actually the thickness of the light may be, we see this separate chair, the ixora bush, the palm tree, again the garden lamp, marigold bush, then there is a temple flower bush, then the veranda, then the entrance to the cottage. So the consciousness separates them. So this is the dependent origination Dhamma that Lord Buddha disclosed. How it is, we have to look at it from our life, our experience. So this periwinkle plant, actually we go into detail now. So as a child of age 4, when the eye, because eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and the mind, the six sense faculties. In Buddhist philosophy, mind is also a sense faculty. In the first place, we should know that. In primary science, even we are taught that sense faculties, there are five sense faculties: eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin, or body. But on top of that, the mind arises uh, as a result of these sense faculties, the five sense faculties. So that is a basic concept of Buddhist philosophy. So this I perceived this shape, then nose perceived the smell of it, tongue, if I licked, perceived the taste of it, body, the skin perceived the tactility, the touch sensation, and then ear, somebody said it's periwinkle, it's minimal, and the mind actually that is the rising of the mind. Then that periwinkle got entangled with the sensory inputs, all sensory inputs, the shape of the flower, smell of the flower, that softness of the flower, then the taste of the flower, if tasted, and then the sound periwinkle to the ear. It comes as a single shot, and that is the mind consciousness or the mind. When all sensory inputs come together, we call it the mind consciousness. Otherwise, we don't have an existing mind. So the next moment, when you look at the Ixora plant, all the sensory inputs, I mean, we don't have time to analyze them into different parts. At once, the Ixora arrives, that is the mind consciousness, because in that Ixora plant, the thickness or the softness of it, the smell, taste, and the visual image with the label Ixora, and that all five in single shot is called the thought or the stimulus or the mind consciousness, the rising of the mind consciousness. Similarly, the chair, the thickness of the chair, the hardness, the colors, the shape, the taste, smell, and the word chair all come together the moment. The beauty is when a single sensory faculty captures all six come together. That the moment I captures this shape, it becomes the palm tree. The moment I captures this, it becomes the periwinkle. When it becomes periwinkle, all the data taken by the six sense inputs, basically the sense faculties, the five sense faculties come at once, come as a single shot. Now I'm going to the next step. This coming as a single shot. What is coming as a single shot? It's like now the existing periwinkle plant comes as a single shot. No, that's not the thing. This periwinkle plant is again a bunch of vibrations from a scientific perspective. It's bunch of vibrations or everything, the smallest particle of matter is the eight pure elements, which is a vibration. So these vibrations happen, always vibrate with a certain frequency. And this physical eye or the physical body is another thick bunch of vibrations. They also are in the vibratory nature. They vibrate in a certain frequency. So when the frequencies of these vibrations or the waves match, they interact. So the periwinkle flower, the vibrations of that, when it tallies with the vibrations of the physical light, that automatic interaction happens. That is a natural phenomenon. Opposing the waves of opposing terminals interact, positive, negative, like a battery. Always we give the example of the battery. How does it generate electricity? Because the positive terminal and the negative terminal connect, gets connected, then it automatically generates some power. So here also the eye, this reflection means the interaction of vibrations that of similar frequencies. In the, that happens and that power is generated. That does not last there. It is not just a single vibration. The vibration as a beam, as a flow, it rises at great speed. And then we feel as if the was the periwinkle, and we feel in no time the fact that it exists is also is made aware. We feel as if it exists out there. Feel as if there is an existing periwinkle plant. There is an existing palm tree. There is an existing ixora bush. There is an existing chair. There is an existing cottage. There is an existing bird that actually I don't know the name even, which is like a pigeon or which has the coloration of the magpie. So it's so beautiful because now this interaction of nothing but the interaction of waves. So this existence wheel is the problem. Otherwise, you can enjoy seeing anything, enjoying in the sense that when we talk about enjoying, of course, there is the existence feel and the self existence feel too. Too. So here, the this power, the moment we see this happens in split second, a fraction of a second. So seeing the periwinkle plant means okay, that existing, we ignorantly accept the existence of the periwinkle plant. With that, I arise. We can't say the plant only exists. The moment we accept the plant as an existing entity, the notion of self or the, the self perception arises. Self-existence feel arises as if I am experiencing the periwinkle plant. So that is where the duality arises. So the ultimate truth I told is the absence of a self. Now see this no self, that absence of a self goes down and we feel an existing self because this duality. I am here, the periwinkle plant is there, the duality. I am here watching the ixora plant. I am here watching that beautiful bird. So that duality is the big problem because the IU or internal external, that uh, the duality is the uh, is a worry, is a concern because that with that the strong self-existent feel arises. So this Dhamma is all about non-duality, non-existence of a self, the absence of a self. It is the oneness is that only the sense faculty experience is there. What is there is the sense faculty experience, not the person experiencing. How that this layer of self comes, it is ignorant. It's the sense faculty experience. So experiencing things as pure sense faculty experiences and experiencing things with the sense of self are two different experiences. So this may be so subtle, but that is the truth. Experiencing things with the sense of self leads to clinging, leads to aversion or equanimity. It may have very, very different impact, effect. So, experience things as pure sense faculty experiences, it's the different level. That is the experience of the of someone with the supreme awareness or an arahant or a Buddha. They also manage, we call it the management of sense faculties. So that level is called the management of sense faculties. Ayatana Kalamanakaram. They also see, hear, taste, touch, then smell, then mind consciousness arises. Everything happens as usual. But that angle, those are your sense faculty experiences for them. But for an ignorant someone, they are the experiences of the person. I jumps into everything. I see, I hear, I recollect, I remember. It is not a matter of using the word I. Even an enlightened one may use the word I, but with perfect awareness. So, when we mature in the path of Dhamma, what happens is that I loses its power. When that also can be explained through a beautiful metaphor, because Lord Buddha himself compared the mind consciousness, let it be eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, body consciousness, or tongue consciousness, or mind consciousness, to a magician, creator of illusion. This consciousness is an illusion. It is showing us something that doesn't exist. This sense of self does not exist, but it shows as if it exists. So, just imagine when we imagine an experience of seeing a magic show. So, the magician performs a lot of tricks, showing us non-existing flowers, showing as if he's cutting his throat, but the next moment he stands up normally and he takes out pigeons from the shirt sleeves, lot of things. Then he puts in pigeons into a cage and takes out rabbits. So a lot of things are done. So we are used to stare at them. We were jumping up and down, clapping, dancing. But just imagine but ultimately we know they are not real because the man who uh, cut his throat stands up with his head on the neck without any trouble. And how can it's common sense the pigeons cannot be converted to rabbits? So, but they were so real to us. But still, if that magician gets us on stage and shows us how the tricks are performed, next time we wouldn't have that excitement. So that is exactly what happens in relation to thought creation also. The consciousness, now we know the real mechanism of this existence, how we get this self-existence, self and existence of entities. The fact that they are just reflections which becomes three-dimensional due to the consciousness, illusory consciousness. So once we know that, what happens is that strong self-perception will diminish gradually, will uh, fade away gradually. So with that actually it fades away in the sense that thought power goes down. I told that when the interaction of waves happen, it automatically generates some power as if in a battery, the system in a battery. So with this awareness in the sense that someone becomes strong with the Buddhist philosophy, get experience actually rather than knowledge when one experiences this through his or her actions, that thought power goes down. The consciousness cannot perform magic on us. So we won't be deceived by it. So that will result in minimizing that power, thought power. That minimizing thought power means that existence of self, the notion of self will gradually gets weakened. So one can experience the world. Actually, it's not an existing world. This world created by sense faculties without any burning, without any value attribution to them. Why should we attribute value to these formations? Just visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, tactile experiences. Ultimately, this periwinkle is just nothing but a thought. It's a mental construct. So that should be not just one hearing. You have to listen to this so many times until you see it through yourself, until it becomes crystal clear to you. That will relieve you from this clinging and the craving, because it will become self-evident to you that there is, uh, I mean, not that you don't cling to things, don't have craving using your mind, you, but spontaneously, automatically, letting go will happen. So that is the destination that is actually not there. Although we don't talk about a person walking in the path, gradually it will become self-evident to you. That's why Lord Buddha said, "Come and see." If if it becomes self-evident to you, follow the path. So that open invitation is there right now even. So our spiritual teacher, he makes every effort possible without expecting anything in return, with the intention of helping the people, entire mankind. So with that message, and also it's worth reminding the 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time English Zoom discussion where everybody can pose questions and clarify and verify things from senior practitioners as well as from our spiritual teacher himself. So with that, I wind up my uh, session today, and see you tomorrow at the same time. And may the Noble Triple Gem bless you. And my gratitude to our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado Aryan. Say, Teruvan Sangha.
Hearing. Today also you hearing. It's okay. It's good. It's worth. Yeah. But this hearing is the knowledge is coming. You know this is after. What has happened here? Someone asking, you can answer it. But this thinking is the knowledge. Thinking is not real. So this knowledge, you want knowledge, yes. You want first you want to know what happened here. You want to know the truth. So that is why it's a Buddha's time also, 2005 days ago also, they find the truth. What happened here? What is the death? What is the birth? What is the living? Living. And I feel, how is coming this? How is the senses of creations? So senses of creations is sense of creation is the effort is this your world. What's your world? Your world have everything, no? Chair, table, mother, father, everything, sun, moon, mango tree, and the variety of trees. But this Dhamma, someone don't know this Dhamma. So people, you also, everybody have this experience. Is sometimes coming is dislike, sometimes coming ill will, hatred, raga, and this is Buddha's word is a moha. Raga desha moha. So raga desha is the always continuing. Moha is avidya. You don't know the truth, you are in moha. What is this? This very word. This the Four Noble Truths we discussed before. So, right vision, right thoughts, right speech, right action, right livelihood. So, right effort. This what is this effort? Is Sammavaya. Right mind, mindfulness. What is this? Sammavayama, Samma Sati, Samma Samadhi. As awareness is here. So right consciousness is the final effect. It's a nothingness. It's not no anything is there. It's your mind ending. What's the no? Mind is normally working, but not powers. That is time. So Varna Samvedi, Varna Patti Samvedi. Yeah, that's a. So what is Varna? Varna is colors. How is colors is coming? Eye creations. Color is a sound only. Yeah, that is why it's the baby's kindergarten time. Given the sound, everything. But teacher showing the picture, and this is very interesting. How is this thoughts value is coming? We explained this 2 days ago. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this value is coming? Without value, without this feel, normally, what's your life? What's your life is time? You don't know the truth. You don't know what happened here. So normally, people thinking they have everything is happened to him, but someone understood this Dhamma. Everything is happening. Only incident. Nothing happened to anybody. That is the very worth, I think. So this right vision is the main part of this Noble Eightfold part is dependent on origination. But the special part is the first one is a cause and effect. What is the cause is you won't do something. That's what is the effect is, yeah. That is the effect, yeah. Cause and effect is the very worth, I think. So it's not easy because you won't understand. First is everything is coming knowledge. Otherwise knowledge is not a truth. Knowledge can be changed, but you know this truth. Not any change happening anywhere. Is one way. Buddha telling this ekaino maggo bhikkhave. What's the meaning is bhikkhave is a bhikshu. It says is ekaino maggo ayam bhikkhave is one way to the nibbana, no any other ways. That is why ekaino maggo. So it feel that wisdom guys. What is the wisdom guys? Is someone know this our thoughts are not real. It's an illusion. We are living in our mind. We are thinking everything. So this want to be verified, very clear. But it's not clear. Somebody is going speedily, others and other points starting. But it's not bad. We are not talking about anything. But it's not real. It's not original. So what is the real? What is the original you? see you. Who are you? You sometimes how you understood. So most of people have ego. That's ego is given pictures. There's a given that's ideas, pictures. So someone is believe in these thoughts, mind. That is the sadness thing, because something can be happen. But someone understood this first. So example, someone is understand they know, he know how dangerous for this. So understand is good, no bad. But what is they are doing? They are doing wrong thing, no? Because everybody would understand first is mind. So Sri Lanka here monks today have this problem. Somebody so we can hear this YouTube. So others Dhamma discourses. So no more guys telling the nuns all Dhamma. Otherwise, no alive feel is here. So normally feeling is censoring feeling. It's not anybody. It's not. It's very worth, I think. So you know that normally that's how your lifestyle is going. How's your what do you think about that's your this Nibbana way, Nibbana path. So first is the knowledge is a Satya Jnana. Everybody know now this. This is Kruta Jnana is the second one. Is a Kruta Jnana is the third one. So Satya Jnana is that's a Buddhist philosophy. What is Buddha explain this word? What is the truth is here? That one is a Satya Jnana. What is a Kruta Jnana? It's a Kruta Jnana is a practically experience. You can get it. It's no doubt about it after that. That is why. It's a Kruta Jnana. So many people is a Kruta Jnana try to doing. Yeah, it's okay. That's you can try it because you stimulus are coming, thoughts are coming. You can realize this one real or no. So someone understood it's not real. It's illusion. It's our mind. So it's a sound and forms and other five senses of feeling is there. No any other. These are together coming. That's the thought. So we explain this. Every thoughts have value inside, like a magnetic power, like electric power. So this type of this rhythm of going everybody. That's lifestyle. People talking about they have birth, they have death, they have that's a death. They are thinking everything. They have birth, they have death, they have alive somebody. That's the existential feel is given this. So existential feel, otherwise existence is chair, table, kindergarten time, that's a little baby. So he knows that's now after chair, table, mother, father, everything is like a data. It's okay. But it's interesting is it's interesting one is it's not real. It's illusion. It's someone realizing how it's happening, he can find it. Buddha's word. So normally you are living. So your mind is coming many things. So you would understand what happened here. So it's very worth. So that is why we want clear this Dhamma, no doubt, because you know this doubt is not good. You know there's a Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikiccha, Silabhata, Paramasa, Tum Sanyojana. It's a Buddha's word. Is three. There's a combining points. Your circle of birth. How is creating this your circle of birth? how is this continually happening? That one is the Sankara, especially. So you can see, you can realize today how is our school teachers and Sunday school teachers, how is teaching? So everybody is teaching Buddha's subject. How is everybody is teaching this? So they don't know otherwise truth. How they are given perfect, real, how they explain others. How this kindergarten, that's the age that as a Sunday school teacher or a school teacher, how is explained this Dhamma? Someone asking how is became a Buddhist, how is happening that? So how many people can given this answer, this question? I know these monks also struggling. They are struggling because that's a karma bhumi. They are teaching others karma bhumi. They are not talking about the mind creation. How is our mind is coming? So it's I think it's a huge misunderstanding. But whole this world, our world, I think most of people like this believing. After they are thinking they are going heaven or death. That is why they are making everything, their house and everything is doing because they won't know the truth. Otherwise, they want life. They want this life keep, because you won't understand this Dhamma. You won't end in this circle of birth. How is you are doing this? You won't know the truth first. That's not only the Dhamma, not only the word, not only the any other type of subject. It's a real. It's your story. Every story is there. You can understand. It's very worth, yeah. So you have encourage. You want to encourage. You want to. That's a Buddha's word is the virya. Saddha, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna, panch indriya dharma. It's a Buddha's word is 5. This panch indriya dharma is saddha is satya, is a truth. Saddha is a truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. He know the truth. He have that. That's a peaceful mind. That is the. How is this coming? He haven't anything because he understand everything is sound and firm. So it's very worth, I think, understand first what is the happen here. So doctor also tried to explain that. So this is the very worth point is our mind creation. That is our these senses, eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin type, these senses working. The senses don't we understand. So how is light is happening? How is sound also happening? How is this skin sensor, the hot and cool, how is happening? How is this? So you see the unbelievable one is it's not outside anywhere. It's your mind. It's only the thought. Thought is not anywhere. You're thinking. This one is very special, everybody, to understand. We won't talk about this today. Yes, it's the final day before yesterday. Also, we are talking. We discussed why all people in illusion. Why they not understand the truth? They don't know truth. Yeah, it's okay. It's our society. So our religion, so Buddhism, is like a other religious type. So they are talking about going to heaven. They are thinking that they are someone doing the bad things. They are going evil. So this is happening because there's a generating the power. So someone don't know this Dharma. Any other idea? He thinking is good. Good work is good. Yeah. Bad work is bad. Yeah. Good guys. The good work. The good guy is going heaven. Bad guy going heaven. But it's not really. It's not really happening. So someone try to end in the suffering. He won't end the is bad. Bad experience. So people talking about pim power, it's a peanut and power, but they are trying to go in that way. They are trying to doing good things, and they are thinking about going after the good place. But you cannot realize this. It's not Buddha. So Buddha left it because how do you know how much you have defilements? You don't know. That is how do you know you are doing? No, there's a many dana. That's a so try to try to stop this suffering, sadness. That is the point of Buddha also given this point, ending the suffering. So suffering is there, something is here, something is not in here, nobody is here. So that's the type of ending the suffering. So suffering is happening someone. So they want somebody. Suffering is it won't be experienced. So you understand this Dharma. You are not in here. It's a process. It's a system. Every time is creating the one thought is the happening. It's not here. So this is understandable. So someone understood this Dhamma is okay. Karma bhumi is over. Action and effect Dhamma is on. So real is the coming in front, the cause and effect Dhamma. Because that illusion is over. So that one is the avidya, is a illusion. So it's very worth, I think, understand our sense of creations. Sense of creations is given this defilements and this world and everything. It's inside you is senses are creating. Your inside is power is generating. Otherwise, automatically is happening. So this power is going. This first is your vision. Want to be right? Bad ideas, guys. So more today also, like a Buddha's time. So not easy to explain the truth because how much you get in this, because you have experienced bad experience, the wrong experience, wrong vision you have. So, but you don't know it is wrong. You're thinking it is good, but it is wrong. Because that way, someone is doing something to find the Nibbana. but he's going wrong way. How is happening is not happening. That is why we want to talk about it. It's a very worth our story. It's not a syllabus. We want to verify. We want to clear this. So you can read that Tripitaka, the Buddha Jayan Tripitaka. So there's a sutra, there's a Pali, but single meaning sometimes you realize be careful, because sometimes you can't see that, but you know this Dharma, you understand. So someone understood this Dharma. So that is special, because without understanding this Dhamma, nothing to do anything. Everything is normally happening. Everything is normally happening. He thinking he is alive. He is doing everything. That is why he has sadness and suffering. So this is the point of understanding. It's want to be verified, very clean. So this point is understand. So everything is sound and firm. Is after that. It's okay. Some period you are realizing. Practically, you are trying to do something because you are thinking, and you are thinking. Your stimulus, your thoughts are coming inside. Awareness is creation happening. Inside awareness is creations happening. So that's the jnana. So you can feel it. It's not a thinking. It's a feel. It's a tranquility and peace and calm mind is coming. No inside pain, no inside burning. So this understand one. Yeah, but what you want is experience, because the experience is practically. It's not after. It's not believing. It's not trust. It's an experience you have. It's okay. That is a type of confirm what is that happen here. So we have experience. Many guys asking the knowledge. They are in knowledge. Many of them in knowledge. The inside the awareness, they are not. Their attraction is given inside awareness. You want you won't think this one. This someone is someone is looking this way. Especially this inside awareness. It's not a normal awareness. Normally awareness is somebody is doing. Something is there. That's a normally. But super awareness we are talking, Buddha's is a cause and effect dharma. That's a vidarsana. Vidarsana is not a samatha. Samatha is no more stimulus, no more thoughts. There's no given to value. So samatha, we are talking about concentration meditation. Is not ending the suffering. It's not ending the defilements. So it's not ending the sadness, because there's doing that leg cross sitting and breathing and exhaling and the concentration meditation people, but they don't know how is this soul is happening. How is this life feel is coming. How is this mind is creations? They don't know. That is why they are in illusion. They are thinking they are living outside. So they are thinking they are living outside. How they can find the truth? They can't do that because various of animals have individually themselves have that's the world. This world is individually just everybody. That's there are mind creations given, not anywhere. That is why it's not happening to outside. Someone thinking outside is not this Dhamma. It's your mind creations. So that especially is the your life feeling, your soul. Because creation is effort is that one. It's very special, I think. Is understand. The true Dhamma. The true Dhamma is talking about the truth. Dhamma is Buddhist philosophy. Most of them talking about Buddhist philosophy. But what's the truth? What's the real truth? What's really is happening? It's very worth everybody. So this I won't tell in this inside awareness. That's a super awareness. It's very worth. Because it's a jnana. Otherwise, Buddha is telling it's the jnana. How is jnana is not a thinking. Jnana is not a thoughts. Jnana is your inside is. We are not talking about the normal awareness because normal awareness is somebody won't thinking. Somebody think something. This chair or table. Or someone is thinking that chair is a chair. There's inside is awareness is coming. Yeah, there is not chair. It's a sound and films. Normally is people. Normally everything is normally is happening, but inside.
Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansel. In this beautiful morning, the light of wisdom is bringing you out of this great darkness. Our noble friend Buddothpado, Aryan Hansel, and all Dhamma friends making a great effort, and Aryan Hansel also making a great effort for many years. Now you can listen all of Buddothpado Dhamma sermons on Buddothpado PeoTV in Sinhala and English 24 hours a day. At this moment, you might not realize how this Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, how it is very important to understand the reality and understand the true Dhamma. Until you realize the Dhamma, you never can understand how this is very value and how this is very rare to hear. In this Buddothpado Dhamma sermons, it is always emphasized that the path to Nibbana is not a matter of collecting knowledge. It is a practical pathway that you can understand directly. Aranhansi always guiding you how to practice by dividing two steps by two pratipada. But to realize for yourself and experience within your own life, you can experience within yourself when you start to practice this Vidarshana meditation. The teaching repeatedly reminds us to look into our own body and mind to discover where we are truly living and to investigate the nature of this very being, very being we call myself or self-view. See how clearly this mind object has formed. Through this direct scene, the truth becomes very clear. We feel as though we are living day by day, but in truth we are living based on a single mind object of only this very moment. If we think we had a yesterday or that there will be a tomorrow, that is only a thought arising in our mind. In reality, those time frames are never actually met once you understand or once you realize the Dhamma. Only this present moment is ever experienced. So that is why it mentioned as Akalika Dhamma or timeless Dhamma. Because you never actually met a time frame after you realize in the Dhamma. We think everything happens only in this very moment either, but we don't realize it. We have never actually met yesterday, nor have we met the future. If we explain that this moment, this mind object is arising and passing away right here, we can also see that even this very moment is never truly met. It is already gone as soon as it appears. Even when we think I'm going somewhere tomorrow or I'm going to work tomorrow, that thought is simply a mind object appearing in this very moment. We are planning everything in this very moment. What we are going to do tomorrow, we are thinking and then we are planning in this very moment. It arises now as a present mental event. In the same way, when we think about the past life also, past events, that too is happening only in this present moment. Past and future both appear only as thoughts arising here and now. But we don't realize, we always think that we have a past and we have a future. That's why we are dreaming every moment, day by day. We are trying to complete our goals, to reach that dreams. It never ends. We create more and more dreams in our mind because we are thinking that we have a future to complete a goal or complete our, to become successful, completed all our dreams. fulfilled our life. So when we say, I will go somewhere tomorrow, what actually appears is a thought arising in this very moment, in this present moment. In the same way, when we recall our past life or past events, that memory also arising in this very moment, past and future, never exist outside this moment. They appear only as thoughts within this present moment. We experience this body also through the mind. So even the body is a mind object, because when we say that this is my hand, I experience this by seeing the colors comes through my eye, and the hardness or soft comes through the skin sensors, and so this whole sensation entangling together, and it's appear as one object in our mind, and we are experiencing that I have something, as I have something in this very moment. But once we realize how this mind object has formed, we never can meet anything as a real thing, real solid thing. Yet what we call this body is known only through sensation, perception, and thoughts arising in the mind. In that sense, the body appears as a mind object, just like any other experiences. So when we reflect on the immeasurable kalpas of samsara, we may imagine a vast stretch of time. We think that the long period of time we came through the samsara. But even if we count those ages in numbers, they all appear only as thoughts arising now. The entire sense of long time ago, or countless years, is simply a present moment mind object. In truth, even the vast cycle of samsara is known only here in this very moment, because this mind object is arising and passing away. The whole feelings arising and passing away in this very moment through our five senses. Because we have five senses, but some animal has only two senses, three senses, like that. But what we experience through those senses, it's arising and passing in this very moment. But we think that it's existing as a permanent thing. That is why we are counting in a year, so like countless years, say in kalpa or eons. So we are thinking that we had a very long countless years for this life, for this cycle of samsara. But once you understand, once you realize the truth, or once you see the mind, how it's arising and passing away for a moment, then you will realize that there is no samsara, either we can't count it using years or months or days. That is why it says timeless Dhamma or Akalika Dhamma, because everything happens, everything we experience through this mind. And once you realize that there is no real mind, and then we never can take time as a real thing. So the arising and cessation of the aggregates happen in this very moment. This means that in each moment a mind object arises and passes away. This rapid succession creates the illusion of continuity. That continuous arising and passing away is the cycle of samsara itself, but it is an illusion. The turning of the wheel of life, it is all happening in one place, in one moment. Kshanayaka, we can say like that in Sinhala, within this present moment. Even though that present moment also we never can meet as a real moment. That illusion is what we call a life or a world or samsara. Every moment is created by great aversion and delusion. If you have a real world, or if you have a real mind, or if you have a real six senses, then you create defilements. Through this, we create bhava in this every moment. We create more and more bhava and sankharas again and again, continuing the cycle of samsara. When we explaining, we talk as using those words as samsara. But even though, if you are in the pruthakjana ground without understanding the Dhamma, you have a cycle of samsara and you have defilements creating every moment. You are creating defilements every moment, and you have both extremes, and then exactly you go through this cycle of samsara. But once you realize, once who understand in the Dhamma, who understand in the mind object how it has formed and formed, then they understand that for those noble person or noble ground, they have no 31 layers. They understand everything very clearly. So even the sense that I am getting old is simply a mental state arising in this very moment. What we call this moment feels solid only because a thought has appeared saying so. Without that thought, even this moment cannot be grasped. To understand this properly, we need to see with clarity how a mind object forms, how this moment comes into being, and how it ceases, birth and death are happening within each moment. When this is seen directly, it becomes clear that even our thoughts and our sense of mind cannot be taken as truly real. They arise, they vanish, and nothing remains to hold on to in this very moment. Every moment happens that process. So then you begin to realize that even this moment and the feeling that I am living are also just a mental appearance. What we take as life happening is simply a thought process arising. Now it feels real only because a thought appears saying, I am living in this moment, because we feel the five senses. But we never realize how it appears as a one vibration in our mind. When you see very clearly how each of the six senses arises in this very moment, you realize that none of it can be taken as mind or as one solid thing. Each sense impression appears and disappears instantly. Because of this constant arising and passing away, there is nothing you can truly hold on to as a self or something that belongs to you. But you have to explore all senses very carefully until you see the reality very clearly. At that point, a question may arise within you. Then who is recognizing this condition? Who is seeing this mind object? Who is understanding this Dhamma? At this point, we need to reflect on what the Buddha, Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha emphasized that he's not a god. He said, I am not a Brahma, or I'm not a human. Lord Buddha emphasized, I am a Buddha. This becomes very clear when the mind is freed in this very moment. That's why Lord Buddha says, if you see the Dhamma, you will see the Buddha. You will recognize who is Buddha. It means that all becoming has been uprooted, all formation have been completely ended, and the natural state beyond Sankara has been realized. The wisdom or jnana can realize this Dhamma. Before you realize something, it's naturally arising questions within you, like who is realizing this Dhamma if there is no person in this system. So this is why Lord Buddha has emphasized the differences between the jnana or vijnana, or the wisdom and the consciousness. We also need to consider why Lord Buddha told his 5 teachers, I have found the truth, but not by your way, not by what you are doing, through concentration meditation. Buddha then explained the Dhamma of dependent origination. That is the thing you need to understand. If you are seeking for true Dhamma, you should understand what is dependent origination means. He explained that the Lord Buddha explained that these practices do not lead to liberation, the concentration, meditation, lead to liberation because they do not uproot at ignorance. What Lord Buddha discovered was the Dhamma of dependent origination, the law that shows how the world, the self, and the suffering arises moment by moment through these six senses, through this mind object. From this, it becomes clear that the Lord Buddha did not emphasize the long meditation practices. Instead, he explained how this world is formed and what Paticca truly means. This is the real Dhamma Lord Buddha taught to this world, even to little children, in a simple and direct way. That's why those 8-year, 7-year children could understand this Dhamma. They could enter to path to liberation. So someone might think it is very hard and it is very difficult to find the path to liberation according to what they heard. So many concepts or concepts or concentration, meditation before. Then you might think whether this Buddothpado Dhamma discourses, whether they are, whether this is the real true Dhamma. But once you start to practice, you will realize that this is not a knowledge. Without practicing within yourself, you never can understand what is true Dhamma. Sometimes parents or some people think that if their children listen to the Dhamma or if they practice Dhamma learn it deeply, they might want to become a monk, or they might they want to wear a robe like that way. Then the parents worry that their own hopes and plans for their children will not be fulfilled. Then you can think, so how Vishaka Upasika and Sunita Sopak, those kind of children, how they could understand this true Dhamma when they were very young. You can evaluate those points. You can understand, you try to understand those kind of thoughts when it appear in your mind. Yeah, the parents, people worry that their own hopes and plans for their children will not be fulfilled if they understand this Dhamma, and they have to go to a temple and they have to wear a robe if they realize the Dhamma. But it does not happen like that way. Understanding the Dhamma does not force anyone to become a monk. It simply helps them live wisely, kindly, and with a clear mind. We see many children today experiencing panic attacks. Some cannot even face their exams. They suffer from depression, stress, and constant pressures. We have seen that when we explain this truth to them, they become more relaxed without any medicine, actually. When they understand the truth about their own mind and how their world is created through these six senses, how they are in ignorance, they no longer fall into condition like anxiety, depression, or fear because of exams or competitions, or what they faced. They will realize that this is a mind-created world and no need to worry anything in their life. They will recognize their own ignorance. Then they will work or study without fear, without pressure, and without burning anxiety that used to trouble them. But they have to work hard to do something for their future in this conventional world. But they will understand what is the ignorance, what is this illusion, and then how this system is working. Then eventually it will fade away their fears and stress, and then if they suffer, then all fade away gradually once they realize the Dhamma. That's what happened in their life. They realize that it's useless to run after their thoughts once they understand how this thought process is working, how this thought appears in their mind, what is this mind object, how it has formed. So when they understand, when they clearly see their mind object, so they don't want to run after their thoughts. That's what happened. It is very useful to understand this Dhamma, to live happily in their life, in their whole life in this conventional world. When they see the truth, the nature of the mind, they stop giving power to those thoughts. So many young children today becomes addicted to drugs, alcohol, or even think about suicide because they cannot hold the weight of their own mind. It is very heavy for them. When they cannot bear their heavy thoughts, they try to suicide. They look for a solution in different harmful ways. When they are working in this with this education system, which is very competitive for them, and then they become very stressful, they can't hold anything. And then actually, if they can understand this, them what we are talking, so they won't to decide to make harmful for their life. So what they are really seeking freedom from mental suffering. Then you want to make effort to understand the Dhamma. if you can hear the true Dhamma about yourself, how the mind works, how the world is created through your own six senses, you have the opportunity to free yourself from that suffering. The whole world runs behind external material things, but very few young people or adults try to understand who they truly are. When you teach your child this Dhamma, they will not chase after their wandering thoughts. With this blissful understanding, they will succeed in every aspect of their life. When someone truly practices this way, you begin to feel how you gradually becomes free from the mind and how the inner burning fades. Nibbana means the ending of the six sense bases. As a source of grasping, these five faculties arise and the mind is formed through them. But the mind holds them as mine. Not only that, it grabs, it grabs everything that rises and burns with it. It also believes that the worlds created through these sense bases exist outside as something solid and real. Sometimes you might think if you have no any problem in this very moment, if you have enough money, if you have a good job, if you have a good estate, if you have a power, so you might think that no need to understand them, I have everything, so I'm not suffering. But until you hold in everything as a real, one day when it's one day when it's detaching from you, then the suffering begins to arise within you. So when this illusion is clearly recognized, this vijnana maya or mind consciousness, the practitioner becomes free from this entire system. That freedom is what we call nibbana, or the freedom. This is why Lord Buddha said salayatana nirodho nibbana. Why it says salayatana nirodho nibbana? Salayatana means six faculties. Nirodho means you need to see those six senses arising and passing away in this very moment, how it creates a world. By seeing those processes, you can remove those impurities and you can remove those bhava. You don't want to form bhava in this very moment if you see how your six senses arising and passing away in this very moment. That is the moment you earn kusala, or wholesome action. That salayatana nirodho nibbano. When you see this about these six faculties, when you are not in ignorance, when you see the process very clearly in this very moment, In that very moment, you will realize the freedom within you. That is the way to liberation. That is why Lord Buddha explained about the Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. So Lord Buddha didn't mention only one faculty. It has mentioned 6 faculties, Salayatana. When you clearly see this whole system, the moment you step out of the world created by the mind, that is where the supreme peaceful Nibbana is found. That is why Lord Buddha has mentioned Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. Not only one faculty, not only you need to understand, you need to explore in depth, step by step, about your 6 faculties, not only I. Sometimes you may heard how this color world has formed. But once you hear that, then you might think, okay, I know this Dhamma. But don't stop in that point. Try to explore all faculties within you, how it's arising and passing away in this very moment, how we create the world by entangling together. So it is very important to understand about this whole system, to understand the illusion or ignorance. So it is not something that happened. Actually, the Nibbana happen after death. So many, most of them think that the Nibbana can arise in after death. Actually, it is very, very wrong concept that you learned before. It is the freedom that appears when the 6 sense bases stop creating a world for the mind to grasp. When someone does not realize this inner system of the 6 senses, the mind automatically falls into suffering. This grasping begins, the burning begins, and the life becomes heavy, your mind becomes heavy, your inside points directly to the root of this suffering. You need to understand the root of this suffering, how it's arising through these 6 senses. That is why you need to understand one by one. You need to explore how this eye is arising in this very moment, how this ear is arising very moment, and you can explore whether the eye can experience object what you are experiencing by itself. Then you will realize that your eye never can experience an object as one thing. So if you meditate or even listen to thousands of Dhamma talks, you still cannot escape from this truth unless you realize this system, the arising and passing away of the aggregates in this very moment. Once this is realized, you may still experience happy or sad status, but there is no attachment to those feelings or conditions arising within you, because in that very moment you understand that nothing can be taken as real. You see ignorance very clearly within you. This is why no grasping or rejecting arises towards anything. But lots of most of them ask questions. Can we live in a family with family after understanding or after realizing this Dhamma? Yes, that's how Vishaka Upasika had a life with after entering the path to Nibbana. And in some point we could hear that she went to the Lord Buddha with the wet hair after with sadness because of her grandson death. So, but she knew that truth. She was Sotapanna. She was a stream enterer. But she had that feeling. But that is why you can feel sad or happiness or any feelings, but there is no attachment to those feelings or condition from inside, because in that very moment you understand that nothing can be taken as real, but you feel it. Sometimes you may feel that sadness and happiness are actually the same thing, arising from the same kind of inner stimulus at a deeper level. When you experience both the status, you begin to realize that it is the same stimulus expressing itself in two different ways. Happiness also you experiencing by perceiving anything through these 6 faculties, and the sadness also the same. These all are vibrations arising in this very moment. Those vibrations we have divided into sadness and happiness. That's what happened in this system, because we have divided into 2 parts as sadness and happiness. But the truth is, the same vibrations arise in every moment through these 5 senses. It has entangled together and then create the mind objects, mind. That is the sixth faculty. When you experience, when you understand the process of the 6 faculties, you begin to realize that is the same stimulus expressing itself in different ways. The same stimulus arising through ear, and then you can hear the sounds. The same stimulus, same vibration arising through the eye. Then you see you experience or you perceive the color world. The same vibration arising through the skin senses. And then you feel the soft or hardness or cold or warmth through the skin. But those, all of them, the same vibration arising through the five senses in every moment. So once you realize the Dhamma, once you realize everything is appearing through one vibration, so one stimulus, we have divided into different kind of words or feelings. So this is the hidden truth in your system. This is the beauty of Dhamma. The same inner stimulus can be released through tears. At the same time, that very same stimulus is released as a smile. And some people smile when they are hurt, using a smile to cover a painful feeling. In the same way, some people shed tears when they are happy. The wonderful things is that the same stimulus appears in a different ways. You may not always recognize its true nature because of ignorance, but you can certainly feel it. This sadness and happiness arises from the same stimulus. Then we cannot divide it that there is sadness or happiness. The two kind of things. Everything is one thing. One thing's happen in this very moment. One stimulus arising in this very moment. So sometimes we cling when we feel sad, and we cling again when we feel happy, simply because we do not recognize that both states arise from the same inner stimulus. In the same way, neither of these states last even for a moment. They do not become anything solid. We feel sadness that is not a real thing, and we feel happiness that is also not a real thing happening in this very moment. This is what noble friend Aryan Vase tries to explain, but for someone who has not yet experienced it, it is difficult to understand. Most of them, they say, we can't understand Buddothpado Dhamma sermons sometimes. They say like that way. We know why it is happen, because you are not close to the stream enter state, because you haven't practiced the Vidarshana meditation within yourself. Just only you have heard the Dhamma sermons. You have only knowledge without practicing. That is why you cannot understand the true Dhamma. But in some point, when you practice and when you gain the jnana step by step through Vidarshana meditation, then you will realize, oh, this is the Dhamma what I was seeking. Then you will understand. The mind interprets in different emotional forms, because the mind does not see the aggregates simply arising and passing it, personalize them. That personalization becomes raga, desha, moha. This reaction keeps samsara alive moment by moment. This stimulus happens so quickly that we feel everything is continuous because of its speed, the abhisankarana process. Every thought that arises creates fear when we believe the external world is truly real. As that is why you have fear for the death, and that is why you have problem to you have a fear because you don't like to break come out of this ignorance, because you have a fear because you have created a frame around you with power, with job, with the quality, and with money. And then you have created a character for a long period with making a big effort. That is why you fear to understand the Dhamma. In some point, you have to break all those frames to understand the Dhamma. So everything is stimulus arising in this very moment and passing away. It keeps arising repeatedly. The mind becomes frightened and confused, even though it is extremely difficult to realize the whole of samsara is actually arising in this very moment. When we say, the Aryan Mahansa also, when he say the samsara is in this very moment, it's arising and passing in this very moment, also we never can take as a real thing as a samsara once you understand the Dhamma. But most of them, they can't understand what the Aryan Mahansa is talking sometimes. But you will understand one day if you practice day by day, step by step. If you follow the guidance, you will understand very clearly about this system. The whole of samsara is actually arising in this very moment. All the thoughts that appears right here, right now. One day you will realize the samsara is this mind object, which is arising and passing away in this very moment. Right now, contain the entirety of samsara within them. And even this very moment, this kshana, this very moment, has no real substance, no nothing, no time, no place where it can stand. It holds nothing, and it does not remain even for an instant. It is a state where names and forms, namarupa, is absent. A state without a mind and without a mental process. Then you cannot take anything as a real. Without name and forms, you never can perceive anything as a real. Because of this process happen so quickly, it creates two sides that seems to exist continuously. In every moment, grasping and rejecting arise because of that process, because of that ignorance. The mind keeps creating a sense of me here and an external world out there, and with each new thought, this illusion becomes stronger. If you look at this carefully, you cannot take this mind as me, and you cannot take this body as you. In the same way, you cannot say your I is yours, because the rising of sin is not something we create. It happens automatically, moment by moment, without our control. That is also an illusion. That is the truth. Once you understand the Dhamma, you will realize everything very clearly. Try to practice and try to explore about your six senses. Try to listen Dhamma sermons without arguing in your mind, with a peaceful, and apply those Dhamma within your self to explore and to experience the Dhamma. So I hope this would be helpful you to understand something about true Dhamma. And yeah, if you have a great effort, if you have a steady awareness to see your mind object, see your six faculties, to see how the process is arising and passing away in this very moment. If you have a great effort, steady awareness, sure, you will see the true Dhamma. Yeah, it is as time is passing now. I'm going to stop for today. I will continue from tomorrow again. And thank you for listening, everyone. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse.
Iran Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. And I bow down to R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, for his all his guidance. To continue with the some of the important facts that were discussed by R.N. Mahansi, and trying to make us understand this in-depth, the vast knowledge. What is the meaning of nibbana? Like, what does it mean that liberation? Is it that what you feel when you don't have that burning feeling inside you? And can everybody uh, come into this path? Why not only few people have that desire to explore this path and like even to reach that state of mind? People should have that the desire, the that should come within them, that to explore something beyond your senses and your comfortable life. So the people, the minds that who inquire these, is it's a quality of it's a quality that of a person who's who will come to this path, and that quality of the inquiring mind, it is called the savitaka mind. And when you reach this state of mind, the practitioner, the person who is willing to practice this and who's trying to practice this, will realizes that the existence of a self has been completely vanished. This is the real nirvana, or the tranquility, which is the existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and non-existence of being and the feeling of valuelessness of the materialistic outside world is on the other side, which means that the person who have that eagerness, that desire, and who start practicing that inquiring mind, then when you have those qualities, the person who's practicing that will realize the existence of a self has been vanished. And at the same time, the existence of a self and existence of an outside world are on one side, and the the non-existence of the being and the valueness of the outside world is on the other side. As long as a person has thought patterns, he has a soul. So how do we recognize our soul? that feeling of I am, me, mine. It is that fire, that the feeling, that burning fire in the mind. Then that is if you start feeling that is actually the beginning of your journey. First of all, you need to feel that burning fire inside you, and when you start feeling that the stress, the uncomfortable inside, the feeling of that uncomfortable feeling, and the burning fire inside you, and that means you start recognizing your own soul. Anything that you feel like something is there outside, and that value that you bring to that outside object, it happened, the value is based on how much you have your ego, your raga, dvesha, moha. We call it tanha. With with the illusions created in the mind, the nibbana, the freedom is unreachable. Even the illusory mind can be detected via awareness or sihiya. We call it super awareness. When you are in that state where you are observant, you are aware of your feelings, your senses. That is your awareness or sihiya. Then when you have sihiya, it is like you keep a guard in front of your house. That is, then that awareness will detect those the vibrational energies that creates in the outside world, and you feel there is something existence outside, and there is a person who feel that, the me. This is only it could be detected only through that pure awareness. It is like you have built a sensor which catches all these vibrational activities, energies that happen, and you know exactly how those are created. Because why do you have to understand that how these outside objects are created, the vibration, how they process? Because along with that, the vibration energies and the process, that the me, the person who's experiencing that can be caught up, then you know that how me is created. So without knowing that the notion of a self, you can detect it. Therefore, all these are all the necessary components to reach that liberation, to abandon that feeling of me, mine. the have you investigated within you how the world is created? How you experience the world, is it similar to entire universe? Is it whether what you see in the world, is it similar to everyone perceive this world, or is it just you, how you see things? Have you asked yourself why some people like sweets and why some people don't like sweets, and why some people like spicy food and some people do not like spicy food? If a certain food is the same, how come different people perceive that in a different way? Have you also asked yourself why some people uh, are very competitive in certain ways, and some people do take the life as it comes? So because the value that you are given to this outside world depends on individual being, and this entire world is created in a single mind, like it unique to in each and every individual. The Lord Buddha has explained this vastly. All his Dhamma, the Buddhist doctrine is all about that, the magic that Vijnana, who created this external world and internal world, and that individual self being, how the individual self being created. So we all the time, we think that things just happening to me. We always ask, why does it happen to me? So that's because even if you if you think about your own life, if something happened to your family, you feel it's hard into the depth, like you feel so deeper. But if it's somebody you don't know, you don't even feel it. You will hear in the news telecast that something has happened in a different country. You won't feel it that much. But if you hear that it has happened in your country, you might try to look for more details, or you might look to find out the news, what that news is about, and you will then try to find if someone known to you affected, because that's all depends on how much you have holding on to it, how much you have engraved those feeling of me, myself, and something happened to someone I know. It's all about it. Everything is centered around you. So how, in order for you to explore this Dhamma, first of all, you need to learn the true, not the you need that true knowledge of what Lord Buddha has preached, what this Dhamma is about. That Dhamma, without that Dhamma knowledge, you are not able to apply those the the techniques, the the system, that process. You're not. It's the way you experience. For you to practically experience that Dhamma, first of all, you need that knowledge. And when you have that true knowledge of awareness, then you can reach that practical experience. Through this practical knowledge, the notion of that existing self can be found. The existence of the soul cannot be abandoned by just thinking about it. So that's another thing that we kind of get lost in this process, is we don't know how to define that the mind and the process. We most of the time, the knowledge that we learn, we are trying to process it through our mind. And the mind and the feel is what you need to, that is how you experience this Dhamma within you, through the feel. When you have that knowledge, you need to learn to separate the two way of experiencing this. So you need to learn how to feel this Dhamma within your own self, within your own soul. The most difficult concept to absorb is that not being able to recognize our own perception of the self. If this is just limited to a thought, and if the person cannot detect the fluctuations of the sparks, the currents, the Nibbana path is not open to that person. The person who lives in his thoughts they get lost in this journey. The inability to detect the situation, that's the biggest obstacle. So you should be able, if something happens, and when you know that that something is not right inside you, like that feeling, the the burning feeling, an uncomfortable feeling, and like the cravings, the sadness and anger, those sparks that happens inside you. If you are not able to detect the changes, the fluctuations of that feeling, the current, then you are not able to find this path. The person who lives in that thought is not able to find that feel. So you have to you have to learn to find that how this the current fluctuate in you, the effect on those feelings to you. So if you're not able to detect that, then it's a big obstacle for you to find your own liberation, because this is all about finding your own self and liberating from your mind. So only when you are able to detect that, the fluctuations, the changes, the feeling, the burning feeling, that is only when you are able to liberate yourself from that too. Without, and at the same time, when you find out those fluctuations, the what's happening inside, this is when the knowledge that you learn through Dhamma can be applied practically within you. That is when you can start this purification process in the mind. And there are so many tools R.N. Mahanse has elaborated, has simplified for us to apply within us. And the awareness must be experienced in all four postures. And we call it Satara Satipatthana. And that's super awareness. So when you have that super awareness, that is when you can easily detect that your hidden self in all these incidents. And the learning Dhamma helps you to recognize the wrong way and how you can purify your way, and how to learn that right way. The liberation doesn't mean that you have it in the future or when after your death. The liberation is at this right moment. This moment, we call it Shana Sampattiya. Everybody is born with that moment, and everyone has that opportunity to liberate yourself moment to moment. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principle of the dependent origination, and it's not Buddhism is not about the meditation, the concentration meditation. The Buddhism refers to the observation of the true nature of the mind. It is a practical Dhamma. It is all about you experience that, you observe this true nature of your mind. And if someone can get rid of that notion of an existing self, then that is when you liberate yourself. Then you lose that attachment that you're holding on to that myself. Aryan Vans explains this in so many ways, and one of his famous saying is, "Mamat ekka mama gamanak yanawa mavadala mama yannata yanawa," which means I'm going on a journey with myself, and I leave the self and go along, and which means you can't separate. I mean, you are alive. You have this body, and you know that there is that the senses that works, which is the mama. You can't leave this and go without, but you're going on that journey with myself, and then but still, when you know that knowledge, you will leave the self, but you still go on. So this is a process. And this is a process of the defilements, the fading of defilements, which is the craving, aversion, the ignorance. Those defilements it systematically will fade away in this journey. So you need to understand how these objects that you see, the outside world, how this outside world is created. We have been from an infant to now, when you think about yourself, when you're born, you did not have any feeling of this is mine, this is me, this is my mother, this is my father. But as gradually as you grow older, your database has been filled with all about how that ego has been built up. And now, in order for you to break those things, reverse that, everything you have accumulated in your mind, as which has made that ego stronger day by day. In order for you to liberate from that ego, you need to learn this Dhamma. You need to learn how you can liberate from that ego. And for that, you need to start learning this concept. So it's all about achieving that special wisdom, that which will lead you to liberate from that Sakkaya Ditthi, the feeling of you being alive. And we are all trapped inside our own senses and our own world. and we are all trapped inside our ego, the cage called ego and self. And that is the wrong way. So Lord Buddha's doctrine is about the Four Noble Truths, the truth about the suffering, the cause of the suffering, and cessation from the suffering, and the end, it's the path to end the suffering. The suffering sensation or pain is actually that the feeling, that that feeling of what you have inside. The I is suffering when when you see something, the I, when I is thought of an object, in reality, you know that I is only a vibration and a mental formation or mental image created in the mind, and is only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. So it is just, it is the same thing like when you rub two wood sticks, the the it creates that the heat, the magnetic field in that, and it's the same way your eye, when you place that sight into an object, that when it's that stimulation happens, and it creates that mental formation in you. When you see a car, that if it'll it'll create that that spark inside you, and that is how that mental formation or mental, that image is created in the mind. And it's only a power that's created by the stimulation of your senses, the eye. But if you see that, is it that your eye saw that, or is it someone who's inside, that someone called me saw that? So that is when that the mental current happens. But that currents do not exist anywhere. That comes and go with in unimaginable speed. So just imagine that you are blind. And do you think that the image you see in front of you will make any current in you, the feeling of within you? So it's the same when if you apply that concept in all your senses, you will see that if your eardrum is damaged, do you think you will hear any sound? And then consequently, whether you will feel anything? And we know for a fact that when our food goes to sleep, we can feel any feeling in that. And so this is that current that happens with those vibrations, that those sparks. If the waves get connected sequentially, like you feel like it's continuously happening, an endless cycle of birth and death occur. So everything is real to you, and your sasara oge, your cycle of birth continuously happen. So when a person with that wrong weave, when you don't know that this right weave, when you don't know how these mental formations happen, you continuously in that endless of birth and the death. The whole process is a frequent. It's a resonation, and it does not stop. It's very hard to understand that your thought patterns are formed according to the system of vibration, and it doesn't end. And the reason for that journey in the the sansara is it's happened, and due to that creation of the mind consciousness, the vinyana, and in actually it lies in that energy of frequency that creates a system, such as we call it telepathizing the system, the telepathy system. That if the telepathy system means that if that energy in two places matches, it just keep vibrating in the same energy level. When the energy vibrations are stopped through the spiritual process, then that when you stop that vibration, if we call it the akampita cheto vimuktiya, which means that you do not create another life. You don't have that vibrating energy that will travel to that will telepathize to a different it's the cycle. This is the liberation from that vibration, the liberation from influence of energy vibration. In order for you to gain that understanding, the right weave of an existence of soul must be that you need to eradicate that wrong weave of the existence, which is that wrong weave of existence. It is called Sakkaya Ditti, that you have that feeling of I am here, there is someone there, like that wrong weave. And when you have that, when you eradicate that wrong weave, the true understanding of there's nothing existence in either inside or outside, which is called Ajata Bahita. You realize that, realizing that there is no existing individual self or soul. That is the way to liberate yourself. Until you reach this level of understanding, the birth and death continues. Your sansara, your cycle of birth continues. So in order for you to stop that, you need to get rid of the wrong way, the wrong concepts, and then understanding that the philosophy, the Lord, the Dhamma, and observe how defilements fade in. When you start practicing it, you or you observe that how defilements fade in you. When vibrations become less and less, this is the heaven in your own mind. When you are at that calm state of mind, then you don't have so much thickness, hardness in your mind, and then you experience that it's your vibration becomes smoother, thinner, and less. It is the heaven in your own mind. Having more vibrations means when you're experiencing hardship, that roughness in you, that thickness in your thoughts, that is the same like you are living in a hell. So start observing and develop that super awareness and learn how to separate yourself from your mind, but more get closer to the feeling, Satara Satipatthana, the feel, how you feel through your senses. And then it's easy for you to recognize the illusions that created by the mind, through the mind, and also for you to understand how those defilements are fading in you, and how your mind become pure day by day, and your vibrations become less and less, lesser and less. When you experience that the senses of individual self is dissolving, this is called the liberation from that concept of the self, your mind. Senses work. You still get through your chores, your day-to-day life, but you are like a machine. There's no mind that grabbing you down. Those thoughts that keep you punishing, and you become like a free bird who flies in the air. So relax, you get everything done, but you don't have those heavy vibration in you, which makes you feel like you the pains and the stress, they that thickness of vibration in you. You don't you can liberate yourself from those, and then you'll be able to experience that pure mind of that state, and which is that objectless state of natural concentration, or you can experience it right now. And if you have that mind which bothers you all the time, which makes your life harder, also a liberation from it. So that is what you need to understand, and you need to have that. You should to liberate yourself from those heavy those thoughts. And when you find your inner peace, that pure mind, you will feel that akampita svabhavya, the non-vibrational state of mind. And in this unique experience, you will be able to experience that emptiness. Emptiness doesn't mean that there's nothing outside. It's just that the value that you give to the outside world will become less and less. And then you will also be able to drop those old taints, which makes the continuation of your cycle of birth. What you need to understand is the objects that you see, they do not exist anywhere. But it's inside, it's in your mind. There are things, there are, like, it doesn't mean that the world is empty without anything, but it's just that how you perceive those objects. So if there's no mental formation, the mind consciousness will not be there. And then there are no sankhara, if there's no sankhara, then then no mental formations. So we have heard this many times, that that how your six senses, when they contact with how the contact arise, and with contacts the sensations arise. And when your senses contact and the sensation arise, and then how craving values and your cycle of birth starts. And what is the birth means? The birth is you are born when those senses were born. You live when those senses work, and you die when the senses die. Does it mean that the physical birth and physical death, the body? No, they are all the senses, that the six senses that keep you continuing that feeling of you. So when the I is born, that is the origin of the cycle of the birth and death. It is the same with all the seven senses. The attachments, when the senses are born, and then you get those when the senses contacts and sensations arise, and those cravings value, and when yourself, the feeling that like is born, then the attachment, then that attach the when those senses makes you who you are, and then you attach to these things, and then your feeling of sensations, craving arises, and the arising of the craving, the clinging arises, and with the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming is arising. And this is the Paticca the dependent origination. That's how it spins. Lord Buddha's doctrine is about the dependent origination, the Paticca, which is that the illusion misleading, the illusion that which is misleading, and the illusion in the mind consciousness, and how this cycle of birth happens. That is the base of Lord Buddha's doctrine, the Dhamma. So you have that choice of whether you want to continue in this samsaric journey, or whether you want to end this cycle of birth. It is all in individual. Everyone has that choice, and that is we are born with that choice. And I invite everyone to ask yourself whether you want to continue in this samsaric journey, or whether you want to end this samsaric journey. And it's all depending on individual expectations. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpado Deshana And the Lord Buddha's pure Dhamma is you can hear, and this is the journey. This is an individual journey, and so this is a journey within you. And with that invitation, I'm going to conclude my talk today. And may you all be happy and peaceful, and bless you all. Triple Jam bless you, and Teruan Saranai. And I worship Aran Wanse, our noble friend, for his guidance. Teruan Saranai.
See outside. We see the sky, the ground, etc. All these are thoughts. When you look outside, you actually see an image which has been created by your thought. But that image is not the truth. They are only thoughts. The sky means a thought. The mango tree means a thought. The table means a thought. The window means a thought. All are thoughts. If all the objects you think you see catches on fire, they turn to ash. The chair, the bed, the windows, all these materials made of the four elements, won't they turn into a gas and disappear? If the four elements exist, we should see them with our eyes. This talk is not about detecting the four elements in objects. We try our best to explain the philosophy of the Buddha using the language, but in many instances we fail to do so, as it is not easy to explain our experience of the realization of the pure truth using a language. We have already realized the pure truth, and we also want you to experience and realize the pure truth. Getting back to teaching you about how to go on the path. Imagine a screen that is in front of you in a film hall. When the projector at the other end of the film theater projects the light onto the screen, images appear on the screen. It is very similar to the television screen. Behind these images, there is a screen. But what you see is not the screen. What you see are the nar trees, ironwood trees, coconut trees, mango trees, people, houses, and vehicles which do not exist on the screen. They are only colors upon the screen. You see only colors. You keep watching the film, which is only a projection of colors on a screen. But what you actually do is you keep staring at a screen. You do the same thing in front of the television screen too. Then on sun, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. We all worship our noble friend Aryan Wahanse for guiding us on this path, teaching us the true Dhamma fact which we heard 2600 years ago. We welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion now, and also the people who are listening via YouTube. And may you be blessed by Triple Gem. We warmly welcome all of you to this discussion, and also we are very grateful and want to thank all the friends who are behind the screen who are helping us with the technical part. So this is our regular English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado teaching, and as usual from 2:45 onwards we gather here and discuss the Dhamma facts. And Shani read 2 pages from our regular book. Actually, we have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind. And briefly, if I mention what she read for us, it's all about how the thoughts are formed. Actually, we think that we can see the coconut trees, we can see the mango trees, etc. We can see the house, we can hear the cawing of the crow. But really what happens is the sense faculties, which means our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the skin, they are capable of producing some information, but the sensor faculties have no idea. There is no naming or identification of this information. The identification or naming occurs as a thought. So actually, we are not seeing, but we are thinking that it is a coconut tree. We are not hearing, but we think it is the cawing of the crow. So like that, all 5 sensor faculties, they provide the information due to the fast vibration occurring at that level. And the thought will give mind will give the interpretation and then identify or name what it is. So basically that is what we are trying to understand. I can see Dr. Kokila and Sudharma Surangika all have joined. So Teruvan Saranai, all of you. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. If there are any friends who have joined, if any of you have any questions to ask, we can start the discussion as it is, because we are still at this discussion of the mind and the thought, very basic level. So if any of you like to ask a question, we can start the discussion from now, from that point onwards. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, may Triple Gem bless you all. And I can see someone has raised the hand. Yes, you can unmute the mic and raise the question. Yes.
Hello, I'm Joel.
Yes, Joel.
I'm a Christian, but I joined today the first time. So I was listening about this thought pattern, and these thoughts have been created by 5 senses. So sometimes, for me personally, some thoughts, they just dwell inside me. So how can I come out of those thoughts that are just coming and, getting registered in my mind? Any tips that I can get from you, ma'am?
Yeah, actually, we welcome you to this Zoom discussion, Joel, because truth is, just truth. It has no limits. How old are you? Did you say? You didn't say. How old are you?
I'm 34.
And when you day-to-day life, when you work, what do you do?
Basically, I was a counselor. So I
Oh,
did
okay, yeah,
counseling for the cancer patients.
yeah,
And
okay.
now I'm trying to get another new job.
Oh, that's fine.
So between this
So
resting period, I got these thoughts getting registered in my mind.
yeah, we'll talk about that. So
Yes, ma'am.
actually, this whole Zoom meetings are depending on actual truth um, that how this mechanism has happened. So to actually, if we try to erase a thought or kind of suppress a thought, you have basic idea that it comes more than usual actually. If you're kind of trying to do it more and more, it comes more and more. So the suppression of thoughts or kind of diverting into another thought, we are very famous for that. If you have a bad thought, just count from 1 to 10. We are very famous for that. And also we can say go for a walk, do whatever, some parasympathetic activities where you might feel your attention is on to different stuff, so that thought is just for some time it's gone. But as soon as the kind of anything that is related to that thought happens, that will come back again. But here in Dhamma, we are not actually talking like that. We are actually trying to understand how the thought has happened. Not really about actual content of the thought. We are not actually thinking about the content of the thought or what pattern of the thought or what, because the pattern of thoughts are actually different to 8 billion people. My pattern of thinking is not similar to my colleague's pattern of thinking, or it is not even similar to, if I had a twin, that is not even similar to twins' thinking pattern. Pattern is very variable. It matters. It changes with the genetics, the environment. It means from childhood to now, how things have evolved. So the experiences, basically, the thought patterns are mainly due to the experiences. But we are not actually trying to change the pattern. We are trying to understand how this thought has arisen in this system. So, we can say that in different ways, but I would say, going back to your, you may just imagine you are a 6-week baby. Just imagine. You won't remember anything about being a 6-week baby. And that is also interesting why you can't remember, because you didn't have a mind at that time. So the mind formation starts a bit later. How does the mind formation happen? Mind is actually one thought, just a thought. How can a thought happen? Lord Buddha has explained that a thought actually has all the features of 5 senses. If we had only 4 senses, that would only have all the features of 4 senses, but we have 5 senses. So if we talk about basic first thought like mother, the baby is not going to get meaning of the word mother directly, but perceptions are there. How does the perception occur? Perception is occurring when the baby is coming. Mother is actually coming near the baby. Baby can feel, the baby was in the womb. Baby kind of is sensitive to the mother's voice because that similarity is there. Not that the baby is aware that it is mother's voice, but the same vibration is coming. So that is kind of feeling safe for the baby. And the smell and the outline of that picture and the if there's a taste, yes, milk maybe, and sound, the eyes and the smell and the taste and the touch. Of course, touch. Babies are very sensitive to touch. If mother touches the baby, if they definitely know it is very, very different. If mother touches, baby sometimes stops crying, but babies are very sensitive. So, but mother has not occurred to the baby yet. But Lord Buddha has explained as these perceptions are there initially, but when they appear, synchronize at the same time, it's happening same time. So the sound comes, the mother is talking, and the picture is also coming at the same time. This humanity or kind of human system has the greatest ability of getting them together. So all the perceptions, actually the vibrations become like a kind of coalesce, and you have like a new idea that there's something. And if you see videos of babies talking, the first word, the baby is uttering the word mother, not knowing that it is a big deal, just because mother has been repeatedly telling. So that is the beginning of the thought, the mother. Can you see the mother has all the features, that smell, motherly smell we get. It can be even the milk smell, the visual outlook, and the sound, and the taste, and the touch all together. Now there is a mental picture. This is the mental formations. So these mental formations or thought is the powerful weapon of humans. It's very powerful. At the same time, it can actually lead you to have the worst outcome as well as the best outcome, because if you hear Dhamma, that is also initially understood by the mind. So the mind, what is mind? Actually, is there a mind? Mind is not anywhere. Mind is not located in the heart or near the heart. You can't actually call it like that. But what happens is, fast occurrence of thoughts, it doesn't happen immediately. The child will slowly adapt to this new kind of understanding. So they had perceptions separately, and now the perceptions are actually coalescing to form another perception, mental formation. So that mental formations are going to get more and more, because that's how they adapt. It is a normal thing. There's no self there. Just it keeps happening. So the baby will slowly start to understand daddy or tata or brother, family, that anything in that sense, anything, any word or any any thought. And slowly the child's world is going to get all these thoughts, and thoughts starts to happen very fast, and it becomes a thinking world. Because imagine you getting up in the morning and you see the ceiling and you see the surroundings of your room. You definitely get the idea it's my room. If it is not, you will be like very startled, isn't it? You'll be really scared. Where am I? But no, if you are inside the room, you know that's the surrounding, but inside the room is a kind of a perception. It's a mental formation. But that's how we are. We are in mental formations. So when we try to understand these mental formations, whatever the thought, so when you are kind of 30, 40 years, you have so much patterns of thoughts. I mean, from school, from friends, from family, from the upbringing, from job, whatever. There's so many things you get, and all are having like a view. Imagine like living in Asian culture, you have separate kind of stuff. And if you are in Christian family, that would be having a different outlook. I'm surrounded by them. I mean, maybe to the whole this area, I may be the only different thinker, but the thinking pattern is different. There's no change in the way they feel. The way they feel, in the sense the way they feel is also different because their vibrations are different. But actually, the what the eye works, but everyone's eye works if they are not blind. So likewise, they have the same capacity, same body pattern, same 5 sensory organs, but the thinking patterns are completely can be different. These patterns are, as I said, is going to be changed from one experience to another experience. So if a child had a bad experience, that can affect the whole life. That is it. And how some thoughts are going to affect you such strongly is because of the impact that it did, in the sense the powerful vibration you felt, that it has the. So imagine just a example. What can I say? From my patients, I can say one of my patients. Her father, actually, she just saw father drowning in the pool. He had a disability, but she saw him drowning, and she's young. And this, she tried her best because she knew how to swim, but she was not that good swimmer. So somehow he couldn't be revived. So that particular mind, how it's actually a perception. If you can understand the perception and the thought, it's actually the same, but the perception the thought has a bigger power than just the perception. Perception is the visual impact that she got. The visual impact is that drowning, shouting, and the thought is, my dad is drowning. Oh, I couldn't save my dad. That was her problem. She was angry with herself. I couldn't save my dad. That was her problem. So that's the thing. It was just a visual impact. But what she took directly was, my father is drowning. I couldn't help him. And he died because of me. I couldn't help him. That's recurrent thought that she gets. So can we help these things? I mean, if someone doesn't know that this is a thought process which has happened, and the thoughts are actually not true, they are kind of this, there's a way of this happening, you will definitely worry about this coming and coming again and again. But if you understand how this human mind works, I mean, we all are humans. We get calamities, we get good moments, bad moments, it doesn't matter. We have a mixture of everything. But what really matters is that we are very, we can't handle the traumatic moments coming back, because that telepathizes or synchronized to the previous, that frequency of the damage. That means if you felt something, you feel so bad at that particular moment. Just imagine that moment that child saw that and tried to save him, and the feeling she got, it can be reproduced exactly if she is going to be beside the pool again. So she's going to visualize it. Just she's walking near in her garden. It was house pool. So she's going to get that particular overwhelming feel again. Why? Because it telepathizes. It synchronizes to that previous thing. So actually speaking, when you go to the pool now, that child I'm talking about, that's still that child. When you go to the pool, you're still in that previous moment, and because you synchronize to the same vibration you had. The Father is not there, nothing, but in the mind, you go back to that and you can feel the same traumatic experience that she felt. So there are so many ways that we try to help her, but Buddhism, specifically because you are in our zone today, Buddhism actually is not going to specifically suppress that thought or do anything. It's actually trying to understand how a thought arises in our mind as a baby, and then from a kind of a baby in the cot to the 1-year-old, 2-year-old, and then go on to like 5-year-old, and then go on to have these thoughts. Whatever the frequencies, doesn't matter, because as I said, there are good memories too, where you feel so much happiness. Just imagine you see a photo of past gathering where you really love that. Imagine it's your birthday and you were actually happy that day. The story is different if you were unhappy that day, but if you were happy on that day, when you see the photo, you just go back to the same frequency that you had on that day, and you feel, wow, this is that day. Wow, that's so good. And you feel good now. That's how the synchronization happens. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. That is the main problem. Not the problem, actually. The depth is more. It doesn't end there. It actually extends deeper and deeper. Because we understand now, thoughts are creation of 5 senses, yes. But then they are felt so true that we are suffering. They are felt so true, whether it's happiness or the sadness, it is felt as true. And that is actually the alive feel we have. That is the misunderstanding that we have, that I am here. So the Lord Buddha was actually trying to explain how this view of I, me, myself has come to the world. It's due to ignorance. It's basically due to ignorance. But he didn't stop there either, because now we know that it is ignorance. Yes, we know that there is no self, but this is a pattern of, a process. But then there's another problem, because there is actually so much vibratory power that we have, because we have taken things through for long, 35 years, 45 years, we have we have developed a kind of a defilements, we tell it in this language. When we try to talk about that, we call it defilements, but Arananse mainly talks about them as burning or suffering. So this burning of in this at any point, burning in the sense suffering inside, is mainly due to this sense of feeling alive. That is the main reason, because everything circles around you. This happened to me. This happened to, that's the view of myself, or the thought that there is a self that is suffering. So there's so much depth to this. And when we try to deep down understand the five senses, then are they true? Actually, this is something that you have to feel with deep understanding of Dhamma, that actually if you liberate from that one particular thought, you can feel that the eye itself is a vibratory nature. The ear itself is a vibratory nature. Experience only. It's experience. The baby in the cot had just experiences. You can't really say anything about it, because that's why you can't remember beyond some point, because they were all feelings. So you feel the light. Why? Because we can't call it light or nothing. We don't know anything. So you feel the light, you feel the sound, you feel the touch. That's how we can say, because it's a kind of a change in the eyes. What we feel is actually light is out there, I am here. But that is due to this thought. Actually, what is happening is the vibration of the eye. This is normal, completely normal. If you are born as a human, you have a vibratory nature of all the five sensory organs. But the problem is not that. Problem is we feel it as a thing that we feel. So that is the basic thing. And when come to your problem now, coming back to your problem, why am I getting thoughts again and again? That is normal. That is normal. When that child goes to the garden, and child see the pool, that is the only thing that happened. How did it synchronize to the past event? That is because of the similarity of the event. If you get a call from a friend, and the friend is talking about friend's dad, this daughter is talking, mumbling, actually can't talk, because the word dad brings so much that same vibration she felt in that previously due to this trauma. So that is how we resynchronize. It could be from the ear faculty, it could be from the eye faculty, like seeing the pool or hearing someone say even the word of dad. Or even if you go to the market and you smell the most used perfume of dad, you just smell it and you're like, dad, that's all it comes with, and overwhelmed with sadness. Why? It telepathizes to the thought of dad. So this is how the thought system works. Why? Because this thought of dad has all these components anyway. So the human beings can actually synchronize to any thought from any of these aspects, any of the six sensory aspects. So it can be actually you sit down and think about that, or it can be you see something and synchronize to that, or you hear something, or you smell something, or you taste something. You taste something, a pizza maybe, and you feel, oh, my dad used to make this. My dad loved this. You go back to the same thought. And the feel the children love their parents' hugs. And if you see someone else hugging someone else, and that would bring them, oh, I don't have my father to hug me anymore. So likewise, do you feel this, Joel? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying slowly to get you into this discussion. I don't think we can finish this discussion in one go. I don't think so. But do you feel this? Do you feel this, how this mechanism works, and how this notion of self has come, and how it has destroyed this and brought the suffering? Because suffering is actually nothing related to the thought. It's brought about by this idea of self. If the idea of self is not there, actually you would be sad, but it wouldn't be taken as a thing to you, and you wouldn't be bothered for the thought to happen again and again. But it is very important to understand these mechanisms of the six sensory organs. That is how it works. And there's no abnormality here. That is how it works. But we feel it is abnormal. Why am I thinking about this again? Okay, why it is coming back again? Because that was kind of a strong vibration that day you had. But then this is the normal way. And whatever that vibration, whatever the thing, as an example, I told you one example, but it can be anything. Mostly it is a loss, but it can be humiliation. It can be, if you think deep, actually, the most traumatizing parts are related to self, because the child is felt as fatherless. I don't have my father anymore. It's kind of every calamity, every sensation, every problem is related to me. And that's why even the repeated thoughts are a problem to us, because we feel that it should not happen. So we have boundaries, we have so much expectations, we have so much assumptions, so that we want a pattern, set pattern of us. That is the problem. Yeah, I would stop then, maybe get Joel to ask question. Oh, did you hear me? Did you not hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I heard, and I got that clearance for my question.
You got? Okay.
And I need to rethink back again about it, and go slow with it. And you said the thoughts are normal,
Thoughts are
so
normal, yeah.
thoughts are
But
normal.
the
So I thought,
power behind it is the problem.
yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your answer. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you. And if you can get a book from Aran Hanse's books, you can get, if you can get one from anyone, it would be very good, so that you can go through and ask questions where you have doubts, and that would help everyone, and that would help you as well as everyone, because it's very very interesting to answer in any aspect, isn't it? Yeah, we would love to have you here again. Anyone else? We have our usual Dhamma friends as well. Anyone can start, join the discussion. Yes.
Yes, Therwan Sana and Dr. Kokila. Yes, I think that was a sort of very simple and clear explanation. I hope Joel sort of could grasp most of it, because you mentioned it in a very simple way. And we would like to talk to you again, Joel. I mean, just go through what Dr. Kokila was trying to explain, because these all things are new for you. So It might take a little sort of time, maybe a day or two, to rethink of what she was mentioning, and we would welcome you to join again and ask the questions, because as Dr. Kokila mentioned, it's everything is revolving around this feeling of myself, which is the strongest thought, which has been built up from the small age. Compared to the other thoughts, it is the strongest one, strongest concept or the misconception that I am living there. It's myself, and everything is revolving around that. So understanding how the thoughts are formed, and the fact that they are just simply the vibratory functions of the sensors, and it is a process which is not under anyone's control. Particularly, it's not under my control. There is no authority in that process. So when you understand this fact, the weight which was given to the thoughts, the value which was given to the thoughts, get sort of less and less. And you can understand that the thoughts are, one of the metaphors given by our noble friend Aryan Mahasi is that it's like the sky and the clouds. The clouds are coming, and various shapes, various colors, and thick clouds, thin clouds, fast moving clouds, all sorts of clouds are there in the sky. But the sky or the space is just watching. So the movements of these clouds and the formation of the clouds is not under control of the space or the sky. So it's kind of an observer, a process of moving clouds. The clouds will not, the nice looking clouds will not come and persist, last long. And also the dark, heavy clouds will just come uninvitedly. So in the thought also, it's like that. Thought is just another entry point or another sensor faculty, as Dr. Kokila mentioned. So whether the thoughts are pleasant ones, unpleasant ones, whatever, is just a part of the process. And thoughts occur at the most unwanted way, and sometimes doesn't last when you want to continue maintain a thought. The happy thoughts cannot be maintained, and the sad thoughts cannot be completely get rid of. So it is just a part of the process. So I think maybe you can think about all these facts that was sort of heard just now, and you can join the Zoom discussions again, and then ask if there are any areas which are not clear enough. Maybe we can get the views of the others also. Surangika and Sudharma also are here with us. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Joel, and all Dhamma friends. Yes, Dr. Kokila, it was a very convincing explanation about the thought formation, and you went into detail and actually the very basics and explained the most important point, that one should understand the notion of self, how it arises in that way. Joel, although he joined today, he is very lucky because all the basics were given in her explanation, and as Dr. Sakuntala suggested, it's a natural process. So in these Buddothpado sermons, it is clearly stated how we have get entangled in this natural, without understanding this thought formation and this mechanism. The mechanism of five sensory organs is a natural process, and we ignorantly consider that it happens to happens to me or I or the self. What actually the mind sensor, the work or the function of the mind sensor is the most challenging part for us to understand, because as now both of our doctors explained well, how the thought is formed, because basically in science we know that there are five senses. We are taught about five senses: eye, ear, nose, mouth, and the skin or the body sensor. But in this Buddhist philosophy, mind is also considered as a sensor, and it is it is the truth, of course. So that is why the Buddha becomes the greatest scientist ever in the world. And if you go deeper in this philosophy, the function we can understand all these problems occur due to the illusion created uh, through mind sensor. Otherwise, in the original form, when the eye perceives a certain object, actually now both of them explain the vibratory nature of these basic sensory organs, and these so uh, actually in this quantum physics also it is clearly explained that entire world universe is nothing but energy, different forms of energy. So energies never uh, never die, they only transform into another form of energy. So and these energies actually are in other words, they are vibrations. So everything in the universe is in other words energies, or in other words vibrations. So due to the natural phenomenon of the vibrations of opposing charges like positive and negative coming together, these I when so different projections happen. For example, when the eye functions, certain visual formations occur. But I alone cannot. For example, if the eye functions properly, if you when you keep your eyes open, we cannot prevent certain visual formations occurring, and the identification of those formations happens as a result of the mind sensor coming to work. So mind sensor, of course, is again it is another vibration that connects the inputs of all other sensory organs, and making actually giving some meaning to the formation that perceived by that particular sensory organ or sensory faculty. So what I wanted to tell you is, as Dr. Kokila suggested, this won't come to you in one go, but actually you have understood it from your comment. You it was clear that you have the interest to go further, and actually your problem is also about recurrent thoughts occurring in your mind. So that is the most difficult part to understand, that it is a natural process. Thought occurrence cannot be controlled. And one of our experienced person who has followed Buddothpado Dhamma, called Miss Swarnamali. She joins 7 o'clock Zoom discussion, and what she always says is never try to control whatever as Dr. Kokila also said, you might get pleasant thoughts, unpleasant thoughts. Those judgments are also made by this notion of self. Otherwise, there is nothing as pleasant or unpleasant even. Whatever happens, we should not try to control. What she says is let them happen, let them come. The more we try to prevent them, the next time the power, because as now both of them mentioned, we do not have the ability to control them. Let them happen and understand the process mechanism behind it. So reading books will definitely help you, and you have Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala and a lot of experienced people here. You can speak to Aryan Hanse himself, and hope you will join every day. And it's interesting to see you here. And Teruan Saranai, may the Noble Triple Gem bless you.
Anything else, Ramika? I mean, it's a bit, it can be a bit too much for him, so I didn't actually go into details. So, because
Yeah,
practical, yeah.
I think so, isn't it? I think three of you gave a good explanation in taking different angles, and that was, I think, quite important. I hope Joel would appreciate that, because with different personalities, sometimes the approach of the same approach to the question that he raised from different angles also helps. So I think he would have got a lot of points to ponder about and to consider over the next couple of days. And as the others said, I'm sure he will join again if there are questions that he needs answers to. I think one of the points that I'd like to just raise is that when you say that there are recurring thoughts, it's not the recurring thoughts. If you just dig deeper into that question itself, Joel, it's not the thoughts that is the problem for you to actually even consider raising the question. There must be something in the thoughts, the mind object itself, the subject matter of the thoughts, which is the point of where there is either some kind of sorrow or some sadness or something which is not giving you the peace and tranquility. Because if it is just thoughts, just normal natural thoughts occurring, like I have to go and buy bread and milk or something, obviously nobody's going to be thinking about it and worrying about those thoughts. But there can be thoughts which are constantly occurring or recurring, where you want to get rid of it, you don't want to think about it, but it keeps coming back to your mind over and over again, and then you think, oh, at least if I have a good night's sleep tomorrow, I'll probably be rid of the thoughts. But then here you go, 1 hour or 10 minutes into waking up, here the thoughts come back again. So it is at that time that you start getting a bit frustrated and getting a bit annoyed, irritated perhaps, and thinking, what is wrong with me, or why are these thoughts happening, and why can't I get rid of the thoughts? So from that itself, you can see that the thoughts become a problem if we try to think that these are my thoughts, isn't it? So when did the thoughts become mine? And so for that, you have to actually see what was the subject matter of the thought. It could be something with regard to our jobs. It could be something with regard to a patient that we have seen or patient that we have tended to. Or, in the example Dr. Kokila gave, something about an occurrence of a past incident where, either you have done something accidentally wrong or somebody else has done something towards you, which they didn't either apologize or something like that. And that keeps recurring over and over again. So that telepathization of that happens through this mind process. And that is what I think people mentioned in this talk about the fact that thoughts occur naturally. That is what we call the natural law of the mind. I mean, if you think about it, you know about the law of the gravitation, the gravitational power, magnetic power, and things like that. So just like that, the mind itself works naturally. It is one of the law. It's called just the natural law of the mind. So the fact that thoughts recur through the senses and the sense faculties, through the light, touch, taste, and smell conscious coming together to form a thought or a mind object. Like, for example, something that was bothering you is coming back again and again. The name, for example, say we say it's a patient. The fact that we call that person a patient is just a construct from the mind and the thought process. So what we are trying to do through this Zoom discussion is go back further and unravel that thought and say, what was the construct? How did the thought pattern occur? What was the basis of it? Wasn't it just light coming from the light perception, the sound coming from the sound perception? And these things taken together, didn't we call that so-and-so the patient, or so-and-so my next door neighbor, which didn't, put out his rubbish bin on time or something? Whatever it is, these concepts, names, labels in the conventional world that we have gathered through our years of life, which the baby in the cot never knew about, but gradually we have gained these things through life from our childhood days. These are the things that have gained momentum, isn't it? These are the things that have gained value attached to it. And then we have put, moment we think about these objects as being real, and we have named and labeled them, then there is the duality that occurs because that then exists. And then there is the so-called self also. The self view is also born. So these are the things that are the subject matter of thoughts. And we don't see that naturally when we go about our day-to-day business, isn't it? We just think they are thoughts. And we don't even think they are thoughts. We think about Jack, the next door neighbor, or the person in our workplace who didn't do his work on time, or that's the way we think. We don't think about it as thoughts. But when it keeps coming back over and over again, then it becomes a bother. But why is it a bother? Because there is an underlying heaviness in the thoughts, isn't it? There's an underlying heaviness which brings about sadness. There's an underlying heaviness which brings about anger. But why would it bring those emotions? Because there is a sense of power or an underlying current or a power or a vibration in the thoughts which is being fueled by the self-anger. So if that is the thing that we are trying to unravel for you and explain a little bit more, so that if you try to understand and unravel that the thought is only a construct made up from those basic 5 senses that Sudharma just explained, it helps to shine the light on the fact that the thought is just a thought, a fleeting image. And these thoughts, which are just naturally occurring, are not yours. There is no self here to gain ownership of it. And if that is gradually understood little by little, because it is not an easy concept to understand and to grasp, but the more you do that and the more you understand how this process and the mechanism works, that's all you can do. And when you do that gradually, the power that is underlying those thoughts start gradually fading. And the sense of self, the sense of ownership of the thoughts and the suffering that goes with it starts gradually dwindling. You would feel a sense of lightness. You would feel a sense of peace and tranquility, but all that comes by just take it easy, by just relaxing and trying to understand what is this thought, how did this come about, how did this thought or the person behind the thought or the object become so much of a issue for me. And then you think, how did the thought come about? And if you start gradually in a very relaxed manner, start contemplating about it, you yourself will find that it becomes easier and easier. And to do that, as Dr. Kopila mentioned, the book that was read out a few pages right at the very beginning, there are several translations to English from Buddothpado and Seven Noble Spiritual Teachers' Discourses. The particular book that was read, Joel, is very, very good, because that gives a very lucid explanation of the basic Dhamma teachings about the mechanics of the mind. If you would like and if you are interested, please go to the buddothpadadhamma.com website and go into the English book section. The volume 2 version is available there. So yes, thank you, Dr. Kopila.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also, Joel must be very familiar with exposure therapy. Actually, this is not that kind of this is not that kind of understanding. So this is completely different. This is going back to the formation of the thoughts and understanding that how it is actually, we feel that the whatever the thoughts are out there, but this duality is actually a illusion. So it's so much to like feel here, but why we are afraid of that sad feeling is because of kind of the self, because we kind of like good feelings and we kind of try to reject bad feelings. So the bad feeling, if the bad feeling is surfacing again due to any other similarity of thoughts, you don't like it. That is, you don't like it. So the you has the problem, in the sense the self has the problem. So the self here is actually a problem from the beginning. It's actually a thought which has happened due to the ignorance. There's no self here. There's a process. Actually, even scientifically, this is getting proven now. A lot of people have stopped in the consciousness bit, but actually Lord Buddha has gone beyond consciousness. Consciousness is not the basic thing. Actually, the non-vibration is the basic, but we can't go that far in first session. So I think best thing is for you to understand there is a bit more about how the thoughts are forming, how this self thought is also forming, because it's the same way. The mother, if the mother comes repeatedly into your life, so if your mother is about 50 years of age and you are 20, all your 20 years of life, you know mother. And mother is a recurrent thought which has happened. Same thing. The traumatic event which happened, whatever, I'm just calling it a traumatic event because I didn't want to go into details until Joel feels sensible, like feel free to do that. So that actually trying to suppress it has become given the power to that thought, because the main factors for a thought to become so important is, one is how many times it is coming back to you, how many times, you know, that in that example, how many other things brings back the similarity between that thought or the occurrence of that thought, because thought has these all the sensory aspects. So the recurrence of that same thought is called volitional formation in English, but I don't think you kind of will get it. But in simple English term, you can understand that any thought, if it happens repeatedly, whether it is your gold watch, or whether it's your, wife, children, mother, father, doesn't matter, whatever. What is happening again and again every day, that has the most powerful, most power, which you feel alive in that. That is the same thing. So likewise, any traumatic event also that has that, something you don't like, you don't even it has to be a traumatic thing, just something you didn't like, that if you keep, trying to suppress that thought, the power itself is going to go up. So if you keep understanding this, how this humanity works, it's just humans. We are all humans. We have 5 senses, and after some time we have the mind sensor too. Yes, we have 6 senses. And until breathing happens, we have a story. Is this story true? Not really. So that is what we are understanding. I think we will stop there. I think can be overwhelming otherwise. Anyway, we welcome you so much, Joel, and we are very happy to answer any questions if you have. And thank you so much for joining our discussion today. Anything else? Do we have any other points today? Did anyone go to speak? Sorry, I missed that. What's the time now? We have 8 minutes. Yeah, someone can actually join. We have 8 minutes more. Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, do you any other aspects? I think anything else we have heard today, or in the sermons, or anything like that?
I think maybe there is not much time to sort of discuss another topic, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But we have discussed a lot about this thought, and it is the same topic that Joel brought as well. So it matched our
book reading also. I think it's around that, isn't it?
Same thing, yeah. Because understanding perceptions, perception of sadness. Yeah, Thiruvun
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I have some experience, simple thing related to what you just now said, the thought power. So I handed over certain file with documents to be signed by the principal to the clerk in the office. So I need to get it back because I need to hand it over to the zonal education office tomorrow. So I had that in mind, and I was I was teaching a lesson there after that. And after the lesson also, that thought occurs, and then I went back to the office to check whether it has been given to the principal. No, it was still on the clerk's table, so came back. Then I did something else. Then again that thought occurs because, and then again it makes me to go to the office and check, but they are really busy because grade 1 and grade 6 admissions are being done. But my thought has more uh, the highest power, because I need to get it. So it kept me going to the office and coming back. At the same time, I was experiencing the thought power. And since you always remind me how the thought power has brought about the self vibration, because now since we have this knowledge, because we every day we discuss it, it is not merely the thought, but that power itself is the self vibration also. So it was a beautiful experience in the sense as this Dhamma came there, because I experienced how the power gets aggravated, gets higher and higher each time. I remembered that I was doing certain stuff, but that thought occurs, then it makes me go there.
But if you have
So,
felt that,
yeah,
that's actually
yeah.
good in the sense,
Mm.
if you kept feeling how this power is getting aggregated or actually getting augmented, then that is good,
Yes.
because you have that kind of super awareness to this whole thing, then that is actually a good thing, not a bad thing, because you have that super awareness about self, feeling of self. If you have the super awareness about the feeling of self like happening this way, it's definitely going to go down, because it is kind of you can't do anything more than that, because that's what the super awareness catches. It is not the normal awareness. So it is really important, because you're telling that now, because you actually, your awareness, the some stuff that I tried to tell you was that the duality, understanding the duality is needed even when that power is not that high. But when it is high, anyway, our super awareness is going to come now, because we have understood this for some time. We understand that this is what it is that we have misunderstood as self. So it is good, but
Yes.
deeper down, even if you are not agitated, not stressed, you are going to the office. Still, that if the duality feel is there, it can be. It's very difficult to explain, but the actually it is kind of a misunderstanding we have that there is duality. So kind of when we go deeper into that, we understand that duality is also just an illusion, and that is it. I mean, nothing much. But that's where we understand. Even without that agitation, even that film which is going on like a dream, the office, the clerk, the principal, the letter, my letter, whatever, that is also some kind of dream, isn't it? That's not true either. So
Yes.
yeah,
True.
that's it, that's nothing much, and that's it, actually nothing much.
And Dr. Kokila, when people wait for certain things, they ultimately, after waiting for a long time, they get angry. That is also now we can understand it's because of this
And when you
thought
feel that,
power.
you can't get angry.
Yeah, no, not my instance. Now in
Yeah, that's what I'm
hospitals,
saying.
now
So
patients. Yeah, yes,
if
doctor.
someone is listening to this Dhamma, the ability to get angry is also disappearing, because what you feel is, oh, this is happening again, oh, this is happening again. So it's kind of, that is your kind of leads you to kind of you lose that interest
Yes,
to
true.
react. But it's going deeper, though. That's what we keep telling. But yeah, it's really interesting, isn't
And
it?
that is, Dr. Kokila, even Lord Buddha has told this is when somebody sees one's own mind, it's more beautiful and more exciting than seeing the movies, these moving pictures, Chalanachitra.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
Mm. Yeah, that's so
we
beautiful.
never, yeah.
I think we are running into our 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. Just Joel, anything to add?
Yes, doctor. Like I was listening to all these things, the people, the forum, whoever have explained what I asked, the questions, and what I felt was like I just felt relaxed and bit sleepy, because something that was in my mind was drifted away.
Yeah, I
Whatever I
know.
was thinking, all of these people in the forum were telling. So thank you so much, and I'll have to join again tomorrow to learn more about this.
Yeah, we love it, Joel. We welcome you. Thank you. And we worship Aranvanse. We are running out of time now. So we worship Aranvanse as usual for opening uh, our eyes to this beautiful truth of the world. We'll try to understand it deeper and deeper, and to understand that even the feel is just the rapid vibration, it's just the speed, and that's only because the speed has done all this feeling of the consciousness. So the consciousness is not the actual basis of this world, it's actually the speed. And when we understand that, it becomes a non-vibration. So yeah, we thank everyone for joining the Zoom discussion today, and we will wind up, I think. Hasn't it? Anything else, Sakuntala?
No, I think we will wind up for today and meet tomorrow. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pokila and all the friends. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai.
Peruan Saranai.
Aaron Hanser, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 42. Fleeting thoughts are not wholesome because all fleeting thoughts consist of raga, greed, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. The stanza Kusalasa Upasampada means train yourself to see the thought that arises in your mind. This seeing of the thought is a wholesome act which will help you realize the pure truth. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a wholesome act, a kusala. This wholesome act is also known as upasampadava. Saticcapariyodhapanam means that one has to take hold of your mind, control your fleeting mind. Etang Buddhana Sasanam means this is the preaching of all the Buddhas. We would like to remind you that all these teachings are only for the followers who are already on the path, and for the followers who have already realized the pure truth. We believe that you already know the Dhamma by knowledge, or you must have already realized the pure truth. We also believe that you already know the meaning of the word Buddha. Buddha means emptiness or solitude. It means that there is no thing, but what you see outside are all things. You see conventional names, Sammuti, Prajnapti, names that we assign to things that we see in this illusion. When you look outside, you see the brick wall, You see the ground, you see the sky, and you see the trees. All these, it is only a seeing, isn't it? Now, what we are going to do is we are going to teach you that all what you see is all an illusion. We are going to explain the philosophy of the Buddha, and we are also going to teach you how to realize the pure truth. You have to learn how to see what the Buddha taught us after having a deep understanding of his philosophy. When you look outside, you see things around you, don't you? You have to learn to look beyond this scenery which you see outside. Terusan, everybody.
Therun Saranai Shani. Uh, we first of all worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet. Therun Saranai Aryan Wahanse, who is our teacher in the spiritual pathway, who is guiding us according to the true Dhamma facts which were disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. And we also worship all the monks and nuns who have joined us via different means to listen to this Zoom. So we all pay our homage and also warmly welcome everybody who have joined the Zoom and also who are listening through YouTube. And very grateful to all our Dhamma friends who are helping us with the technical aspect of the Zoom discussions. And on behalf of our Dhamma friends, we all welcome all of you. So it's just another day, 2:45 p.m. from Sri Lankan time, English Zoom discussion, which we are going to discuss some matters from the book, books written under Buddothpado teaching. And thank you, Shani, for reading the 2 pages. So we will take it as the base to start our discussion. Right at the beginning of the reading, it was mentioned Buddha means emptiness or solitude. That means there is no thing. What does it mean really? It means that the materialistic things that we experience as the world are not truly existing. They are all the feelings which are interpreted or illusions made by the sense of faculties. So once there is a story in the Buddha teachings in the history, a person asked Lord Buddha, who are you? Are you a human being? And Lord Buddha said, no. Are you a god? Are you a ghost? Are you a Brahma? So like that, he was giving all sorts of non-names and asked whether that matches with Lord Buddha's status. But Lord Buddha denied all that. He said, no, I'm no such thing. I am Buddha. So what he tried to convey was that he cannot be considered as a person or a physical person, but he has reached the status called Buddha, which means nothingness or solitude. Nothing in the sense, I think it's better to mention it as no thing there, not nothing, no thing. There are no things related to that. Even though the physical body is there, the spiritual level or the understanding of Lord Buddha was not related to that physical body, but what he tried to convey was that his spiritual understanding, the level of his understanding was Buddha, which means emptiness. So this is an important statement actually. Right now, we all as Buddhists, we are no different from the other religions who are worshipping statues. So, in other words, we use a statue as a representative, but actually we are worshipping the Buddha state, uh, the the level of that uh, mind, spiritual level that achieved by Lord Buddha. So it is something different from the usual teachings in the other religions and also the usual belief in other language, other religions. So there are our spiritual teacher and Mahanse explained this one. Actually, until that time, we were thinking that the statues are just representatives of Lord Buddha, and we are doing the offerings to that. So it's much deeper than that. It's much more advanced, I would say, to understand what Lord Buddha mentioned, tried to convey to that person who asked, "Who are you?" So we are worshipping to the Buddha state or the uh, advanced level of mind that he clarified and understood with internal transformation, inner transformation. So in this book, it starts actually the contents of the 2 pages that Shani read just starts to explain what is meant by this outside world and how the outside world, so-called outside world, is created in the mind. So the story is very interesting actually. The fact that we have to, we depend the systems, or I would rather use the word systems. Systems always depend on the capability of the sensor function. So it highly varies from species to species. Even within the same species, there can be some variations in the sensor functions. So color blindness is one of the examples for a variation within one species. That means within the human species. So when you go deep into these facts, which we have not actually researched by ourselves, but now that we have been given some clues about how this world is created, we can research and experiment ourselves and see how the world is created due to sensor functions, and when the sensor functions are not there, that creation changes. Actually, the created world is different. So for a person who is blind, that means there is no eye faculty function, the world is different from a person who has all 5 sensor functions. So little by little, this book takes us deeper and deeper to the pathway and letting us do the research by ourselves. Lord Buddha used to say that you cannot depend on another person to understand this Dhamma. You can take the horse up to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink water. And also in another metaphor, Lord Buddha has said that make your own ferry or your own canoe. You cannot get onto somebody else's canoe and cross the stream. You have to make it yourself to suit your ability and to suit your knowledge and your understanding. And in Dhamma, there are 4 categories actually explained by Lord Buddha when it comes to understanding. There are some people who readily understand the explanations given in Dhamma. That category is in Pali called Ugatitanna. And apparently the Sariputta Thero and Mugalan Thero, who were the chief or the head disciples of Lord Buddha, they had this capability. They understood just within, 2 sentences of a stanza, first 2 sentences to one of them and the second 2 sentences to the other, and then they understood the truth which was hidden underneath that. Then also it's described another category called Vipatitanna. They will need a little bit more effort. They will have to listen to Dhamma and they will have to do a little bit of research by themselves. And then they will understand with a minimal effort. And then there is a further, it's described a Neya. Neya group will need much more effort to understand this Dhamma. And a 4th category is also described as Padaparama, who will have great difficulty. However much it is explained, sometimes that person cannot pick up what is disclosed or what is mentioned in the discussion. But having said that, it's not something permanent. So no, a person should not get discouraged because this Dhamma cannot be understood. So always what our Aryan Mahasi, our noble friend, has said was that these things are applicable to the individual thoughts. So in one thought, if a person cannot understand anything, the next thought, it will be completely different and will be able to understand. So there's no need to get disheartened or discouraged when you listen to this Dhamma. Always keep up with your courage and keep up with your experimenting and researching of what is mentioned, and continued listening to Dhamma discussions of Buddothpado teachings is the path, and that is what you have to do. Okay, I think Dr. Kokila, Sudharma and Surangika have joined. Thiruvan Saranai, maybe you can take over from there. I just gave a little introduction along with some other additional facts. Thiruvan Saranai.
We worship our say before starting the song discussion every day. And what was the actual part that what was the underlying message in what Shani read? Because I joined slightly later. What was the main message in that? Is it still about the thought, or does someone have the book?
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I have the book, but actually I also joined a little later and don't know the exact pages read by her.
Shani, do you remember the page? It's okay.
Page 43 and 44.
What was the
Sorry.
main message? I just wanted to ask. What was the main? Was it
Sorry,
about the
actually,
thought or
yeah,
what?
I have spoken with my mic muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, page 43 and 44. It mentioned that when you look outside, you see the things around, but they are actually conventional names are given, but there is something beyond the scenery, that is something that beyond the scenery you have to uh, look carefully. You see an image, but it has to be understood that it is only a thought, and the truth is it is only an image actually, but it's not something created in your mind. So examples have been given. The table means it's a thought. Window means it's a thought. So they are
So
all
it's about
thoughts.
the thought already.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
still.
Yes. Still, it's about the thought. Sorry, I have spoken with my mic
That's
muted.
okay. Yeah, I mean, we have discussed a lot about this thought. Actually, it never ends because this mind perception or the mind consciousness is completely a illusion where you get hacked, basically. So yeah, we can discuss about it. Is there any specific area that we should speak?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So, although initially we identify all these as thoughts, they are mere perceptions, isn't it? So, if everything that we associate with are, all are perceptions. So nowadays, in these groundbreaking revelations, also, Aryan Mahanse explains about the perception, how we have made the world real, because everything is a perception, light, sound, all these labels given to them.
Yeah,
Now,
I
when we
think the main factor which is important in understanding perceptions is why we are studying about the perceptions, why we are even thinking about perceptions, why we are wondering about perceptions. What's the big deal about perceptions? What do you think? What's the big deal about perceptions? Why are we trying to get deeper and deeper into perceptions? What do you think?
that is to understand the illusion. Now, for
Which
example, now
illusion? Which illusion? Which illusion?
illusion in the sense that there is nothing and there is no one here. That is the absence of a self and absence of
It's
so-called
actually
entities.
mainly the
Yeah.
illusion of self.
Yes, illusion of the self.
Because
And
when we try to understand the illusion of self only, we have to understand the stimulus. Because the illusion of self has no existence other than the stimulus. It is always with the stimulus that illusion of self arises. So when we try to understand the illusion of self, we have to understand the illusion of stimuli, isn't it? So
Yes.
that is the thing, that is the point, I think, that we may miss, and which may need reiteration all the time, kind of reread or re-discussed, or reiterated multiple times, so that everyone keep remembering that why we are wondering about perceptions, because we don't need to worry about perceptions if the self was not related to stimuli, but the self is actually the self perception is related to the stimulus. How does it relate? It is related because you feel as alive or you feel as existing when the stimulus is felt as existent. And how does that happen? That's due to the speed and the ignorance. Speed and the ignorance, it's kind of similar with the speed and the ignorance. So that is why. Anything else? Did you get the point? I mean, why we miss it on the? I think it's a good thing to discuss. Why we should reiterate here and there is once a person starts studying Dhamma or trying to understand Dhamma, they listen to this Dhamma half-hearted or just in a, you know, even any one of us, if they don't listen properly, they will listen to one part and they will forget the other part. Usually that is. So you listen to the part that there is the akna, that is outside is all the mind, outside is mind, and yes, that there's nothing. You might actually lose the plot by actually forgetting why we are trying to understand there's nothing, because what actually has happened to Mityadrushtika Asanya level, but in the sense wrong vision, a Brahma who doesn't feel anything, that is the same thing. That Brahma doesn't feel anything. That's just a vibration. Brahma is just a vibration. It's a state of vibration. So that state of vibration doesn't feel anything. It means there's no vibration for a long time. But what is the problem there is there's always a chance of vibration even after whatever the 80 kalpas. So then the power comes back because we discussed yesterday, the vibration is there, the power is there. So the power is also back. So the self vibration is back, basically. So that's why. So we have to keep reiterating this. I think we do. We try to do this for a long time now. I think with the guidance of our great noble friend, we have been, when we feel that the Dhamma can be a double-sided sword, you can cut yourself. So we can say the serpent can bite you if it is not properly handled. So that is how it can happen, isn't it? Any thoughts about that?
Yes, Dr. Kofila, I can share some personal experience I had yesterday. I was waiting last evening. I was waiting to pick my daughter-in-law actually from the workplace, and I was waiting in the car, and it was late evening, and whenever a shadow appears from this side, that that perception happens that it should be this girl, and actually it was not her. So several people from the distance, the perception occurred that it's it's her, and ultimately she appeared and I recognized. So there, I was kind of self-experiencing that, how this illusion occurred then and there.
Well, that is actually a part of the illusion. That is actually part of the illusion, but the actual self, illusion of the self is also there. Did you see that?
On this side, no, I actually, what I saw was the perception, the big mistake,
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? Yeah. That's
and
the
Dr.
thing.
Kokila, another beautiful thing, another thing that I was someone who is really scared of darkness because of the ghost stories related to me in my childhood by my cousins. And when I step into the darkness, always the dead people's faces appear, and I visualize them and I get really scared. But you wouldn't believe, now by 1 o'clock, 1 a.m., I all by myself, I go out to pick my daughter-in-law, and actually, if somebody hears, it's so scary because roads, no one is there on the roads. But at once it comes, this darkness is also a perception, nothing but I used to penetrate through those perceptions couple of months ago. Now without any fear, I open the doors and go, like, so such changes in my behavior I experience. It may definitely, it should be due to this some impact of the true Dhamma. So
Yeah, but that is something you had and you
yes,
thought abnormal.
yes,
But every human
Mm.
is feeling that the self-perception is normal. What you explained was, considered to be abnormal. No, you know definitely that it was a shadow, but you get scared. You know that definitely there is no dead people, but you kind of there's kind of an imaginary illusion. But imagine that 24/7 we have a self-perception, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that is what we are fighting with. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, and Dr. Kokila, at that time I was thinking, if I happen to walk on the roads in the midnight.
Now, even without getting scared, now
Mm.
this is a bit tricky when I try to say this.
Mm.
Even without getting scared, so getting scared is 35,000 watts, we'll say.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just an explanation. So you don't get it now. But still, what about the 2,000 when you walk around without fear?
There.
Can you get it?
Yeah, and I was trying, that's quite true. And doctor, I was trying to say, if I happen to walk on the road, I wouldn't do that. Still, I'll be scared. Self-perception is there, of course.
Yeah, but it is very nice to actually get this properly, because self-perception is not zero until you become an arahant. So self-perception can be there in different ways. Self-perception can be in the so imagine the darkness. So when you see the darkness, you get so many thoughts about it. That is completely the Kamaloka. What is that? Sensual world.
Sensual.
It's like the if you like, if you have, imagine as a thing, I take 5,000 rupee thing. If you have a value for that, and you can use this for that all that story is in the sensual world. Like that, likewise, the darkness, we have a very big story now. I see this and that. We can say a lot of stories, but the value of the story is in the sensual world. Now you don't feel that value, but there is still the drama, isn't it? Still the dream.
Yes. Dream is there.
Still inside the dream. If you are awakened from the dream, that is slightly different to the being in the dream. That is something interesting to feel, actually. Yeah, I mean, anyone else to add something to this discussion? I mean, it's just a discussion that going on with Sudharma's experience, which is, I think, beautiful, because we are talking about perceptions today. And we are actually talking about real perceptions. We are not even imagining things. So we are actually talking about perceptions. I can remember vividly, really well, how I used to faint for every, if someone is crying in pain, I used to faint. And now I don't do that. But I don't do that in the sense I don't do that after about, when I grew bigger, I stopped doing that. But both times I'm like a wrong view person. I'm a person with a wrong view. But what happened? I got used to that. Kind of, I reason out in my understanding my mind, and I got so upset about me doing that, because people have to get me out of that faint. So things keep changing. But what about the wrong view? What about the right view? What about the self-perception? It has persisted. And the self-vibration, it has persisted. How long? We don't know. We don't know. Can we, Lord Buddha has told Sarasankhya Kalpalaksha. Can we even have an understanding about that? Not really, can we? So you have so much experiences, and you get all the experiences again and again. Whatever you get in the future is the vibrations you had before. So like the frequencies. So it is very interesting, isn't it? Anyone to add to this story? Did you get anything from that things, Dharma? Did you understand anything, or do you have anything to add? Your mic is mute. I don't know, anyone is talking with the mic mute, because I can't hear anyone talk, as Dr. Sakuntala did just before.
Yeah, actually, the pattern of perceptions, as you mentioned, changes, isn't it? Now, if a person feels scared of anything, basically, not only the darkness, even fear of illnesses or whatever, it indicates the self-perception, isn't it? I mean, the self feeling of existence.
And even without that fear, there's again there is the self-perception.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell. Even when I was fainting, I had the self-perception. Even I'm not fainting, I'm still having the self-perception. Only this truth can change you. Only Satyajnana can change you. Only Darshana, what is Darshana in English? I don't know. Like this truth can change you. Nothing else. No concentration, meditation, nothing. You just have to understand that.
Dr. Purple.
Yeah, the
Buddhist
philosophy. Yeah. So only this real Buddhist philosophy about this self-vibration can change you. That's the importance of understanding. Not halfway, not midway, not three quarters. You have to understand the full thing. Why we are trying to understand this full thing. That also has to be felt. If someone is not feeling any sadness, and actually they don't feel any other person's sadness, how come they are going to go for a resolution? Lord Buddha felt everyone's sadness, including his, and he went to find a resolution. He did the research by himself. He didn't wait for someone to come and do the research for someone else. But at least now the truth is out there. We invite everyone to do the research, to try and understand. It's a bit difficult. I don't think this Dhamma can be heard by everyone, or Dhamma will reach everyone. They will try to find the flaws, and whether this person talk correct English, or whether this person talk proper grammar, or whether this person talked nicely with some manners, or whether this person talked with too much humor or less humor, or an attractive voice. The truth is, has none of these. If someone is actually attracted by those factors, you won't hear the truth, because there will be so much vitaka behind. Like subconsciously, you'll be having so much thinking. Oh, this person's voice is too much. Oh, this person laughs too much. Oh, this person is not knowing how to tell anything. Oh, is he loud? You know, because then you don't get the message anyway, isn't it? So there's so much barriers for anyone to listen to this Dhamma, and these are only few people who have listened to this Dhamma. And actually, if someone is understanding this no self angle, that is so amazing. I mean, that's the word I can use here. Not exactly, but it's really important to understand this no self angle. And why? Why, if you have felt the suffering, the answer is with you. If you haven't, you won't seek happiness. You won't seek this super happiness. You won't seek the tranquility if you haven't been flustered. If you haven't understood that you are flustered even. So people out there, if they feel that there may be something that would help you, we hope that this will reach you in one way or another, isn't it? Surangika, are you able to join the discussion today?
Yes, Theruvan Sarnai, Dr. Fokila. Theruvan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. Yes, that was the whole perception-related discourses from yesterday have been, I think, turning people's, even with Darshana, 360 degrees, isn't it? I don't think people fully appreciated, and this is the beauty of having a noble spiritual teacher, constantly almost shaking us to the point of wake up, meaning if you have been contemplating, that is nowhere near the contemplation that is required to be done on the path, because every aspect, every facet is being opened up in a way that is almost beyond comprehension. And I think the experience on the perception related discourse last morning, the 5 a.m. Zoom, I think there are no words to describe it. The way it was almost as if there was a readiness on the part of the followers, depending, of course, on the different stages they are at. But there was a readiness for everyone on the Zoom to grasp it and understand it, and almost allow the wisdom even to kind of arise, because there was a readiness. I think that is why Aryan Mahans explains things at certain times and holds back at certain times, because back in the day I didn't understand it, because I think I have mentioned in the Zoom that I have listened to earlier Paramartha Dharma by other teachers, and things that have been said very directly by those teachers have been said in stages by Aryan Mahansa. And I think I now fully understand, or at least to a great extent understand, why he does it. Because he also mentioned it, and we also discussed that point in yesterday or day before in the discussion, that certain aspects, particularly the deep aspects of the Buddhist philosophy, the Darshana Jnana, can only be understood as you go on the path. Meaning the initial knowledge is gained, and then there is a a great amount of understanding, true, but then the practicality of it has to be well traversed, well understood, and that practical making this philosophy closer to one's daily routine and understanding it through that way only brings out the asavakaya jnana, the wisdom, and the fading of the defilement. And as the defilements start to fade, that feel arises, and with the feel that there is nothing here, that there is no thing, as we call it, it is only at that point, as that wisdom starts arising and the inner transformation occurs, that these additional insights that Aryan Mahansa reveals can be actually absorbed. Now, if you take an example of, this is a very basic example, because they say, when you have a hot shower or a warm bath or something, the pores of the skin are cleansed, and it is at that time that you can put either oil or cream or something so that it can seep into the skin, to the cells. I know that's a poor example or what, but what I'm trying to say is, after a hot shower, when the skin is kind of pure and cleansed, it is at that time that any nutrients by way of oil or something can be actually absorbed. So in that way, there needs to be that initial cleansing, there needs to be a traversing on the path through the practical program. And as those defilements start to fade and the feel arises, you're almost ready for acceptance of further insight and the ability to penetrate deeper and deeper, as we discussed yesterday about penetrative insight and vidarshana. So that perception talk and the continuation of that talk, I think last night as well, took that insight meditation deeper and deeper. I'm sure most of the followers felt it, and there were certain mothers on the Zoom discussion this morning also who echoed the same thoughts, saying that the perception was understood in a deeper light. But then, as you said, Dr. Kokila, end of the day, all that was said about the perceptions by Aryan Mahansa led to the aspect that the two key aspects really. The perception of existence is also a perception, and just like there was no sound in the sound perception, there was no light in the light perception, there is no existence in the perception of existence. And then the final culminating thing is that there is no self in the self-perception. So all that has been done and all that is there in this whole samsaric cycle of existence that we have, or living beings have, due to ignorance thought existed, was purely due to ignorance, but just perceptions being given power by believing that those were true, believing those were real. And if you don't have to go out in the sun to feel the sun, if you don't have to actually go up the mountain to feel the solidity of the mountain, the earth of the mountain or the hill, and if you don't have to go and touch a tree to feel the texture of the bark of the tree, then all that has been experienced is a perception, isn't it? You don't need any of that. And those patterns of vibration were also perceptions. So end of the day, there wasn't anything to perceive even. And if there wasn't anything to perceive, then who was there to perceive as well? So yes, it was an incredible talk, and there was
Good morning, everybody. Terasana Dhamasa, Terasana Dhamasa. So let's start our morning 1 hour Dhamma discourse. So let's begin with something quiet, very quiet. Right now, something is happening. There are some sensations in the body. Thoughts keep moving. This life is already unfolding without effort, without asking permissions, just happening. But then, almost instantly, something is at a subtle movement in the mind. It says, this shouldn't be like this, or this feels good, this should continue. So, this is resistance, very small, but very powerful. And from this day, our suffering begins. So, let us look here. Let's say an event happens. We label it as unpleasant event. So now something unpleasant happens. Immediately there is a reaction. For that unpleasant moment, there is a reaction. saying, I don't want this. It didn't come with that reaction, that moment, that event. It is later on, came from the mind, from a thought, a mental no. Now we are pushing it away, rejecting. This is resistance, not that event itself, but the reaction to it from this mind. So we'll take an example. Let's say a sound appears and it's very loud and unexpected. And then suddenly, mind starts to say, this is annoying. Now the resistance disappears. Without that thought, it's just a sound wave, sound vibration. But with that resistance, it starts to be an unpleasant event. And because of its unpleasant, we don't want it. We try to push it away. With that, the suffering occurring. Not something, not just resisting events, but you resist feelings. Let's say we feel sad. Is any of those mundane people are okay with that? Are they like sadness occurring and they're okay with like let it be come? I'm fine with that. No, this mind says we shouldn't feel like we shouldn't feel sad. Likewise, anxiety. If something anxious happening, we were like, I need to get rid of. I need to stop this. And then fight with. We start to resist it. We start to push it. Now against what is already here, we start to fight. This creates more pain, more fear, more suffering. Now there is this feeling of sadness, and there is this resistance. We must push it away. Now it increases suffering. Now there is two layers of suffering, that feeling and that our reaction. So now something stops you. When we resist, we move into time. This should go away. The future is emerging. It was better before. Past is remembered. And we try to run away from this present moment. You like to accept as it is. And the conflict continues between what is and what it should be. But if you look at it, we will notice this resistance, it feels necessary. Like, why do we resist? If we feel sad, why are we trying to push it away? It feels like that's how we should be, like a protection. So if we don't resist, things will go wrong. Like if we try to fight through the sadness, then the sadness will fall away. But in it, all of those are thoughts. But if we live carefully, if we, even though we feel like it fixes things, it doesn't. These thoughts always trying to tangle us in this illusion, so nothing solves it. The more thoughts, the more we get tangled in the illusion. The more we fight, the more we tangle in that illusion. When we try to resist things, when we push through of it, it adds more tension to it rather than solving the problem. If we shift, we feel like this. When something unpleasant appears, we notice the reaction. We notice everything because thoughts happening on their own. We don't control thoughts. But if we see through it, we see the thoughts, the sadness that happens, everything as a movement, not something wrong, not something fixed, not something continuous, a momentary moment. If we notice that moving nature of it, then we don't try to fight it because we know those thoughts, they don't last, no matter how powerful they are. Then once any thought appears, you don't have to give up. We just allow, we just notice of it, but we don't try to fight it through. We just let the thoughts, emotions. When sound, it's just someone playing themselves. And when the sound comes, we just don't fight it. So we just know this everything is illusion, a momentary. It's not something that's continuing solid. So we don't try to fight through it. So now everything is happening, even the thoughts occurring, but there's no conflict, resistance, fight for that. With me, there's less tension and more ease, more peaceful and calmness there. So then we don't try to avoid, resist. We just let it happen. So now we go deep. We allow everything. We don't fight it. Both they come and feelings, they come and go. Sensation, they also come, appear and disappear. Nothing is rejected. Nothing is held as well. Nothing is resisting or fighting. As this softens, something natural appears. It's not forced. There's just this quietness, a quiet ease, a simple openness to everything. So the life continues without a struggle. We have been subtle actually. Now let us look closer. So what creates whatever reaction we get for certain events. Any of these emotions occur. Before that, there is this food. Every time there is a food, whether identifying someone as some object or blame or whether feeling that someone is alone. From the outside, like in the sense of the sound, we only got the sound vibration, but this mind, this thought is the one says it's not something good, it's not, and this should not happen. This resistance is suffering builds on. So let's slow this down. Right now, the thought may appear. If we try to see, then we notice what it is made of. Is it something solid? Can we touch it? Can we locate it? Can we find where is this thought? No one knows where are things, how they occur, but there is this thought. We feel it. They are working. They are basically controlling our lives. But we can't even see it. We can't even locate it. Where is it? We can't touch it. So, which means it is just a mental event appearing and disappearing. Thoughts are like tiny sparks that appear and disappear. They don't stay for long. They don't continue. They are not solid. It's like electricity spark. It sparked and vanished. But if, let's say, we don't like a certain thought and we will try to resist it, we'll notice it keeps coming. Because once, even though we try to resist it, when we give that attention, it keeps trying to spark. So when the power is high and the attention is high for that, it keeps sparking, which means we feel as if it's not going away, it's still there, like that thought. But if we observe properly, we'll notice that that thought is keep getting appearing and disappear, like a spark, like a light bulb. But the thing is, we feel it, so those thoughts, just rather than that sense of contact, we feel this thought is strong. Like the sense of contact, we even have like focus, but this thought, it feels powerful because those thoughts has not just one sense of contact, but different. So it feels more vivid and solid, like a song. But inside, there are words, images, memories, like thoughts are so vivid. It has lot of data, carries a lot of data, and a simple sense of contact is when it comes to simple sense of contact, it's just one, whether it's sound vibration or vision or taste or smell. Just but when it comes to a thought, it has all of those. So there's sound, there's vision, there's colors, there's taste, smell, everything. So it's more vivid, more powerful. But no matter how vivid, how powerful it is, it doesn't last. The spark that appear and disappear, and then it appear and disappear again. But it's not the same. Thoughts are always fresh. It's just it's not the same thought spark. It's just different new spark happening. But we think we are thinking about the same thing because we feel it like that. And yet we treat those thoughts as the truth, as the real. Like let's say we even get to know this partner by like knowledge, like no matter how we understand this, but when it's come to something practical, we forget everything, and it's like we take the thought as real, and like we already fought for it. It comes natural. Like when someone blames us, we react to it. We just don't even have time to notice this anger, whatever we feel is just a thought occurring at the mind at that moment. We just already have reacted. We get anger. We have blamed that person. That's how the thought has been powerful and drive this life, this the way people think. It powers this illusion. So that's why we treat thought as the truth, as the reality. Like it's not we feel it comes automatically. Like we don't even realize this is a thought. Like in this example, this is already real. We didn't even notice those are thoughts. We are reacting for thought. So now we will observe it. Let's see a situation happen. Without thought, just experience. It's neutral. It's just a spark, like it occurred and says. But when thought appears, there's more data in it, more meaning to it. It's not even like something simple. It's more powerful, more vivid, more solid, more 3D. Like it feels as if it's something real, like object, 3D one, like existing object. So it has meanings. Let's say a person is looking at you and thought is they don't like, but how did it come? And you only noticed some bunch of colors, not even a person, but when we see, like, we don't take that as just colors. We look at it like we separate them and like we see the person. Not only that, we start to interpret as that person is looking at us. And it doesn't stop there. Now it says they don't like the way they look at me. They don't like. But none of that was in that sense of content, that vision, that color. It's just a spark happened. In that spark, there's none of this. This mind is the one who interprets them as a person, the way they look at us, the way it feels like they don't like us, everything. So those are thoughts. Those thoughts are not the reality. They are interpreted by us. They are created, but maybe even though like one person feels that person doesn't like, another person might feel they total opposite. It all depends on their mind. So with that, this feeling changes. There might be a tension, there might be discomfort, but none of that was in that vision seen. All of those things were created both by the mind consciousness. But the thing is, it doesn't stop there. We have this strong belief in thoughts. We believe the thoughts. We take them as the truth, the reality. That's why it's way more powerful, way more stronger, because When a thought appears instantly, like it's not we are thinking and start believing, but when the thought appears, it automatically believe. Like we don't know, but we believe the thought. It's not we are thinking like this is a thought we should believe it. Like when the thought appears instantly, we believe it. We taken it as the truth. There's no question, there's no space between that. We just only believe it and accept it. This is the truth. This is the true nature of the thoughts, the mind. And that's how we are trapped in this illusion. But if we look carefully, if we question, is this thought, is every thought true or just a momentary spark event, a mental formation? That was, it's not lasting, it's not long lasting, it's just move, staying for a moment. It appears and disappears. So once we see through this, once we realize that, we start to shift. Okay? So instead of following thoughts, instead of taking them as real, believing them, we start to worship them. But that we cannot force it, because if we try to force it, then it becomes another. Forcing, we are thinking again. We are using both mind, but this has to come without it, without it has to have it this other. We don't think, we just notice, watch. So when we start to notice it, it's not thoughts, feels like clouds appearing on the sky. They are appearing and disappearing. They don't stay at them. And also we cannot stop thoughts, but they appear and disappear. They are not staying forever. And we notice the thought of the, but in other, we have this deep awareness. These are thoughts and the thought of so you don't have to stop them. You don't need to control them. Just have to see it through. So when a thought appears, it is visible that moment. If we take an action, so it creates more more meaning, more feeling. Expand this illusion when we enter it as if it's real and we are struggling. But when we force and we start to notice thoughts as thoughts and they are occurring like they're appearing and disappearing and not taken as the truth. Not by force, but it happens automatically. And when you notice these thoughts are not the truth, not something solid or vivid as it feels, not the real, just a passing movement, movement. And in that scene, there's this space, there's this lightness, and the mind, it begins to rest, like it becomes calm and peaceful because thoughts are not the truth. Whatever thoughts is, whatever world the thought has created, they are all mental formations. And you don't even have to try to stop those. Like some might say thoughts are useless. Now you have to stop thoughts and live without sense. But that's not how it is. Like we cannot stop thoughts. Mind is a sensor like our other sensors like ears, eyes. So mind keep their thoughts. They cannot control it. So we cannot stop thoughts. But the thing is, we don't, because we know the truth, we don't take it as the truth, as the reality. We don't look at this world through a thought. So then, power of it loses. And then we start to say thoughts are not as powerful as they seem to. Like before, when a thought occurs, we taken it as a truth, solid truth and reality. And we start to react or do what thing we does. But now we see true. Now when a thought appears, let it appear, let it disappear. But we don't take it as truth, as the reality. So the power has is or gone. We can stop those, but taking them as reality is no longer. So, and no matter how thoughts appears and disappears, there is this quiet space in there. Because we don't take thoughts as the truth. We just notice it. We cannot stop it. So whatever thought, whether it's happiness or sadness or whatever thought we get, We are not shaken by it anymore. We don't take them as the truth, as the reality. So no matter how many thoughts or whatever thoughts appears, we have this calmness, this peacefulness in it, because we know the truth of the thoughts and we don't take them as the truth, the reality. But we observe those are occurring, appearing and disappearing. And that's it. Let them pass and appear and disappear. But we don't take them as the truth, as the real. But we notice thoughts appearing and disappearing. So there is this quiet peace, a peaceful calmness. So now, bearing it, instead of focusing on thoughts, those momentary sparks, and taking them as reality, and taking them as the truth, and driven by it into that illusion, we just staying somewhere and notice that they appear and disappear. So let us look very closely. The thought, but before it appears, what is there? A direct scene, or basically a sense of control. Right before the next thought comes, there's no word, no image, no story. Just a quiet, open, aware presence. It's not created, it's already there. But those thoughts, they arise from that silence. Now we can see clearly. A thought appears. But where does it come from? There's no place, there's no location for a thought. We think something much deeper, like a wave in the ocean. They arise and cease. But there is this deep vibrance in the between these thoughts. But we don't stop there. We take on those thoughts as the truth, as the reality. And also, we believe there is this person, a self, who's experiencing or thinking or doing these things. But if we can notice thoughts, and we know we can't control thoughts, can a person or this self be in that thought? we can see the thoughts. So how can a self see their thoughts if they are the ones who's thinking it? So this deep awareness, it's not the content, it's not the story. This awareness is there's no self feeling. It is the one that notice every sense of content. This how this system works. You're aware that system is working this way, and aware there is no self feeling. Before the first thought is this silence. During a thought, we notice them as thoughts occurring and ceasing. There's nothing to lose, nothing to gain with this. You only have to notice there's no self in those thoughts. And those thoughts, we don't belong, we don't own those. These are just momentary sparks. They are not solid. But we can't stop. So let them appear and disappear. So once we don't take them as the truth, as the reality, we are not driven by those thoughts. We are not trapped in this illusion. So, which means there's this less power in, which means we don't suffer anymore. We get this peacefulness, this calmness. There's no suffering in it. Just awaken to the moment, just observing those insignificant thoughts, but not taking them as the truth. Just let the system work on its own. So we end our moment.
Thiruvon Saranai. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. Thiruvon Saranai Aryan Mahanse. And we are very grateful for your guidance and supervision and disclosing these Dhamma facts in the very simple manner to us. Uh, may our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of our Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, where we are trying to give some message about the true Dhamma to the world, particularly for the friends who are looking for the true, what is the truth of the life, and also the facts that are disclosed by Lord Buddha long ago, nearly 2,600 years ago. So we are trying to give a little, maybe a handful of what was disclosed in our capacity. Actually, it is a research or an exploration that should be done by the self, because you can get some guidance from these, but you can't get the horse to drink water, so you can take the horse to the water but not get it to drink. So like that, this is only a guidance. Rest of the research has to be done by you and me, and initial guidance is given by Aryan Mahanse, taking the important facts from all the preachings done by Lord Buddha. Now Aryan Mahanse is giving it in the simple form, and he's using metaphors which are suitable to the present day society, which makes it easier for you and me to understand. Buddhism is actually a philosophy. We know all that. We know that it is not something based on the beliefs, and we are not blindly following anything. It's up to us to hear the initial part and then explore by ourselves, which is done at the level of the person. So understanding all this inner transformation of the self or the system will occur at a varying speed, because different people have different levels and also depending on the visions that you are having, which we put all the visions into one group, which is called Mithya Drushti. Actually, that means the incorrect visions. Wherever there is a contact or sparsha, if you remember this word, sparsha is coming up in the dependent origination. Wherever there is explained as phassa or the sparsha, which means a thought which is created and the thought is taken as real. So wherever there is a so-called real thought or a live thought or a thought which has a value, they are all coming under the group of Mithya Drushti or the incorrect visions. That is what Lord Buddha said. When one of the Brahman persons came to have a kind of debate with him, a kind of a argument with Lord Buddha, he was bringing up so many theories, one after the other, one after the other. If I remember correctly, he brought up like 64 theories, and all were kind of discarded by Lord Buddha, saying that they are all based on phassa. or in other words, they are all based on thoughts which became real, which are taken as real. So the basic, in Pali it says tadapi passa paccaya. For every theory that was brought up that by that Brahman, for everyone, the reply from Lord Buddha was that tadapi passa paccaya, which means that's also a passa. That's also a passa. Passa means, in other words, a thought which is taken as real. So in other words, Buddhism is that maybe Buddhism may be the only religion where we talk so much about the mind and we talk so much about being liberated from the mind. So you have to have a mind and the thoughts to be liberated from that, isn't it? That is why the baby with the radiant mind, the small baby, whose thought development has not come to function or occur, you can't talk about liberation from the mind because you have to get the thoughts created to liberate from that. But in the baby with the radiant mind, he has the potential to develop thoughts. That is why it's hidden. It's hidden, which means the nature of the sasava. Nature of the sasava is there, which means the potential to form thoughts are there. That is why if somebody asks a question, if the baby has a radiant mind, if the baby has no thoughts and no defilements that you can talk about, because always defilements means it's a thought. So some might question, won't the baby, if he dies at that age while with this radiant mind, will he be born in a higher realm, or maybe he will go to nirvana, or he will be in the nirvana? That is one possible question. No, because the potential to develop defilements are there underneath. So therefore, because the necessary ingredients, raw materials are there hidden but not manifested, then you can't talk about uh, uh, realizing nirvana or becoming the state of nirvana if the baby dies very young. So the potential is there even at that level, because that potential starts from the state of the zygote, where that current or that sasava nature or the planes have been synchronized from the zygote level. So the nature of the mind is that we know that mind is a flow of thoughts, isn't it? There's no solid thing called mind. It's just an ever-changing flow of thoughts. So very fast flow of thoughts. And these thoughts are changing. So because of that changing nature, the system feels that the system is alive. But it's what happens is only that changing flow of the thoughts gives rise to a changing pattern of current, isn't it? Each thought has a current, and that current is variable. The current which is there for this thought is not there for the next thought. It will be a different level. So therefore, this up and down flow of current gives rise to the feeling that there is a life or alive, perception of being alive. And the nature of the mind is that the thoughts is such that want something different, wantedness, wanting more, and also wanting something different. This is, in other words, you can explain as the defilements. Raga, Dvesha, Moha. Raga means a craving. Dvesha is the aversion, and the Moha is that feeling of being alive or feeling of existence. So that is the current, and also that is the feeling of the self. So these are all used to explain one single fact: feeling alive and feeling self, and defilements, current, power. All these things are used to explain something that is felt. And this, what is felt, cannot be actually identified by the physical organs. It is something felt to the mind, and that is expressed in different ways. What is felt is expressed in different terms. As I said, you can label it as myself, you can label it as keles or the defilements. And there's nothing called my defilements. There is no separate me who is doing or who is undergoing these defilements. The defilements or that strong current means myself. Whether it is strong, whether it is high up or low level, whatever, this current is myself. And we know that this current is something which is created right from the beginning. And always there is speed, which is the decisive factor here. Very fast speed, unbelievable speed here, because that may be the fastest thing that ever can be recorded, but certainly not in figures. But you can have some idea about this speed by checking or by watching the way that the thoughts are formed. And we know that the thought formation is a natural process. It doesn't happen in the very young baby, but as the physical organs mature, that this also comes into action, where as a part of that normal system, the sensor functions will combine together. Different words can be used for that. You can say combining, coming together, merging, any word can be used. But basically what happens is the sensor functions will combine together to form another form of function, another form of vibration. Or in other words, two or more perceptions will combine together to form a different type of a perception or a vibration. These adding the perceptions later on can occur at different levels. Now, for example, if you take we can take a simple thing like, for a baby, something that we show a ball. So just show the ball and then tell the name. So they are the eye and the ear function is there, and the baby gets the sound ball. Now that the shape which was seen is tied up to that perception, second perception called sound ball. So that may be the very first instance that the baby experiences. This is ball. So there's a shape and a sound is there.
So maybe subsequently baby is allowed to touch it. Now there's a third perception added to the same data, the texture of it. If it is a rubber ball or a firm one, the baby will feel the texture of it. And maybe later on, more perceptions will be added. What you can do with the ball, kicking. Now that is another perception. You can use to play or throw it. So the mother might say, throw the ball or catch. Now the more perceptions are added to that initial thought called ball, isn't it? Also the baby might, when he's small, baby might lick it, squeeze it and see whether there is any other use from this ball, any other information that he can get. So licking doesn't give rise to any taste. So the perception is that this is not something edible, not something tasty. And the baby might smell it and say, there's no particular smell also. So that is another perception, isn't it? And then comes the uses of the ball, how to play, how to kick it. Then comes the perceptions about the different types of balls, rubber ball, volleyball, maybe tennis ball, cricket ball, table tennis ball, so many. And different colors also of the balls, balloons. Now this is how a thought is becoming thicker and thicker. Different levels, different times, more perceptions are added to the same topic. So right now, or at these different stages, if somebody gives the sound ball, whatever the perceptions which were there at that moment will come and spark at this moment. This happens as a new vibration or a new spark. Whatever was there, whatever the perceptions which were there will come and flick at this fraction of second. And it's a full thought now. It has more components. Is that all? What is the more important thing in these thoughts? Feeling of existence, isn't it? It's real. It's a real ball. It's not a thought. It's a real ball. The feeling of existence is always hiding as a part of this Sasava nature, which is telepathized to the zygote. So in that vibration which became equal or which telepathized to the zygote has all 5 components of the senses. That is the potential to give pictures, potential to give sounds, smell, taste, and the skin sensation. And more important is that it also has the potential to feel as if it is real. And also, even the most important thing is that we know that if there is something real looking, we know that there is self. So all these components or all these qualities or all these potentialities, they are in that single vibration which became equal to the zygote. That is what remains dormant. And then that is why it comes to the surface little by little when the sensor functions start. So now talking about this ball, right at the beginning sometimes when the ball is shown for the first time, maybe the baby will feel it as even something which is no different from a picture, isn't it?
Now we know when we are shown a real ball and a picture of a ball, both are just functions of the eye faculty. But we feel that one is like 3D, one looks real and the other one is not real. So every item that we experience, depending on the, I'm not talking about a picture now. I'm talking about so-called real looking items, anything that you can catch when you are looking around. So don't you feel that you feel them that they are real, isn't it? Yes, they have that 3D effect. They have that real look. So we don't know when the baby is very firstly introduced to these items, when there is no empowerment or the abhisankarana, he must be seeing it as a 2D thing. But subsequently, when you go on showing the same thing and when more perceptions are added, when the baby is shown a ball, we do not know what sort of a picture he gets. Maybe it looks like no different from a picture of a ball. But what happens? You repeatedly give the stimulus again and again. You show the ball again and again. Allow the baby to touch it. Do all kinds of experimentation, licking, squeezing, everything. And also you show the baby that how to throw it. Now what happens? That stimulus is becoming more and more stronger, isn't it? More and more thicker. And what happens when it has this so-called reinforcement or empowering of that stimulus? Now there's a real ball to the baby. It's a real one. And when there is a real ball, what happens? The self is also there on this side. So that is how this world is created little by little to me and you. Every item is something that has been introduced or experienced in the past. That is how you get the thoughts. Always the thoughts depend on the five senses to be formed. Five senses, and that is combination of the five senses will lead to the formation of the thoughts. So that is the most important rule here. And that thought will resonate or telepathize here for you to understand something or for you to give a name to something that you experience at this moment. So unless you have experienced it in the past, you cannot get a thought about the stimulus. So naming will not occur unless you had that experience in the past. I hope this is clear enough. We know always the mind sensor is a product of the other five senses. And for you to have a thought at this moment, if it is only a thought, or if you want to identify something that is experienced by the other five senses, always identification or naming or description comes as a thought. And that thought is coming as a result of a previous thought. So that previous thought is a result of the five senses. And we know that speed is something that we talk about always. Without the speed, there's nothing created. There's no light created, there's no sound created, no taste, smell, or the skin feeling is created if the speed is not there. So what do you mean by you feel a thorn prick? We say you felt a thorn prick. What happens at that level? What do you mean by a thorn prick? Thorn prick is a thought, isn't it? Yes, it is a thought. Where did you feel it? We say it's a leg. Okay, so the leg was pricked by a thorn. So that is the story. That is a part of the dream. That is uh, the thought that occurs at this moment for you. What happened actually? There was just pain, isn't it? Pain in the leg. So where did this leg come from? Leg is also a thought. Unfortunately, you can't escape from this thought process. Wherever you look, it's a thought. What you felt was just a pain. No location, just a pain. What is that pain called? Pain is a vibration of the skin. Pain is a function of the body sensor or the body faculty or skin sensor, whatever you call it. Something to do with the skin sensor. So experiencing the pain can occur at the level of the skin. You do not actually need the mind to identify the pain uh, experienced by the skin. So in other words, that's a sensor function. And how did you feel that pain there? You felt that pain because there was fast vibration of that place. We'll take it was your heel. Okay, in that particular place, there was fast vibration of the skin sensor. This vibration doesn't mean that's something that you can see. It's a functional change. When there is fast vibration, it creates as if something is there, isn't it? This is something that we have discussed over and over again. When there's something happening fast, you can mimic or you have this feel that it's really there. We always talk about the examples like the bulb and the fireball which was spinning very fast. That is something that we see in our religious perahara or processions, where as a source of light, this was something practiced from the king's side time actually. What they do is they tie up a ball of fire, which is kind of a ball made up of cloth, which is soaked in some probably kerosene oil. Sometimes the dried coconut or the copra is also used. So what happens is that there is a fireball which is spinned very fast, and you can have designs like fire circles. Now, this is not something that is happening extremely fast, but that was an example that Lord Buddha could give depending on the time of that time where Lord Buddha was there. So those are some simple metaphors, but you can find enough metaphors from the present world. And we have been talking about the bulb, the old type of bulb, which has that tungsten filament, and then there what happens is there's a rapid flow of light. In the fraction of second, the light is on and the light is off. But because of that rapidity, that the very small time interval where there's no light is not observed. So it looks that light is lasting. There's no flickering observed. So all of us are happy because we get a good light, isn't it? We do not have any interrupted flow. So these are some of the examples to indicate that the speed matters and speed creates something as if it is really there. And we know that if the speed is very high, it looks really, really continuous and solid. There's no time gap detected. Now the fireball and the firing story, if you do it very fast, extremely fast, you can see it as a continuous ring. So there are many other metaphors that you can think of where the speed is much more faster, because that a fireball thing is something done manually by a person. So I'm sure there can be many examples, metaphors to indicate that the power creates something which was not there. So there was no firing actually, but you can see a firing. So the bulb also, you can say that there was no time where there was no light. It continuously had a light. Yes. So that is the speed, story of the speed. Because of the fast speed, it really looks like something which is existing. And that is what is being continued to form the thoughts, isn't it? Same thing happens in all five senses. With the speed, something is created. So, depending on the sensor function, it is created as a light, it is created as a sound, smell, taste, or the skin sensation. So for another animal, it might create like something different. Now we know that the bats and dolphins have something which looks like radar. So that is a different sensor. And we know that the animals, little animals like worms, they probably have only the skin, particularly the earthworm. So whatever the sensor functions which are there, if there is a speed, it is felt as real. So that is the fact we have to understand. So when it looks real, and that means the light looks real, sound looks real, and the taste, smell, and the skin sensation looks real because of the speed, but it's not. So when it looks real, and the combination of these occurs, and thought also looks real. If you go a little bit deeper into this, how does it look real? Is it simply because of the speed? It's not simply because of the speed. There is an additional factor. There is a speed, true. The speed is there, but there's an additional factor. What is that additional factor? That is the current which is created there. So speed means, in other words, there is a current created. This is actually physics basic science. Wherever there is a speed, speedy vibration, there is a form of current. We know that the simple things like, we know that how the currents are created in different materialistic things. We know that the world itself, the earth itself has a current called gravity power. Because there are two polar ends, there is some magnetic effects in both ends, south and north pole. So there is some power created there, which we call the gravity power. Same thing about a piece of magnet that you see day-to-day life at home. How does it attract pieces of metal? That is because there's a power which attract the pieces of metal that we call the magnetic power. So in the same way, the mind power is what we are talking about here. How does that mind power come into effect? The mind power is generated as a result of the combination of the five senses.
So where does the power come to these five senses? Again, in each sensor function, there is a power created. What are the two opposite ends in the sensor level? The presence and absence, or yes, you can use those two words, the feeling of existence and the real factor of non-existence. So plus means it's felt as if it is really there. The minus end means it's not there. So those are the two opposite ends, which we call, the power created is called the consciousness. The consciousness means that it gives the feeling that it's existing. So actually you feel as if it is existing, but there's nothing. So plus and minus two ends are like that. And there's a current created in the miniature level in each fraction of the second. Each vibration occurring at the eye level or the ear level or the nose, tongue, skin level. There's a current formed. These are actually scientific factors. Even if you find it difficult to understand these factors, never mind, you can just ignore. But what you have to understand is that there is a current generated when you see a shape, when you hear a sound, when you feel a taste, when you feel a smell, and when you feel something on the skin. Each point there is some current generated. That current is the one which is collectively gives rise to the thought power or the mind power. And mind power is strong actually. Because of that strong current, the result is that you feel as if it is real or it's existing. Existence means that is self. That current is yourself. So this is actually the science part. As I said, you do not have to sort of remember these things, or you do not, even if you do not understand, it's because you have not done any science as a subject at school, never mind. But try to understand this feel. What do you feel? Feel is something is there. Now we will take the gross level form of feel. Now we know that beyond the radiant mind, you can't experience the feel of the shape, feel of the sound, feel of the taste, feel of the smell, and the feel of the skin. Right now, what you get is that combined product or the thought. Now you can't go back, isn't it? Unless you can explore yourself. When you understand this Dhamma, using your wisdom, you can go to those deeper levels and try to be the child who had only these sense functions. But without that wisdom, you can't actually imagine and think how it is felt. So now what you feel is the feel of that thought level. And the feel is expressed in different ways. Because feel is something you can't express as it is. If you want to tell about the feel, you have to talk, you have to use the words. So always Saran Vahansi says that go by the feel. Try to recognize the feel. Because as long as the thoughts are there, your nirvana path is covered. You can't understand, or you can't go to the state of the Arhat state with these thoughts, because we know that the thoughts are all creations. Just now we spoke that the five senses will collectively give rise to a thought. So, in other words, thoughts are not real actually. And as we mentioned a little while ago, the sensor levels, that means seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, feeling smell, and feeling the body functions, body senses, all those are due to the vibratory speed. You feel it as it is there. So we were trying to get that thought about I had a thorn prick. We will try to go backwards from that level. I had a thorn prick. So that is your story. That is a part of the drama, I would say, life drama. And your statement will be, I had a thorn prick. It's very painful, isn't it? So what really happened was it was a skin sensor or the body sensor. Because there was a vibration of the skin, you felt something painful. Now, if there is no vibration of the skin, would you have felt that pain? No. So you need to have the intact skin to start with for you to feel the thorn prick, isn't it? So that is the first level. Now, a person who has numbness of the foot. Now, there are so many medical problems, particularly poorly controlled diabetic people do have complete numbness of the hands and feet. So they are actually advised to wear always footwear because the injuries will go unnoticed because there's no pain sensation. So provided that you are not a diabetic patient with such a complication, you felt it. That is because your skin vibrated at that time. When there was fast vibration, you felt something, isn't it? That is the sensor level. But you can't now go back to that sensor level. We have passed that place. Now, as Lord Buddha said, that when the ghee is prepared from milk, you can't find milk in that. You can't go back to milk. You can't convert it back to milk. So what we get is the thought now. So what happened was actually it was a sensor function of the skin. And that was, now we know that we have some idea about the Darshana component. We know that there was a vibration, fast vibration of the skin at that level. If the vibration didn't occur, there's no pain. You can't talk about the pain. But that pain now has progressed to the leg and the thorn and the thorn prick. But what you felt was simply a sensation of the skin, isn't it? So how did you get that thought now? Now that is a thought. I had a thorn prick. So you had only a pain, isn't it? You had only a pain. Now where did that leg come from? Where did that thorn come from? How did that myself come from? So the little baby had no idea what that thorn is, isn't it? I don't know whether you remember the small age where your parents or somebody may have shown these are thorns, be careful, it hurts you. Sometimes you may have even experimented by touching a rose stem or something when you wanted to pluck a beautiful rose flower. You may have sort of tightly tried to break its stem, and you had a prick with your finger, prick with a thorn. And your mother may have said, why did you try to pluck it? It has thorns. See, come and see. These are sharp, it will hurt you. And it may have caused some bleeding also in the fingers. Now you know that there's something called thorn, isn't it? And also you have the perception that it pricks. And you also have the perception that it hurts and it bleeds.
it causes pain. So these are all experiences that you will gather. Now you have a thorn in your world, isn't it? And what about the leg? You didn't have a leg as a little baby. You remember how the parents or the kindergarten teachers or your elder siblings showing different parts of the body and trying to teach you? This is baby's leg. This is head. This is baby's arm. So first he may have wondered, what is his baby's arm? Is there a person called baby? And he might even refer and say that baby's leg is aching. Then the parents may have corrected, my leg is hurting. My leg, that is mine. Now it comes to mine, my things. So now you have a leg in your world, isn't it? And you know that it is a part of your so-called body. And now it has become the my leg. How did that myself come up? Again, you go back to the small age. This is what is called the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, or the wisdom about the past perceptions. Now you go back to the past again. How did myself come here into this stage of drama? So, as I said, the little baby didn't have a myself. And it was again so-called this so-called teaching and learning process. The data was introduced. This so-called physical body, which is shown in full in a mirror, is myself. So now you have got more and more perceptions. There's a body called myself, and it has a part called leg in that. And there's something called thorns, and the thorns can prick, and then it hurts. Now, the time to time, the perceptions which came up will resonate or will telepathize right now for that sensation that you had, which was simply a skin sensor vibration. Again, there is fast speed that I have to reiterate this fact, because if not for the speed of this vibration, we will not be able to experience anything. So there was fast vibration of the skin, which is felt as pain, which is simply a skin sensation. And to that skin sensation, the whole cover or the shell of thoughts about naming has come up. So now there's a description, there's naming, the thorn, the leg, and my leg, all sorts of part of that naming. That is where you call it Nama Rupa, isn't it? Rupa means a vibration, and then you are naming it. Rupa, Nama part is Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Jnana. Vedana means you feel it, the vibration is felt. Rupa means the vibration. Vibration is felt, and felt as a pain. That is your perception. And the perception will repeat very fast to make it feel as if the real pain is there. That is your Sankhara and Vijnana. Vijnana means you really feeling that some separation, the pain is experienced by yourself. So now, just imagine you just had the skin vibration only, and the whole story about the thorn prick has come. And not only that, sometimes there will be additional perceptions or additional thoughts. Shouldn't go on this way again because there are thorns, and need to wash the leg and maybe see whether a kind of medicine has to be applied if it is too bad, and should wear some footwear and go along this way. So there are so many stories, so many manjanas coming up following that. But just think now, for a small child, like 1 year to maybe 1.5, 2 years, their shell of these thoughts are much thinner, or they do not have any thoughts, or their thoughts are much thinner than. So all kinds of uh, planning that I mentioned, that should not go on this way, should be careful, should wear the footwear, etc., etc. Those stories will not come up to the small baby. So if it is a, say, 1.5-year-old child who had a thorn prick, he will come crying. So you have to remove the thorn and clean the foot if there is any blood. Then what happens? Have you noticed that sometimes within the next 10-15 minutes, child will run in the same way, same manner. There are no solid thoughts for him to plan that shouldn't go this way, should wear some footwear. Have you heard mother shouting at the child, "You will get a thorn prick again"? Now you went once and you got your foot pricked by the thorn, and again you are running in the same way. Can you please put the footwear? Can you please put your slippers on? Or sit here and wait? Have you seen this type of advices given by the mothers? It has become a thing to the mother. That thought has become a thing to the mother, but not to the child. That is a difference. So if it has not become a thing to the child will not bother about the consequences. The moment that the pain is gone, child will be back on the same track, same way running. No anticipations of further thorn pricks. No planning to wear something to prevent further pricks. Nothing. He will be back in that free mood, and provided that the pain is not there, he will just run around in the same way until the next thorn prick occurs. So if it happens again and again, then what will happen? Now there are more stronger perceptions, isn't it? A child who is playing in that particular area again and again gets thorn pricks. Now when there are repeated doses of the same stimulus, then it becomes more empowered, abhisankarane. Now the child himself might say that, "I can't go there. It hurts. My legs hurt. I can't go there." Now then that is gradually becoming a significant thought, something becoming a real thought for the child also. Now just work out this way. Any thought. Isn't that the way that any thought is developing? Are the thoughts real? That is the next question. No, thoughts are not real. Why do you say that the thoughts are not real? Because it's something that happens due to the fast speed. It is something that is felt as real, but there is nothing beyond the speed. So the thought about the thorn prick, we will take that example. Why do you say that the thorn prick is not real? Why do you say that the thought is not real? The thought of the thorn prick is not real because it is composed of the 5 sensor functions, isn't it? So the seeing of the thorn, and maybe you feel it by touching how sharp it is, and also the pain that you experience, that is also a body sensor. And seeing is the eye sensor, and for that you have the sound, isn't it? thorn prick. So now the three senses have combined together to form the thought, which is the complex thing to say that this is a thorn prick of the leg. So number of perceptions combined together and to form the thought. Why do you say that the thought is not true? Because the three sense functions that I mentioned earlier, they are just simply creations due to the speed. So when the pain sensation is not true because it is just created something due to the speed. When the eye sensation or the what you saw as the thorn is also just a result of the fast speed. And the sound you got, ear vibration, that also was a fast vibration of the ear. If you didn't have ears, you wouldn't have heard this thing, don't go again. Or the fact that it is a thorn prick. That story is not there if you were deaf, isn't it? If you are blind, there's nothing to talk about the thorn prick of the leg. So because you had these functioning sensors, because there was vibration at that point, something was created. And these so-called somethings got together to form another thing called thought. So as I repeatedly mentioned, if there was no speed in this, you can't talk about these creations, isn't it? So then we know that the thoughts are fake, or thoughts are just illusions, or thoughts are just creations. Now this whole story then, thorn prick of the leg, is completely a fake, isn't it? Completely an illusion. So now can you see that everything is